Between two worlds. They say you never truly appreciate something until you've lost it first. September 2026. Snow narrowly dodged a lethal blow that would have ended his life, thanks to his sharp reflexes. No, this isn't working. The battle had dragged both fighters to their breaking point. Every parry, every strike screamed desperation, a mutual hunger to end this. And this isn't working either. Exhaustion finally overtook me. I slumped back in my office chair, realizing I'd spent hours hunched over my computer screen. For the past few hours, anyone passing my room would have heard the furious clatter of keyboard keys. Words had poured out of me today with unusual abundance. This complete immersion in the world my hands had woven made me lose all sense of time. When I finally resurfaced hours later, I realized how late it was. The screen's glow now served as the room's only light source. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I checked the time, 2:00 a.m. Well, that got out of hand. Shutting down with a sigh, I collapsed onto the bed, scrolled, double-tapped mindlessly on absurdities, cat memes, conspiracy rants, a tutorial on folding napkins into swans. Sleep dragged me under before I could overthink it. But in that blurred haze, I didn't notice the date. Didn't realize that today, of all days, I'd crossed into my 25th year. Early morning. As expected, I couldn't drag myself out of bed on my own, no surprise, given how late I'd stayed up. Thankfully, I'd never need an alarm. A gentle shake roused me, my mother's voice cutting through the fog. Wake up, you'll be late for work. Did you stay up writing that novel again? I've told you 1,000 times not to lose track of time when you do that. I dragged myself upright, her words went in one ear and out the other. My eyes had barely peeled open, yet she'd already launched into her morning symphony of nagging. But I didn't mind. Truthfully, I could have set a dozen alarms. I just liked this better. A grown man, 25 years old, still needing his mother to wake him. Pathetic, right, but who cares what anyone thought. Morning, I grunted. She was still lecturing as I stumbled toward the bathroom, her voice chasing me down the hall. Hurry, hurry, so I hurried. 2 years since graduation, one grueling year of job hunting. Now here I stood, employed, adulting, a fledgling in the corporate nest. Technically still a newbie, though no room for slip-ups. Post-shore, I haphazardly assembled my most fashion-forward outfit, a losing battle, and joined Dad at breakfast. We got along effortlessly. Why wouldn't we? His eldest had ticked every box: degree, job, independence. In his eyes, he'd asked for nothing more. The mood stayed bright even when my siblings shuffled in, students still slogging through academia. After teasing them a bit, we piled into the car. My father drove us all, though this time I sat in the back with my brothers. Mom had insisted on tagging along. I didn't mind the family chaos. After years studying away from home, I craved these moments. Truthfully, I could move out anytime. I had the means, but who in their right mind would want to not me? I'd savor these days with them while I still could. I love my life, I muttered under my breath. A happy family, a stable job, friends woven into decades of memories. What more could I want? If I lived 1,000 lives, I'd choose this one again. It was the modest pinnacle of my ambitions. As the car hummed forward, I tugged my laptop from my bag, intent on reviewing last night's work. My youngest brother's head instantly swiveled over my shoulder. Did you write a new chapter? What happened? Did the hero win? Did he use the light sky technique? I stifled an internal groan. Here we go. Smiling, I answered his barrage, a routine as familiar as the sunrise. In the rearview mirror, I caught my father's amused gaze. Your brother really loves your novel. Of course he does. Why else would he bombard me with questions every update? Glad my biggest fan's my own little brother, I chuckled, ruffling his hair before refocusing on the screen. The Land of Survival. A novel I'd started scribbling during university, a hobby that became an addiction, an outlet for my wildest ideas. Readers loved it. I loved writing it. Sure, the premise was classic, demons invading the human world. But its appeal lay in the hero's life at a magic academy, sword fights, spellcraft, tangled relationships, demons, magic, school drama, charismatic characters. Who wouldn't eat that up? Even I devoured writing it. But it remained just a hobby, hence why, years later, it's still unfinished. Readers complained about my snail-paced updates, and rightly so. I'd begun it ages ago, yet chapters trickled out like rare drops. I'll admit it earned me some decent cash, but no, I wouldn't chain my life to writing. My words weren't infinite, yet readers always hungered for more. Want more? Go to hell. This novel will end someday, but not today. With that thought, I pinned the laptop shut. But in that moment, the scenery I'd been watching through the car window vanished, replaced by a light so blinding it seared my vision. I jerked back instinctively, but before my eyes could adjust, everything slipped beyond the edges of sight. No time to breathe, no chance to fix my family's faces in my mind, just the suffocating dark swallowing the whole world. When you think everything is going perfectly, the world decides to flip you off. September 2326, 300 years after the Gates catastrophe. Lost in the void of unconsciousness, adrift in darkness. A distant murmur of footsteps grew closer, followed by a soft voice calling out, "My lord, my lord, wakes my lord. W.H. what?" My eyelids fluttered open, struggling to process my surroundings. Before I could fully orient myself, a searing bolt of pain lanced through my skull. I clutched my head, gritting my teeth against the agony. What the hell is happening?" I mumbled with difficulty, waiting for a response from the same gentle voice. "Lord Starlight, are you all right?" I instinctively turned toward the source of the voice and found a beautiful girl with jet black hair and porcelain-white skin, dressed in a maid uniform straight out of the anime I used to watch. She stood there respectfully, as if awaiting orders, though a hint of disdain flickered unmistakably in her eyes. I slowly scanned my surroundings and realized she was standing far away due to the enormous bed I was lying in. Could this even be called a bed literally? I could play football on top of it. The room was massive, white marble floors with faint reflections of objects, towering walls, and a ceiling adorned with modern lighting that starkly contrasted with the rest of the decor. Who designed this place? It felt like forcing a 17th century architect and a 21st century tech bro to collaborate. The result, a chaotic fever dream of eras colliding. The room was fully equipped with every comfort, crammed with furniture, and I could spot a desk in one corner. Where's am I? I remember being in the car with my family, heading to work before us. Another wave of headache hit me, the same pain I'd felt since waking up. Anyway, I need to figure out where I am. I threw off the covers. I was wearing simple black and gray sleepwear over my naked body. Wait, my body's. A quick glance at myself froze me in place. Is this even my body? Pale white skin and a flawless physique with no trace of fat. I wasn't exactly overweight before, but I still had some flab. What I saw now was worlds away from my real body. Suddenly, anxiety crept in. Maid, still statue-like in the corner, didn't miss this. She quickly bowed and peered closely at me. "My lord, are you unwell? You've been acting strangely since you woke up." "Your lord," I uttered, unable to process what I'd just heard. Where am I? Some medieval play? Wait, what did you call me earlier? Suddenly, a terrible realization dawned on me, and a wave of dread washed over my veins. At my question, the maid tilted her head. "What did I call you? Do you mean, Your Excellency?" No, before that, I crawled across the bed toward her, closing the distance. Seeing my intensity, she flinched, stammering, "Forgive me, my lord. Perhaps I erred in addressing you. I beg your pardon." Before she could finish, "Stop the nonsense and tell me the fucking name you called me." In that moment, I lost all control, consumed by panic and splitting pain. Some part of me knew the truth, but I clung to denial, until the maid's final words struck me like a thunderbolt. She recoiled, trembling, and whispered, Lord Starlight. 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 I echoed the name, my voice shaking. Impossible. This is a dream, right? What kind of twisted joke is this? If it's a prank, it's not funny. Starlight, a name that existed in only one place, the land of survival, the novel I'd spent years writing. I lunged off the bed, demanding the terrified maid show me a mirror. She stared at me as if I'd gone mad but stammered, There's a connected bathroom, my lord, beyond that door." Before she finished, I bolted inside. The bathroom was obscenely lavish, something fit for the British monarchy, but I didn't care. I sprinted to the towering mirror and froze. My worst fears stared back. "Who are you?" I whispered, pressing a hand to the glass. The reflection was a stranger, jet black hair flawlessly styled despite my earlier collapse, large obsidian eyes, a face sculpted with inhuman perfection, not mine. Nausea churned in my gut, the headache edged back, sharper, a blender shredding my skull, as a cold mechanical voice hissed beside my ear. "Synchronization initiated. User memory adjusted. Phrase Starlight." The final phrase paired the pieces together, phrase Starlight. Not just any character from the land of survival, but the most reviled villain in the story. The one who dies in 101 out of 100 endings. In this way, I completely fainted, while the last thing I heard was this horrible truth, phrase Starlight POV. I opened my eyes slowly. A sharp ing sound rang beside my ear, as if I'd awoken from a years-long coma. What entered my field of vision was that absurdly overlit ceiling. As for me, I was lying on that stadium-sized bed. This was the second time I'd opened my eyes to the same scene. Frankly, I didn't want a third. It took mere seconds to process the situation again, and I couldn't stifle a groan of anguish. Have I been reincarnated into my own novel? Impossible, this crossing into another world nonsense only happens in those stupid novels. I must be dreaming. After stealing another glance at the colossal room I'd been sleeping in, its staggering details left me laughing bitterly at myself. Dream what dream feels this real, what dream makes you feel pain worse than anything you've ever known in mere seconds. I really did enter my novel. I gritted my teeth and dug my nails deep into the skin of my hands. My head felt like it was boiling over, forcing me to scream at the top of my lungs. Why why in hell's name? Why me of all people? I had a life, a family, I had. My voice trembled uncontrollably as I remembered my father, my family, my old life. A tear escaped as I cursed under my breath. Then that gloomy voice echoed by my ear again. Synchronization complete. Host memories successfully transferred. Suddenly, a flood of foreign memories surged into my mind, but my consciousness clung only to that eerie voice. I leapt off the gigantic bed, consumed by rage, shouting incoherently. Screw you and your synchronization, you son of a bitch. Who the hell asked your rotten ass to bring me here? Who wanted this new life? Answer me, you bastard, who begged for a second chance. Take me back to my life. I don't want chances, I already had everything. I don't want this life, please, please take me back. After flailing wildly at the air, I collapsed to my knees. The anger vanished, replaced by crushing despair. Please, I'm begging you, I have a family, I have. I sobbed violently as I gradually grasped the reality of my situation. The host body's memories kept flowing relentlessly, drowning out my pathetic whimpers. In the end, all I could do was scream, with every shred of strength I had left. Of course, my breakdown hadn't gone unnoticed. Thanks to my earlier shouting, it wasn't long before people flooded into the room, not that I cared. Only one thought consumed me: I'd lost everything. Days passed swiftly, and within the vast halls of the Starlight family mansion, whispers fluttered among the maids about the pitiful state of the young lord. The mansion is eerily quiet. One of the maids exhaled a cloud of smoke as she puffed her cigar by the window. True, it seems Lord Frey has finally lost his mind. Beside her stood two girls dressed in the same maid uniforms one only sees in movies. One muttered blankly, "You say he's gone mad, that Frey, ha? Impossible." All eyes turned to the gloomy, eldest maid, their natural senpai. "What do you mean, didn't you see him screaming and flailing like a lunatic?" The old maid sighed deeply before continuing, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "That little devil could never go mad. I've served him since he was a boy. If I haven't lost my mind, how could he?" The others' faces paled with terror. "Miss Frederica, how can you say such things? Aren't you afraid he'll hear? I don't want to be on his bad side. Not after seeing what he's capable of." The youngest maid trembled, recalling the fate of those who displeased Frey. To become Frey's target was a fate worse than death. You'd become his plaything until you begged for death, a truth everyone in the mansion knew. Tusk, this is why you young ones never last long here." Frederica shook her head at the younger maid's naivety. "Anyway, the young lord is likely depressed." Depressed? Seeing their confusion, Frederica explained, "Yes, that little devil has, for the first time, loved someone other than himself." The maids ed in unison, "The daughter of the Moonlight family's lord." Frederica nodded. "He's obsessed, but it seems unrequited. She's not some girl he can claim with the Moonlight's rival, even the Starlights." After taking another drag, she added grimly, "Don't get used to this calm, girls. His rage will soon return, and will bear the brunt of it. Stay sharp, Tilda." With that, Frederica left, plunging the others into dread. Frey Starlight POV. Lying on this cursed bed, I opened my eyes again, the 7th time. 7 times now, I've woken to this damned ceiling. Any hope that this was a nightmare vanished long ago. Now, I'm just an empty shell sprawled on a lavish bed. A week had passed since I was thrust into my own novel, trapped in the body of the villain, Frey Starlight. He was the most hated character in my story, a villain despised by all. If the protagonist didn't kill him, a heroine would. If not as heroine, another main character would. Even the other villains loathed Frey. Simply put, he was doomed, that kind of character. Seriously, after inheriting his memories, I realized how truly vile he was. He'd done things I hadn't even written. All this, and he's only 16. What a promising future. Sure, I know the death flags are piling up, but who cares me, haha, to hell with everything. I don't even want to live in this world. Once I tried stabbing myself with a knife to end this nightmare. I wanted to die. But here's the thing, my hand froze the instant the blade threatened to pierce the delicate skin of my neck. Who was I kidding? Kill myself, end it all. I didn't have the guts, not even an ounce of resolve. Only then did I realize how pitiful I truly was. So I spent the last week doing absolutely nothing. Eat shit, bathe, sleep, repeat. 7 cycles of this mind-numbing routine. Many came to visit, but I ignored them all. They left bewildered. Frey will die sooner or later. Since I couldn't end it myself, I'll simply wait for another character to kill me. The last few days were quiet. Frey, the young lord of the mighty Starlight family, one of the 3 most erful human noble houses, lived in obscene luxury. I was particularly fond of the bathtub. The previous owner of this body was obsessed with cleanliness, and I'd inherited his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, bathing twice daily. I resented this body's habits, as if Frey's presence was slowly erasing mine, but I didn't care. I don't want to live in this world. I just want to die quietly in a corner. So I tossed in bed. Morning had already come, but I decided to sleep more. Until the demons began their serious movements, little would happen in this world, especially for a family like the Starlights. I had endless time to waste. After all, the main story's events wouldn't begin until a year later, when the protagonist and others enter the temple. The human realm had shrunk into a single colossal empire, forged by the relentless demon attacks that pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. But humans adapted swiftly. They awakened unique abilities and, after rivers of blood and tears, managed to repel the demons, sort of. To bolster their strength, humanity pooled all its resources and advancements to build a place where future leaders could be cultivated, the temple. Either way, the temple's events were still a year away. I sighed, rolling over in bed. Just hurry up and kill me already. I drifted back to sleep, ignoring everything. I couldn't stay asleep forever, could I? I was sitting at my desk, mindlessly scribbling on some papers, occasionally watching videos on my smartwatch, which I still hadn't gotten used to. After humanity was pushed to the brink, much of its progress and civilization had already been lost. But now, after countless efforts, they had managed, somewhat, to overcome that and rebuild with modern technologies aired by the very force humans had awakened, Aura. Yet, despite their relative success, it wasn't complete. That much was evident in the strange architectural designs, buildings that seemed like a bizarre mix of the modern era and the Middle Ages. Well, I guess you could me, as the author of this story, for such absurdity. Leaning back in my chair, I sighed for what felt like the 1000th time. Normally, people would be happy to be given a second chance at life, but I didn't want it. I didn't need it. Every passing minute, every single second, I was reminded of my family, of what I had left behind. That alone had plunged me into severe depression. Life is unfair. Tilde knock knock tilde. The sound of the door pulled me from my thoughts, but I didn't bother checking who it was. A maid entered my room and bowed gracefully. I apologize for disturbing you, my lord. A package arrived for you a little while ago. As per your previous instructions, we ensured it was completely safe before delivering it, without opening it. She placed a medium-sized box at the door, bowed lightly, and left. I wish you a good day, my lord. The door closed again, leaving me alone once more. From the start, I had never interacted much with the maids, and it seemed they had gotten used to that. A quick glance at the box on the floor jogged a faint memory. Frey had instructed the maids never to look inside any package he received. Of course, that was because he often ordered rather dangerous things, and with the superhuman abilities that had emerged in this world, it wasn't hard for them to ensure a package was safe without opening it. Bored out of my mind, I moved toward the box and opened it. Let's see what you've got for me this time, old man Frey. The moment I saw what was inside, I froze, my eyes wide open. How could I not? My lips trembled as I reached in and pulled out that familiar black device, the one that had been with me for years. There was no mistaking it. This was my personal laptop. I carefully placed it on the desk, staring at it like a madman. Noticing the scratches scattered all over its surface, I instantly remembered how it got them, when I dropped it all those years ago. This was the very laptop I had used for so long. The laptop on which I had written the novel, tapping away at its keyboard. What the hell was going on? Was someone mocking me? With trembling hands and a racing heart, I opened the laptop, staring into the unknown future ahead. Escaped my lips as I stared at the device in front of me. This is my computer. It's him. There's no way I'd mistake it, not after all these years of tinkering with it. But the real question is, how? Did the computer reincarnate with me? Impossible. Let's not jump to conclusions. That's right, maybe it's just a replica or some kind of tool, though I highly doubt that, considering computers no longer exist in this world. Everything now relies on smart screens aired by Aura. Either way, I slowly opened the laptop, and its screen lit up instantly, making me freeze in shock. Since when did my computer turn on this fast? It used to take forever back in the day. Never mind that, the first thing I saw was the home screen, and the first thing I noticed was the wallpaper. It was the same one I used before, Song Jinwoo from Solo Leveling, wielding his daggers. It really is him, I muttered. If this laptop actually made it here, doesn't that mean there's a way to go back, a way to return to my world? A surge of heat filled my chest, and my hands trembled. Damn it, don't do this to me. I had already given up hope. With bated breath, I typed in my password and unlocked the device. Maybe I'll find a clue inside, I could only hope. But those hopes were quickly shattered. There were only 2 windows on the entire desktop. The first one, I knew it well. It was the folder where I kept all my novel chapters. It was packed with over 600 chapters, but right beside it, I saw something new. The second window sat in the corner, styled in a mocking Joker theme of black and red. Below it, 2 words were written, Author's Tools. I muttered the name under my breath before clicking on it without hesitation. What else could I do? There was nothing else on the desktop. As soon as I clicked, a black screen popped up with the same gesture emblem, only much larger. Author's Tools. Congratulations to the author on obtaining the first and finest cheating tool, Author's Tools. We are far superior to any system you've ever seen, offering you incredible perks to make your life easier. And don't worry, we won't fail you. Your life is already at rock bottom, so there's no way we could make it worse, right? Ha 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 ha. What the hell is this? That was all I could say. Was it seriously laughing at me? Who was the idiot that made this? And what's with this cliché background? Did they run out of Google Images or what? Screw you and your author tools or whatever. Who wants a dumb system? All I want is a way back to my world. I scrolled down frantically to explore more of this ridiculous interface. As I kept scrolling, a new heading appeared in bold letters. Author Perks. One novel, The Land of Survival. The author has direct access to all chapters of The Land of Survival. Yes, you read that right. You can review the novel's chapters anytime, so no fear of forgetting plot details. Well, that explains the novel folder's presence. I kept scrolling until I reached the second perk. To Biography. Here the author can view their stats, combat styles, skills, and talents. But is that all? Of course not. Focus closely and scrutinize your strongest perk. The author holds the right to alter their biography. You can add any skill, talent, or ability. Sounds unfair, doesn't it? Sadly, it's not absolute. Every edition costs achievement points. As long as you have enough points, you can do anything, but don't get too greedy. Note, the author cannot modify their stats or invent new combat styles. Achievement points. Earned by completing main side quests viewable here, or by leaving a significant mark on the main storyline. Current achievement points, 100. This system really loves to ramble, but I'll admit this is a Urful perk. It grants me the right to write any talent or skill I want, though I doubt it's that simple. I noted that inventing new combat styles was blocked, which made sense. Combat styles were martial arts practiced by awakened ones who had unlocked their aura. The stronger the style, the higher the realm one could reach, but aside from SSS-class beasts from the past, no one had ever invented a new style. This was a setting I'd added as the author, but again, this wasn't what I was looking for. All I wanted was a hint, or even a clue, on how to return to my world. So, I kept scrolling, pinning my hopes on this tacky system. 3 authors' advice. We offer our valuable guidance to the author. For a set amount of achievement points, the author can request advice on anything and freely choose between 2 options, random or direct. Random advice 10 AP. Provides vague, cryptic instructions, but guarantees the safest path forward, even if you can't understand it. Direct advice 30 AP. Offers clear instructions even a child could follow. However, while it leads directly to the goal, it always places an obstacle of some sort in your path. Proceed with caution, ha 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 ha. This is it. The moment I read about the advice feature, a thread of hope emerged. I could ask the system how to return to my world, right? Yes, this'll work. How many of these stupid achievement points do I have again? I scrolled up hastily and found the system had granted me 100 AP. More than enough. Without hesitation, I chose direct advice, screw randomness. I typed immediately, how to return to my world. The words direct advice glowed, and I waited breathlessly only to be crushed. What appeared was simply 3 massive question marks filled the screen. I clenched my fists and tried the random advice option instead, but the result was identical. The same answer. Bitterness flooded me as I realized this system was toying with me. It dangles hope, then snatches it away. Do I look like a game character to you? No, calm down. I took a deep breath. I haven't lost hope yet. Think logically. If there were no way back, the system would have answered with a flat no, not cryptic question marks. Right. Let's test this again. I immediately typed, how to defeat the Demon King. This was an entity whose surpassed even SSS-class beasts. Not even I, as the author, had figured out a way for the protagonist to defeat him, so I was certain. My expectations were confirmed when the direct advice yielded the same response. I was right, the system's advice had limits, it wouldn't answer everything. Thinking about it, this made sense given how cheap the feature was. It'll probably respond if I ask something within its capacity. Yes, it's too early to despair. I forced myself to stay calm and kept exploring the author tools. For image. Future shot for a set amount of achievement points, the author receives an image of a future event. The farther the event, the higher the cost. This is useful, but not what I'm looking for. I ignored it and scrolled further, only to be met with cruelty. The interface now showed only quests, nothing else. I laughed bitterly, so it's useless. I met my fist on the desk, frustration boiling over. Useless. I've been given a system like those cheesy protagonists in web novels, but what's the point? It won't grant my real wish. With hollow eyes, I skimmed the quests list dismissively. Quests were divided into 3 categories. Side quests, low AP rewards, easy tasks, harass a maid, punch that guy, achieve this. Main quests, completely empty. Final quest. I glanced at the final quest and froze at what I read. Win the Victoriad. 2 simple words, but I could only laugh. Win the Victoriad, heh. This quest was nearly impossible, if not outright impossible. Why, let me explain. Victoriad was like a final exam held annually in the temple, a massive competition gathering all first-year students to determine the strongest contender, a tournament-style battle royale broadcast worldwide, featuring the most ireful individuals from every faction. And this system wanted me to win it to defeat the story's protagonist, Snow, and the other main characters practically impossible, even with a system like this. As I read the quest details, my eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Quest: win the Victoriad. Deadline: 2 years. Failure penalty, system sealed for 1 year. Success reward: 10,000 AP. System question. The author may ask one question to the system architect, who is obligated to answer, no matter what. When I read that last line, I leapt to my feet, feeling like my eyes might pop out. This is it, you bastard. I found myself screaming madly again, as if my soul had finally reignited. Why did you bury such a crucial detail at the end, you cursed system? Tell me up front next time, fuck your author tools. I have hope, a chance. That final line changed everything. The system architect, there was another entity behind this screen. From them, I'd get my answer, how to return to my world. Win the Victoriad, I'd walk through hell if I had to. Guess what, you bastard, I'm the author here, not you. I built this world, and I'll tear it apart if I must. I rose from my desk with renewed resolve. Gears began turning in my mind. I never intended to meddle in this world's events, but they're forcing my hand, so brace yourselves. I'm coming, Frey Starlight POV. How can you win when your opponent is the perfected version of yourself? If I win the Victoriad, I can ask the system architect one question, and he'll be forced to answer. I held my breath, struggling to stay calm. Winning the Victoriad, it's like winning the World Cup. A colossal tournament broadcast across all human territories to inspire hope and showcase the young talents destined to lead the world. An event meant to be won by Snow, the story's protagonist. Snow, the archetypal hero, orphaned, raised in a shelter destroyed by demons, drowning in vengeance. Despite his cliché backstory, he was strong, extremely strong. To defeat someone like him, I would have to kill myself, literally. Let's stay calm. First, I need a plan. Yes, let's do that. I needed a roadmap, a starting point. As a start, I had to determine the full extent of Frey's strength. I immediately accessed my status screen. I had to understand my stats and abilities to figure out exactly what I should do. A window materialized, displaying host name Frey Starlight Dual Soul. Class Swordsman. Talent current level F. Strength F. Speed F. Agility G+. Stamina G. Aura SSS. Magic G. Swordsmanship LV. 1 due to host's lack of innate talent. Swordsmanship cannot exceed LV. 3. Talents none. Combat style none. Skills. Seduction F class. Induces sexual desire in the target. Effect strengthens against the opposite gender. Weakens if the target is 2 ranks above the host and may fail entirely. Abilities none. System note: you're weak, extremely weak. We strongly advise you to increase your strength before you die. I stared speechless. Frey's stats were catastrophic for a Starlight family lord, but that wasn't what shocked me. Aura SSS. I rubbed my eyes, doubting my sanity, then read it again. Frey had an SS Steer Aura Reserve. Questions exploded in my mind. How, why, since when? This was an Aura Reserve surpassing the strongest human alive today, a level the protagonist wouldn't reach until the story's end, yet Frey had it from the start. Impossible. This must have something to do with my reincarnation. I didn't fully understand it yet, but wasn't this amazing? With something like this, I could defeat the protagonist with ease, had luck finally smiled upon me. With a heart about to explode, I leapt up and rushed to the center of the room. I have to try it. Relying on Frey's memories and my personal knowledge, I attempted to release aura from my body. Come on, SSS classer. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I strained. And finally, it worked. But all I could do was frown. I had managed to gather the aura around my body, but it was so faint and pitifully weak that I couldn't even make it coalesce above my palm. Veins bulged on my forehead as a suspicion gnawed at me. Was the system mocking me? Where the hell is my SS S-rank aura? This aura, forget about Frank, it wasn't even G+. As I spiraled into madness, my chamber door med open, followed by a shrill scream. Frey, wake up, you bastard. Seeing the girl who'd stormed into my room, I could only curse. Damn it. Earlier. In front of the grand entrance to the Starlight family's main estate, a luxurious carriage came to a halt. Its doors swung open, revealing a slender leg stepping out, clad in long black stockings that reached up to her thighs, paired with elegant high heels. Immediately, servants and maids rushed toward the entrance, forming a line as they bowed at a precise 90-degree angle to greet the esteemed guest. Welcome back, Lady Ada. The crowd greeted a beauty with snow-white hair and obsidian eyes. Her sharp features radiated maturity, proving she'd long left childhood behind, a fact that only amplified her allure. She was stunning, most would kill for a mere glance from her. Without sparing a glance at the bowing servants, Ada strode forward indifferently, heading straight for the elderly head maid standing at the front. Frederica, she called out, and the old maid responded with a warm smile. My dear lady. Ada wasted no time getting to the point. Where is he? It seemed Frederica had anticipated the question, as she immediately gestured toward the interior of the mansion. The young lord is still in his room. Hearing the answer, Ada could only click her tongue in irritation. That useless fool. Without hesitation, she marched into the mansion, heading straight for Frey's room. As soon as she reached the door, she yelled at the top of her lungs while throwing it open. Frey, wake up, you bastard. Inside, Frey stood frozen in an absurd pose, gaping at her, a sight that only fueled her fury. Present. Which brings us to now. Ada Starlight, Frey's elder sister, and one of the few in this world bold enough to berate the infamous villain Frey, glared at me with undisguised contempt. Notably, she'd visited daily this past week. I'd ignored her every time until today. Forcing a smile, I met her venomous gaze and replied smoothly. To what do I owe this pleasure, Ada? Pleasure, her anger reignited like wildfire, voice sharp enough to slice stone. The only reason I'm here is because I'm cursed with a pathetic brother who spends his days lazing around like a corpse. I flinched involuntarily. After days of solitude, her shriek felt louder than my mother's voice. With a sigh, I sat on the edge of my bed, while Ada continued to bombard me with an endless tirade. How long do you expect me to keep covering for you? Mr. Frey, what kind of lord are you supposed to be? I forced myself to tolerate you in the past, but I'm reaching my limit. At least in the past, you pretended to fulfill your duties as lord, hiding behind our family name while indulging yourself. But now. Tilda huaf tilda. Ada took a deep breath before continuing, but now you're doing nothing, just lying there without lifting a finger. Tell me, what do you want? Do you wish to destroy the family that our father and ancestors shed their blood for? Will the fourth lord of House Starlight be the one responsible for its downfall? The other great families in the empire are waiting for any opportunity to strike us from all sides. I'm doing everything in my to elevate our family, yet my efforts barely manage to contain the disasters you create. A tear rolled down Ada's cheek as her voice trembled from the strain of shouting. I sacrificed my life, even my chance to enter the temple, just to cover for you, to be your support. Why, this isn't you. You're not the little brother I once knew. She covered her mouth, her quiet sobs filling the room. Somewhere deep inside, I felt a pang of discomfort watching this scene unfold, but I quickly pushed those feelings aside. After all, these were just characters I'd created. In the end, Ada spoke her final words, and I immediately smiled upon hearing them. You are not fit to be the lord of this family. She turned to leave, assuming Frey would stay silent as usual, but this time I shattered her expectations. You're right. I smiled faintly at Ada, who froze in her tracks and turned to look at me. Excuse me. Ada raised an eyebrow, her tear-filled eyes locked onto mine. As I said, you're right. I smiled again while Ada's face darkened in response, her brows knitting together. If looks could kill, I would have been dead already. She clenched her teeth and tightened her fists. Frey, are you mocking me right now? I wasn't bothered by her anger. In fact, I could somewhat understand her reaction. Based on the memories I had inherited from Frey, I realized what had been happening within House Starlight, details I didn't even remember writing. The reason for Ada's anger was simple. She was the rightful heir to the position of family lord. At 20, she was 4 years older than Frey. In a world without gender biases in succession, the eldest should inherit. But everything changed when Lord Abraham Starlight, our late father, left his final decree, explicitly naming Frey as his heir. It seemed the previous lord loved his son dearly, and since he had been an overwhelming SS+ rank existence, even the elders of House Starlight couldn't touch or oppose his decision, out of their deep respect for him. No wonder this trash-dear Frey had survived this long. I got up from my bed and walked toward my computer. I'm not mocking you, Ada. I tapped on my keyboard and glanced at my stats again. I'm weak. I didn't study statecraft or philosophy. I've never bled for this family. I lack a lord's bearing, his wisdom, his resolve. But you have it all. I gestured casually toward Ada, who stood with her head tilted, staring at me in utter bewilderment. Frey, what are you saying I don't? Before she could finish, I stepped closer, mustering the most disarming smile I could manage. I'll renounce my title as Lord of House Starlight to you. Silence swallowed the room. I reveled in the flicker of emotions crossing Ada's striking features, shock, suspicion, then a fragile, disbelieving hope. Her mouth fell open in a perfect O, her face frozen in a comically stunned expression. And who could her? These were words she wouldn't have heard even in her wildest dreams. She'd been wronged, stripped of her rightful claim, yet she'd swallowed her rage for the sake of her beloved father, her worthless younger brother, and the family name, even though the years had been anything but kind to her, thanks to the bastard Frey. But now here I am, offering her hopes like a light at the end of a tunnel. Frey, what are you, I swear, if this is another one of your twisted games? I didn't let her finish. Instead, I swiftly threw out my next words, ones that would settle this matter for good. An aura contract. Ada's eyes widened to saucers. A what? I smiled. I'll sign an aura contract. Surely even you can't doubt the sincerity of that, right? She trembled visibly, and I relished every twitch. The aura contract was a system I'd created for my protagonist, Snow, a binding pact where both parties swore oaths under lethal penalty. Break the terms, and the aura embedded in your veins would detonate within the offender's body, reducing them to nothing but minced flesh. In this world, there was no stronger guarantee. Ada's trembling grew worse as she muttered, Frey, why would you do this? You're joking, right? You're playing with me. Yes, that's it. There's no reason for you to give up your position. You gain nothing from this. I answered calmly. I said I'd sign an aura contract. Does that sound like a joke to you? And who said I gain nothing? There are one or two things I'd like from you in return. Her expression darkened, suspicion filling her gaze the moment I mentioned taking something from her, but I was confident she wouldn't refuse. Just as I'd walked through hell itself to escape this story, she'd sell her soul to claim what was hers. That was my greatest weapon here, knowing every thread of this tale I wove. I glanced at my stats once more. Weak. I was far too weak. Not to mention the dormant SS S-rank aura that had yet to activate, everything else was downright pathetic. I needed to strengthen myself as much as possible, and the first step started with Ada, who would help me. Everything began here. Between a hesitant Ada and a confident Frey, another ordeal was about to unfold, one whose secrets no one could yet foresee. When the world throws its nonsense at you, you have no choice but to go along with it, even when you know it will end with your death. Ada flinched involuntarily as her gaze locked with Frey's obsidian-black eyes. For some reason, Frey seemed different today, more terrifying than usual. It was as if he had finally matured, revealing his true nature. She hesitated, realizing that he intended to benefit from her in some way. She had no desire to be part of any of Frey's schemes. But she had no other choice. What he offered was something she had wanted for years, desires she buried deep within her heart, now rising to the surface, threatening to explode. Biting her lower lip, Ada finally gave Frey a stiff nod. You'd better not take those words back. Frey, I accept your offer. Now, what do you want in return? Frey leaned back in his chair, grinning like a fox. Ada's nerves tightened as she braced for his demand, but his answer nearly made her jaw hit the floor. He raised both hands in mock innocence. I don't know. Silence filled the room for a few seconds before Ada fully processed his words. She clenched her fists, shouting for what felt like the 100th time. So you are messing with me after all. Here you go again with the same nonsense, Frey sighed. I told you I'll sign an aura contract. Where's the joke in that? But you claimed you wanted something in exchange. He shrugged. I do. I just haven't decided what I want yet. We'll settle it later. Ada muttered under her breath, unsettled by his indifferent attitude. You're giving up your title as Lord, yet you don't even know what you want in return. This makes no sense. Frey propped his chin on his hand, leaning lazily on his desk. What's the rush? It's not like the aura contract will be ready anytime soon. In the first place, I can't even step down as Lord until I officially inherit the title on my 16th birthday, which is still a month away. Ada couldn't argue with that. She knew he was right. Seeing her forced acceptance, Frey continued with a smile. You have plenty of time, Ada. Why don't you stay here for now? It's been a while since we lived under the same roof, hasn't it? And it'll give us time to prepare the contract. Me live here with you. Ada shuddered, her expression twisted with disgust. Frey could only stare blankly at her exaggerated reaction. Just how badly did my past self torment her? Your old room is still the same, and it's not like I bite. Ada fell into deep thought, making Frey slap his own forehead in frustration. She hadn't taken this long to consider his offer earlier. Was this really that big of a deal? Just how much of a piece of trash was the old Frey to make her react like this? Of course, Ada's reluctance didn't come from nowhere. Frey had a history of disasters, after all. She could never forget that day, the day she caught him brutally torturing one of the maids. He had been only 10 years old back then. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Ada sighed in resignation, muttering to herself. With Frey for 1 month and I get the lordship, yes, it's worth it, and I can keep an eye on him to see if he's planning something, yes, this isn't so bad. Seeing her give in, Frey simply nodded. I look forward to working with you, sis. Ada scoffed in response. Sister. She never wanted to hear that word from this little devil's mouth again. That word felt like poison from his lips. Then suddenly she noticed something. Frey was tapping at the air above his desk again. He had done the same thing earlier during their conversation, and it left her confused. Frey, why do you keep tapping at thin air? Have you lost your mind, or are you playing some kind of trick on me? Hearing her words, Frey tilted his head, his gaze shifting to his personal computer. Tapping at thin air. Raising the device with one hand, he slowly realized something important. You don't see this. Ada narrowed her eyes, focusing on his empty hand. See what your hand is empty. Hearing her answer, Frey let out a low chuckle, the kind of laugh a villain makes when tormenting their prey. Oh, it's nothing, don't mind me. It's just a habit I use to kill stress, so don't worry about it. HMPH, who the hell would worry about you? Frey laughed again. Yeah, I know. Anyway, let's continue our pleasant conversation later. I think we've covered the important points. I'll handle the aura contract myself, so you can leave now. Clicking her tongue, Ada turned on her heel and stormed toward the door. As if I'd want to stay in the same room with you. She left at last, leaving Frey alone. But she couldn't stop herself from glancing back at him one last time. Only one thought filled her mind at that moment. Is this really the Frey I know? With that lingering doubt, Ada finally left. Frey Starlight POV. Once again, I was left alone in my massive room. Good, very good. I muttered under my breaths. Through that conversation with Ada, I had accomplished a lot. No, I had killed not just 2 birds, but an entire flock with a single stone. Surrendering the lordship seemed foolish, but the title had always been a curse. Now, Ada would bear its weight while I can pull her strings from the shadows. Frey was, without a doubt, the disgrace of House Starlight. The title of Lord brought far more trouble than benefits. Now, with Ada as the new Lord, I had bound her into my plans, ensuring she would be forced to do what I wanted. It was the perfect way to maintain my influence while avoiding the dangers that came with the title. Ada was a prodigy, the true architect of House Starlight's wealth. There were countless ways to take advantage of that. House Starlight possessed vast wealth. Wealth I would be more than happy to claim for myself. Money and skills. Those were the 2 things I needed from this family the most. As for swordsmanship, I already had a plan for that. I just wasn't ready yet. Taking another glance at my status window, my focus shifted to my aura trait, darkness. This was one of the reasons why Frey was called the disgrace of Starlight. From the founder of the family to its last lord, all previous lords possessed the light attribute, which could evolve into the superior star attribute. On the other hand, Frey wielded darkness, which could only evolve into shadows. As the Lord of House Starlight, he was incapable of using the family's strongest weapon, Star Aura, since all the techniques passed down within the family were tied to the light attribute. Perhaps Frey's talent, classified as rank A, was considered good, but it could never compensate for the rest of his shortcomings, especially when his father had been a monstrous SS rank Urhouse. Yet though this disparity had branded him a disgrace, his affinity for darkness suited me perfectly. The sword arts I coveted required it. I had to prepare myself. 1 month from now, I would begin my journey to obtain that style, and to do so, I first needed to fix this mess of statistics. That night, I stayed up experimenting with the author's tools in every way possible, preparing for the future. By the time the sun rose, I realized that I had spent an entire day fiddling with my laptop, which surprisingly seemed to have an infinite battery as it had never turned off. That was a relief. Getting caught trying to charge it in a world where computers no longer existed would have been a disaster. As I glanced at my laptop, I remembered Ada, who apparently couldn't see it. That worked in my favor. After all, it would be catastrophic if anyone discovered what I could do with it. At least I no longer had to worry about that. Anyway, to summarize my findings over the past few hours. First, when the system's advice, whether random or direct, failed to provide a valid response to my requests, I didn't lose any achievement points. My total remained at 100. Second, I couldn't create an overpowered ability or an illogical skill. When I attempted to write absurdly strong abilities like instant death with a glance SSS rank, a notification appeared with a number so large I couldn't even read, accompanied by that damn gesture's mockery. Kill my ass, lazy author. You think it's that easy. I barely resisted the urge to throw my laptop out the window. On the other hand, talents were significantly cheaper than skills. For example, the swordsmanship talent only cost about 500 achievement points. That was still an enormous amount for someone like me, who only had 100. As for skills, I decided to acquire and develop existing ones rather than create new ones from scratch. It was far more cost-effective. I realized this while tampering with Frey's soul skill, seduction. I discovered that I could enhance skills using points. I could only click my tongue in frustration as I recalled that useless skill. With all the resources at his disposal, that was all he bothered to obtain. Just how idiotic was the old Frey. Regardless, I would be able to strengthen my skills over time, using points. But right now, I lacked the points to do anything. My only option was to complete quests. I took a look at the available quests and couldn't help but sigh. Side quests. Run 10 km right arrow 5 achievement points daily. 100 push-ups right arrow 5 achievement points daily. 100 sword swings right arrow 10 achievement points daily. Slap Ada's ass right arrow 100 achievement points. Harass a maid right arrow 15 achievement points. I stared blankly at the list. Why did the most ridiculous tasks offer the highest rewards? And slapping Ada's ass, no thanks. I had no desire to die just yet. What? Huff. And so here I was, running through the palace's back garden, completing my daily quests, the only ones I was capable of doing. I could still remember the expressions of the servants and Ada when they saw me training. It was something they never expected to witness in their lifetimes. Even though my body was considered strong by normal human standards, it was nothing compared to others in this world. This was illogical, given Frey's status. Someone like him should have been provided with the best resources for training. Yet here I was, panting after running just 10 km. Something was definitely off. I collapsed onto the lush green grass, drenched in sweat, resisting the overwhelming urge to take a bath. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to endure it, since the remaining quests were impossible to complete. Slapping Ada's butt was out of the question, and harassing a maid, that option disappeared the moment I decided to keep Ada around, as she would never allow such behavior. Besides, I didn't want to ruin my already abysmal reputation. It was crucial to my plans. I got up and walked toward the bag I had left nearby, pulling out my laptop to check my progress. Completed quests. Run 10 km right arrow 5 achievement, points heavy check mark. 100 push-ups right arrow 5 achievement, points heavy check mark. 100 sword swings right arrow 10 achievement, points heavy check mark. Current achievement points, 120. Well, that worked. I exhaled, gazing up at the blue sky above. Starlight Palace was isolated, making it a quiet place, a rare moment of peace in a world like this. Only 1 year left until the main events of the Temple Academy begin. I needed to become strong enough by then. I was obsessed with racing against time, constantly refining my plans. Fueled by my desire to see my family again and return to my world, I pushed myself forward. I had to grow stronger fast. As I drowned in my thoughts, I couldn't help but acknowledge how real this world felt, so eerily similar to my original one. Despite the disasters that had ravaged the earth, it was still a beautiful place. Currently, the territories of humanity had shrunk to include only part of what was once Europe and parts of Western Asia, ruled under a single, vast empire. The rest had either fallen to demons or to monsters that mutated under the influence of that vile entity. While I sat here in the grandeur of Starlight Palace, countless battles were undoubtedly raging elsewhere. Every day, hundreds perished. Since the emergence of the gates, Earth's population had plummeted from 8 billion to barely over 500 million. A catastrophic loss that left humanity on the brink of extinction. I savored the fleeting tranquility around me as I repeated to myself, "This isn't my world, let the weak die, let the strong survive, I don't belong here." Yes, I'll use every means necessary to return to my world. As for the story of the land of survival, someone else can live it. In the end, I made my way back to the palace, preparing for my next move. If I executed the insane ideas swirling in my head, I might not live long. But what choice did I have? Risking my life was the least I could do to accomplish the impossible task set before me. So be it. Show me what you've got, world. Frey Starlight POV. I felt the wind tousling my hair as I sat at a small table, a single pen and sheet of paper laid before me. Across from me, Ada meticulously scrutinized the document. Letting out a slow sigh, I glanced up at the sky from the balcony where we now sat. The past few hours had been spent negotiating the terms of my Aura contract with Ada. Now, we were finalizing the last details before signing. A month had already slipped by. In 3 days, I would come of age, officially becoming the 4th Lord of House Starlight. That meant the contract had to be signed today. The title of Lord was bestowed by the Titans of House Starlight, which meant that in 3 days, I would have to stand before them. 3 days, that was how long it would take to reach the Starlight Knight's stronghold. Unlike this tranquil estate, House Starlight's seat lay on the Empire's eastern border, nestled in the rugged Aklas Mountains. Their duty was to shield the realm from the Nightmare Land, a landmass once known as Asia. For 3 centuries, House Starlight had guarded the Empire's east without fail. The Nightmare Lands teemed with mutated beasts, warped by the planet's corruption after the demon invasion. Some of these creatures exceeded the S rank in strength. In 3 days, I would be facing the people who had held them back. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie. After all, my body was Class F in strength, and my mind hailed from another world entirely, but I had no choice. Every shred of my plans hinged on this meeting. What? Ada tapped the table lightly, pinged me from my thoughts. She'd reread the contract 1,000 times, though its terms were straightforward. Or a contract. By this contract, both parties agree to mutually binding conditions. Once both parties sign, the user's aura is bound, and any violation of the contract results in death. Caster Frey Starlight. I, Frey Starlight, irrevocably relinquish my title as Lord of House Starlight and all associated privileges to my elder sister, Ada Starlight. Recipient Ada Starlight. I, Ada Starlight, Lady of House Starlight, pledge to provide the following in exchange. 1. Funding and equipping Frey Starlight with the best available resources. 2. Support Frey's training through potions and facilities. 3. Surrender my right to choose the skill that accompanies the Lord's title. Signature. When Ada read the terms for the final time, she hesitated at the 3rd clause, granting a skill. That was the primary reason she had hesitated for so long. After all, skills were rare and expensive. Even within House Starlight, members were typically allowed only 2. Ada already possessed one. I also had one, albeit useless, seduction. The first skill was granted upon coming of age. The second was awarded upon achieving a significant feat for the family or under special circumstances, such as inheriting the lordship. Frey had been a special case. Favored by his father, he had been granted the right to choose a skill at a young age. My plan, however, was simple. I intended to obtain 2 new skills at once. One for my coming of age and the other from Ada, who would inherit the title of Lord. This was a crucial part of my strategy. Still, Ada couldn't help but object. Frey, I understand the first and second conditions, but isn't the third one too much? I slowly shook my head. We've had this conversation dozens of times already over the past month, Ada. This condition is nothing compared to the title of Lord, and you know that. Ada lowered her head, thinking, "Is there nothing else you want instead? Surely I could." Before she could finish, I raised my hand in front of her face. Anything else, and this entire deal becomes worthless to me. But, Ada, these are my final terms. Either accept them, or we drop the matter entirely. She clenched her slender hands gently when she saw my firm stance, realizing I wouldn't change my mind. In the end, she had no choice but to concede, lifting the pen with a weary expression. Fine, you win, Frey, I accept. I smiled. We both win, Ada. My sister signed her part of the contract, and I followed suit. The contract glowed with a sky blue light before a thread of energy shot forward, piercing both Ada's forehead and mine. I smirked as it happened. Now I wouldn't have to worry about her backing out of the deal. Aura contracts were a creation of sorcerers, a group entirely distinct from martial artists who relied on combat techniques in this world. Sorcerers had reached an advanced understanding of aura, allowing them to alter the very laws of the world itself. Their abilities were vast and limitless. They were a terrifying presence on any battlefield, and this paper in my hands was one of their masterpieces. Of course, becoming a sorcerer was an exceptionally difficult feat, and their numbers were scarce. Even within the massive House Starlight, they could be counted on one hand. I carefully stored the aura contract. With this, I had completed a major part of my plan. Ada fidgeted, studying me. Frey, I don't understand you anymore. And why is that? I was in a good mood, so I decided to humor my dear sister today. Why are you giving up your title? You said you wanted something in return, but all you asked for were privileges you would have had anyway. So why you gave away what was already yours, only to request it back in a roundabout way? I glanced at the scenery before me. The balcony we sat on was high enough to provide a vast view of the surrounding estate. The reason's simple. I met her eyes. I intend to focus on my swordsmanship. I'll have no time for the family's petty games, especially when they'd rather see me dead. With that, I rose from my seat, ignoring whatever Ada was about to say. It's getting late, Ada. We have a busy day tomorrow, so good night. I'm heading to bed. I made my way out, leaving my elder sister behind. What? Upon entering my room, I immediately walked to my desk and sat down in front of my personal computer. I took a quick glance at my stats and noticed some improvement, a natural result of the training I had been doing over the past month. Host name, Frey Starlight Dual Soul. Class, Swordsman. Talent, Current rank, F. Strength, F. Speed, F. Agility, F. Endurance, F. Aura, SSS. Magic, G. Swordsmanship, LV, 1. Due to the host's lack of talent in swordsmanship, this skill cannot surpass level 3. Talents, none. Combat style, none. Skills. Seduction, rank F. Skill that triggers sexual desire in the target. Its effect is stronger when used on the opposite sex. The effect weakens against stronger opponents and may not work at all if the target is more than 2 ranks higher than the user. Abilities, none. Achievement points, 620. System note, you are still incredibly weak. We strongly recommend finding a combat style or acquiring a skill soon before you get yourself killed. Well, at least I had improved a little. I had advanced from F to F in just 1 month, which was good. After all, Frey's talent was A rank. As for Frey's talent limit, I wasn't too worried. I could break past A rank and enter the S rank tier using achievement points, but there was no need to do that just yet. An A rank talent was sufficient for now. Speaking of achievement points, I had finally accumulated a decent amount, just enough to create a new talent after a full month of suffering. The daily quests had been getting progressively harder, while side quests still appeared from time to time. Quest list. Run 25 km, 5 achievement points completed. 1,000 push-ups, 5 achievement points completed. 1,000 sword swings, 10 achievement points completed. Steal Ada's underwear, 30 achievement points. Sleep with 10 maids, 25 achievement points. I let out a soft sigh as I looked at the list. The daily quests had become significantly harder, and as for the side quests, they were all sexual in nature, only bringing trouble my way. This was a perverted system that wanted me to harass my own sister, after all. But even with my progress, I was still trash compared to the story's protagonist, Snow Leonhardt. By the time he entered the temple, less than a year from now, his stats would be: Name, Snow Lionheart. Class, Swordsman. Talent, SSS. Current rank, D. Strength, D. Speed, E+. Agility, E+. Endurance, D. Aura, D. Magic, E. Swordsmanship, LV, 3. Talents: Weapon Master. Star of Aura. Born Fighter. Beloved by Light. Combat Style. One Sword Style. King of War Style. I felt a wave of despair just looking at his stats. He was overwhelming. I was starting to understand why my readers had complained about Snow's strength before. Now that I was forced to confront him, I was beginning to grasp the issue. I mean, his abilities alone were enough to turn the world upside down. Weapon Master allowed him to fight with any weapon. Born Fighter let him master any combat style with ease. Star of Aura granted him monstrous control over aura. And worst of all, the cheat ability Beloved by Light let him use all elements at 100 efficiency. I threw myself onto my chair. What the hell was I even trying to do? How was I supposed to defeat this monster? This was the beginning of a 1,000-mile journey, a journey where no matter what I did, I couldn't take a single step forward. For every step I took, he would take 10. Sighing. Taking one last look at the protagonist's profile, I noticed his combat style, one-sword style. It filled me with nostalgia. That was the fighting style of the first emperor, the man who had protected this world and sealed the dimensional gates by sacrificing himself. An SS-ranked existence who had stood at the pinnacle of the world, fighting the high-ranked demons as their equal, and in the end, he had chosen Snow as his successor. I laughed bitterly as I thought about it. This was hopeless, Frey Starlight POV. In the Age of Legends, it was impossible to tell the difference between monster and man. 300 years ago, during the War of Light, the battle between humanity and the extermination core of that vile race reached its peak. Demons waged war against countless forms of life across this vast universe. Humans were not their only target. In truth, humans were not even the strongest among their prey, but that did not change the fact that the first extermination core to enter human territory was enough to push them to the brink of extinction. As the world itself convulsed in metamorphosis, humanity's slumbering potential erupted, primordial Urs awakening in the crucible of planetary chaos. From this maelstrom rose Kezes Valerian, the greatest warrior and the first emperor of this world. He stood against the highest-ranked demons, and in the end, sacrificed himself, igniting his very soul to seal the rift and prevent the demons from invading. This legendary being left his will to wander the world for decades, waiting for one worthy of his And that chosen one was Snow, the protagonist of the story, the one I was forced to defeat. I clenched my fist at the thought. The one-sword style was undeniably overwhelming. At present, I had no style at all. A swordsman without a combat style was, quite literally, nothing. No matter how much he trained, no matter what he did, he could never reach true strength. But I was not worried about that. After all, let's talk a little about the hero worshipped by so many in this world, the one-sword Kezes Valerian. Was he strong? My answer is yes. He was beyond Urfel, an SS-class existence with enough strength to shake the world. But was he the strongest, the ultimate human? My answer is no, and I doubt it. One sword was undeniably great, but not the only one. That was something I knew as the creator of this story, yet the one sword had led this world into a delusion. During the War of Light, many great warriors emerged, perhaps even ones who surpassed the one sword himself. Names like the sword god Avalon and the patriarch of the Black Death, Chun Ma. Both could have achieved what the one sword did, but they didn't. Because they understood the truth, the that sealed the rift was merely a child's game to the Demon King. Even his highest-ranking demons could shatter this so-called impregnable defense. Had it not been for the larger-scale war that demons waged across various races, Earth would have long since ceased to exist. Understanding this, warriors like the Sword God had no interest in noble sacrifices or sealing rifts. They were warriors, bloodthirsty ones. Even before awakening their they were fighters by nature, madmen who tried to take the war to the demon's realm, crossing the rift to spread havoc. What I sought now was one of these madmen's techniques, Chun Ma's 10,000 steps of shadow. Without it, my entire plan was worthless. I needed this style, no matter the cost. Luckily, I knew where to find it. The story's hero, Snow, was destined to find it far in the future while hunting for a weapon, stumbling upon Chun Ma's blade and the accompanying martial art. By then, however, he'd already mastered the one-sword style. In truth, that subplot existed solely to introduce readers to ancient legends. I knew where it was, but therein lay the problem. Chun Ma was a warrior of Chinese descent. His style was hidden within his sect's ruins, buried beneath what was once the Himalayas in China. Now, however, that region lay at the heart of the Nightmare Land, a domain infested with glass beasts and worse. My chances of surviving a journey from the Eastern Empire's borders zero. But did that mean I would give up? Never. I had a plan up my sleeve. Though most of it was built on mere conjecture, I trusted my instincts as the one who created this world from nothing. Whether I would succeed or not, only time would tell. Without realizing it, I had already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, I awoke as usual in my training hall bed. I'd long lost count of how many times I'd opened my eyes to the ceiling. Following the habits of this body, I awoke at precisely 6 in the morning, took a long bath due to my obsession with cleanliness, and spent the rest of the time doing whatever I pleased. But today was different. At 7 a.m. sharp, I'd take my first step into this world. A 3-day journey to the Aklas Mountains, home to the Starlight family's headquarters. This would be my first time leaving Starlight Palace. I felt like a bird escaping its cage, equal parts exhilarated and uneasy. I chose clothes from Frey's massive wardrobe and left my room. The servants had already prepared everything, and I found Ada waiting for me downstairs. She would be my escort during the inauguration ceremony. In the main story, this would have been impossible, Ada agreeing to accompany Frey or live with him. And yet, here we were, the Starlight siblings together for the first time. I sat across from her and quietly ate my breakfast. Apart from the brief morning greetings we exchanged, Ada and I had not spoken a word during breakfast for the entire past month. That didn't bother me. As long as our cooperative relationship remained intact, I asked for nothing more. Ada Starlight's POV. I couldn't stop watching him. It had been a month since I moved in with my little brother, the one they called the devil. I loathed him to the core. He was corrupt, an evil existence unworthy of being part of this family, and I had believed that with all my heart. So I refused to accept what was happening. In the past, Frey left disasters wherever he went, irresponsible, self-serving, caring only about himself. But somehow he'd changed. First, he gave up his title and privileges to me, fulfilling my greatest dream, so much so that I couldn't believe it at first. That day, I started watching him. My little brother, Frey. He suddenly began following a strict daily training routine. He started requesting various training potions and occasionally asking me bizarre questions he should have already known the answers to. What was even stranger, Frey had stopped tormenting the servants. He had always shouted over the smallest things, throwing violent tantrums that led to disasters. In the past, he harassed the noblewomen of major families and had long been obsessed with the daughter of the Moonlight family's lord, now not a flicker of interest. He'd grown cold, detached, shoulders perpetually weighted as if bearing mountains. When he'd told me he wanted to focus on his swordsmanship and escape the family's nonsense, especially their attempts to kill him, those last words left a bitter taste. Did I pity him? No. He deserved every ounce of contempt for what he had done. But if somehow he had truly decided to change, to finally become serious again, truly return to the kind younger brother I'd once known, then I would protect him with everything I had. These were my thoughts as I watched his back while we departed Starlight Palace, servants bowing in our wake. Today, our journey to the main family estate would begin. Frey Starlight's POV. I boarded the carriage waiting for us at the palace gates. Inside, Ada sat across from me. I still wasn't used to the strange technologies this world relied on. This carriage resembled a limousine, except for the fact that it had no wheels and instead hovered above the ground. I remember writing about something like this in the past, vehicles aired by aura, gliding effortlessly over the earth. But seeing it in reality, I couldn't help but admit how ridiculous the idea was. The carriage shook slightly as the driver set it in motion. At the front, an armored vehicle cleared the way, while riders followed from behind, escorting us along the road. We had a long journey ahead, over 1,000 kilometers to be precise. Although the trip wasn't supposed to take a full 3 days, it was still understandable for 2 reasons. The first was the danger of flying too high. The skies were far from safe, ruled by terrifying creatures that claimed the heavens as their domain. The second was our destination. The Empire was filled with teleportation gates connecting major cities, but since Starlight's headquarters was a military stronghold, no gates were available nearby. And so we were forced to travel the long way. The scenery blurred past the carriage window at incredible speeds. From time to time, I saw people and other vehicles soaring along the roads. I saw strange architectural designs, things I had once only imagined in my mind. I was happy to see the world I had created come to life. And yet, I was devastated to be a part of it. Watching the rapidly shifting scenery, I found myself wishing for what had happened before, when I was in the car with my family. I wanted more than anything for that light to return and take me back to my world. But that was nothing more than a one-sided wish. Frey, never mind. Ada averted her gaze, as if she had stopped herself from saying something. If you have something to say, just say it. Who knows, this pleasant little journey might be our last chance to talk freely. I meant what I said. I was likely about to embark on a long journey, one that could very well end in my death. I know, don't worry about me, I just spoke without thinking. I caught a fleeting sadness on Ada's face, but I didn't understand why. Of course, I had no way of knowing that she simply wanted to ask, Frey, why do you always look so sad? Naturally, I wouldn't know. I didn't have a mirror to see my expressions all the time. The 3 days passed quicker than expected. We stopped only at designated rest areas, traveling solely at dawn. Finally, we arrived at Starlight's territory, evident from the relentless checkpoints and the eerie absence of civilians for kilometers. I lifted my gaze to mountains so colossal they pierced the clouds, the eastern border peaks, Mount Aklas. Spanning thousands of kilometers, they formed a natural barrier against the nightmare lands. At their heart lay the Starlight family's stronghold. It was only a matter of time before we arrived. What I saw left me speechless. Before me stood an enormous structure that rivaled the towering mountains surrounding it. It resembled a small city, encased in brilliant white marble, the signature of House Starlight. Grand palaces clustered together, forming an architectural masterpiece. Incredible, I muttered under my breath. On the other hand, Ada let out a soft chuckle, amused that I had finally dropped my indifferent facade. Well, I couldn't help it. What I saw was truly breathtaking. The vehicle came to a halt, and we stepped out to be greeted by heavily armored guards. I stiffened immediately as I stood before them. An invisible pressure radiated from their bodies, a silent testament to their overwhelming strength. Of course, my rank was merely F, but the fact that even the gate guards possessed such made me instinctively wary. It only emphasized Starlight's might. The knights greeted both Ada and me before stepping aside to let us pass. Their expressions remained rigid beneath their helmets, completely devoid of emotion. They were machines in human guise. We entered a vast courtyard where hundreds of soldiers trained, their combined aura radiating oppressive force. Some wielded weapons, others fought barehanded, but most gripped rifles. Yes, this world had guns. After all, combat techniques were limited. Not everyone was strong enough to awaken any notable talent. And with the demons waging war against humanity, an alternative was necessary. A solution: these advanced firearms that fired ore-infused bullets. A means that allowed everyone to fight. Of course, firearms were vastly inferior to swords and other weapons that enhanced martial techniques. But even so, they made a difference. I was deeply intrigued. Until I mastered the technique I sought, I urgently needed a means to protect myself. And the answer was right in front of me. Lost in observing the firearms and the bullets flying in every direction, I failed to notice the giant man approaching me. I only realized his presence when a crushing pressure suddenly fell upon me, making me want to kneel. When I looked up, I saw a muscular man with long white hair and a terrifying scar over his right eye. I barely managed to steady myself before Ada stepped forward, standing between us. It's been a while, General Byron. The suffocating aura from the giant, apparently named Byron, receded as he smiled at Ada. Well, look who honors us, he said. Long time no see, Lady Ada, and you, Lord Frey. His voice was harsh, and he failed to hide his disdain when he spoke my name. He had been speaking of Ada with such admiration, only to suddenly sound like he wanted to spit the moment he mentioned me. I chose to remain silent, letting Ada take the lead. I see your rank strength is as impressive as ever, Byron, but I hope you remember to mind your place before the lord of this house, even if you're just joking. Hearing Ada's tone, Byron's eyes widened in shock. He wasn't the only one surprised. I hadn't expected this either. His thoughts were probably along the lines of, since when does Lady Ada defend Frey? As for me, my thoughts were similar. Why is Ada standing up for me? She despised Frey, didn't she? In the end, Byron begrudgingly apologized before stepping aside, though his disgust remained evident. As I expected, Frey was hated here as well. What did I expect? He was the villain doomed to die in every possible scenario. On the other hand, my respect for Ada grew. Byron was an Arank, while Ada was merely a Drank. But Ada's achievements within the family spoke for themselves. Her brilliance in managing the family's affairs had earned her authority far beyond her strength. A faint smile crossed my lips. You have an incredible sister, Frey. With Ada by my side, I stepped deeper into the den of beasts, Frey's Starlight POV. I will grant this world only one thing, my dick. What? I wandered through the colossal corridors of the Starlight family's castle alongside Ada. I was in such awe that I treaded cautiously at all times, unable to appreciate the grandeur of the place because of it. Vague yet overwhelming pressure pressed down on me from afar, an invisible force akin to 1,000 needles pricking me from every direction. I couldn't even begin to estimate their numbers. Places that housed such a concentration of monsters were rare, probably countable on one hand. With my head lowered, I walked on, fully aware that I was being watched by these giants. I dared not do anything reckless, at least not yet. Ada occasionally glanced back to check on me, and I caught a fleeting trace of pity in her expression. She said nothing, and I did the same. From time to time, we encountered people along the way. The Starlight family was massive. Besides the main family, numerous branch families coexisted under its banner. It was only natural to meet so many people. Most of them bowed politely before us, yet their venomous stares burned into me. Sometimes I wondered, why do they hate Frey so much? Not that I needed to ask. His memories told me everything. If my memory served me right, Frey's first assassination attempt in the original story took place after he entered the temple. Though he died in every possible storyline, he always survived the first third of the story. After all, he was the primary villain during the first year at the temple. So theoretically, I wasn't in any immediate danger unless I did something truly idiotic. After all, who in this world would dare mess with the Starlight family? Well, look who we have here. Isn't this the one and only disgrace of the family? A mocking voice shattered my thoughts. At the corridor's end stood a boy with snow-white hair styled in a rounded cut and piercing gray eyes. His aristocratic attire blended blue, white, and gray impeccably. Behind him loomed a girl mirroring his features, though shorter, her head tilted with bored indifference. Who is this, and what did he just say, the disgrace of the family? I rummaged through Frey's memories to identify him, but before I could, Ada, ever the proactive one, stepped forward. It's been a while, Imund, Klana. You've both grown splendidly. Ah, right, the two before me were twins, Frey's cousins. Both were the same age as him. In response, the girl, Klana, gave a small nod with a mischievous smirk, while the boy Imund took a few light steps forward. You've become even more beautiful, Lady Ada. It's wonderful to see you again, but unfortunately, I wasn't talking to you. Imund gestured lightly toward me. What's the matter, dear cousin, hiding behind your sister? Are you even a man, ha? Ooh. Now look at this. I never expected to see someone talking to Frey like this before. I don't recall writing anything about these twins, which meant I was now facing the unknown, characters as good as non-existent. I stepped beside Ada with a smile. Yes, I'm right here, cousin. How have you been? Min frowned before forcing a smirk of his own. You seem thrilled to flaunt that grin. Is the Lord's title that intoxicating? I shrugged in response. Oh, absolutely. I'm practically dying of joy. In fact, I'm so happy that I feel like screaming at the top of my lungs, I am the Lord. For everyone to hear, aren't you happy too, Imund? With 2 steps forward, I closed the distance, standing chest to chest with him. Your beloved cousin is about to become the official lord of this family. Surely, you must be weeping with joy, am I right? Min's expression cycled from shifting from mockery to a scowl, then to anger. At the side, his sister, Klana, wore a delighted expression, as if she were watching an entertaining show. Ada, on the other hand, looked ready to intervene at any moment. Min took another step forward, standing so close it seemed as if we were about to kiss. Hey, Frey, don't you have any shame after everything you've done? With your pathetic qualifications, you still have the audacity to show your face here. You really think you'll claim the title of Lord someone as unrefined as you, a cursed bastard like you? Imund was truly seething. Meanwhile, I continued smiling. Yes, I do. After all, who is more qualified than me, you? Provoked, Imund yelled, yes, I. But before he could finish, a slender hand stopped him from behind. Klana placed her hand on his shoulder, her gaze sharp and dangerous. Immediately, Imund held himself back, regaining his composure. He stepped back a few paces, then let out a soft chuckle. So Frey, you claim that a dark attribute user like you is qualified, huh? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not, who knows? It was clear that I was provoking Imund every chance I got, but this time, it seemed he had a countermeasure prepared. A sly grin crept onto his face. Then why don't you prove it, Frey? How do we do that? It's simple. He pointed at me, then at himself before making his challenge. You and me, one and on. I want to see how strong the future lord of the family truly is, shall we? Seeing Imund's confident stance, I couldn't help but frown. I cast a quick glance at his waist, where a longsword rested in its sheath. Imund thought he had cornered me. Tilting my head in feigned ignorance, I asked, and why should I bother doing something like that? What did you say? I have nothing to prove to someone like you, Imund. Now, move aside. I don't have all day to play with you. Ignoring him in stunned silence, I walked forward, calling out to Ada. Let's go, Ada. Yes. In an instant, we left the twins behind, heading toward our destination. Behind me, Imund's voice rang out, unable to contain his frustration. Frey, you coward, get back here. Well, he was talking to a brick wall. I didn't even bother turning around. What? With a sideways glance, Ada spoke. You handled that well. I shrugged, I suppose so. Min was just a child, so this was the best way to deal with him. After all, I wasn't free enough to babysit a 16-year-old, and besides, I was certain I'd lose if I fought him. I didn't know Min's exact strength, but I was sure he was stronger than me. Every member of the Starlight family used the family's signature Stardust style, which required at least a light attribute to wield. Compared to Amund, who had likely spent his entire childhood training, my single month of practice and recent promotion to rank F were utterly insignificant. I was dubbed the disgrace of the family because of my dark attribute, but in the end, it was the perfect attribute for the combat style I sought to master. So we'll see who laughs last. What? After passing the twins, we arrived at a massive door adorned with the Starlight family's insignia. Frey, this is the Regent's office. The regent of the family, I was forced to ask. Even though I possessed Frey's memories, they were more like an immense, chaotic archive filled with countless pieces of information. I could access them, but finding what I needed amidst that mess was another story entirely. Ada, seemingly accustomed to my ignorance, responded with an expressionless face. Guardian of the family is one of the most irful figure after the Council of Elders. He has served the family for decades. Though he is, in essence, just a servant, his strength commands great respect within the household. After all, he reached S rank some time ago. My eyes widened involuntarily. An S ranker, just a servant. A rank like that would make him a certified hero anywhere else, and yet, within the Starlight family, he was merely a servant. Maybe I had underestimated this family after all. Ada knocked lightly on the door, and it swung open instantly, revealing the room beyond. Startled by the immediate response, I saw an old man standing inside, upright like a spear. He wore a sharp black tuxedo, standing with an air of elegance. White leather gloves covered his hands. His left hand rested on the doorknob, while his right was positioned neatly behind his back. A neatly trimmed beard covered his chin, and his long, silver hair was tied back. His piercing gaze swept over me from head to toe. Lady Ada, Lord Frey. The butler bowed gracefully and gestured inside. Please come in, I have been expecting you. Thank you, Vulcan. Ada smiled as she stepped in. I nodded slightly and followed her inside. Being received in such a manner by an S-rank awakener, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, especially since I was merely in Frank. We settled onto an elegant couch while Vulcan sat across from us, a table between us. Behind him was a polished desk, and to the side a door, presumably leading to a private restroom. The room was spacious and refined. From the tea on the table to the neatly arranged hors d'oeuvres, it was clear Vulcan had been expecting us. Everything looked as if it had been set up mere moments before our arrival. His precision was remarkable. Seeing Vulcan lift his teacup, I did the same, taking a sip. It was, without question, the best tea I had ever tasted. I steadied myself, forcing my attention back to the old butler, who, I noticed, had not taken his eyes off me since the moment I entered. Ada, sensing the tense atmosphere, took the initiative to break the silence. I see you've been waiting for us, Vulcan. Indeed, I have been watching over you since the moment you arrived, Lady Ada. As expected of the Regent. So I was being watched after all, I sighed internally, doing my best to ignore Vulcan's unwavering gaze. The Guardian clasped his hands together and leaned forward slightly. I assume you are here for the Lord's Ascension ceremony. I nodded. As per family tradition, Lord Frey will stand before the elders in a gathering that most members of the Starlight family will attend to witness the birth of their new lord. Vulcan turned his gaze to me before continuing. You are permitted to bring one companion with you when you face the council. There, you will engage in an open discussion with the elders before being officially appointed as the Lord of the Starlight family. Is everything clear so far? I nodded again, unable to bring myself to speak in front of this old butler. Very well, the council will convene tomorrow. As for today, we have arranged a small celebration to commemorate your coming of age, Lord Frey. You are free to spend your time as you wish. Your rooms have already been prepared. With that, I believe I have covered your schedule for the day. I nodded a third time, while Ada smiled politely. Yes, you have, thank you. Ada turned to me. Well, I suppose we're done here, aren't we? Sensing the suffocating atmosphere, she subtly urged me to leave, but just as we were about to stand, Vulcan spoke again. Before that, Lady Ada, may I have a moment alone with Lord Frey? Ada flinched slightly before glancing at me. I wasn't much better off. I hadn't expected this, nor did I have any idea what the old butler wanted. Still, I found myself nodding a fourth time, this time to Ada. Fine, let's see what you have to say, old man. With clear hesitation, Ada left the room, leaving me alone with Vulcan. A heavy silence stretched between us. Despite being a servant, I didn't dare speak first. Even if I combined both my past and present lifetimes, this man had lived far longer. Not to mention, he could kill me with a mere flick of his finger. Vulcan idly swirled his teacup. Lord Frey, do you know who I am? I kept my face impassive. You are the Grand Regent of this family. That is correct, Vulcan nodded. But it is also wrong. Wrong, I questioned, uncertain of what he meant. Yes, people may call me what they wish, Guardian Warrior Vulcan, but none of that matters. I was and always will be the Lord's servant. The Lord's servant, I muttered. That's right. Which means, starting tomorrow, I will be your servant. An S-rank awakener as my servant. I was about to overanalyze the implications of those words when Vulcan cut me off. Let's talk about the lords before you, Lord Frey. He stood and walked toward his desk, his hands clasped behind his back. I served the second lord, Isn't Starlight, your grandfather, until the final days of his life. Then I served the third lord, Abraham Starlight, your father, until his death. And now I live to serve you. Do you know what that means? I remained silent. I knew little about the men he spoke of, and I couldn't grasp what he was getting at. Fortunately, Vulcan answered his own question. It means I am a failure of a servant, an incompetent one who outlived his lords, not once but twice. Vulcan turned to face me again. Both your grandfather and father were great warriors, noble men who dedicated their lives to this family and to this world. They died on the battlefield, saving a worthless servant like me, along with tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of others. Vulcan was now standing just a few steps away from me. Somehow, without my notice, he closed the distance between us. He paid no heed to my growing unease as he continued. But what about you, Lord Frey? I stiffened. What about me? I responded with a question of my own. Lord Frey, tell me, what do you see? What do I see? My eyes widened in shock, and my lips trembled violently as realization struck. The entire room quaked violently as an overwhelming presence edged down upon me, an S-rank warrior's aura unleashed without restraint. A visible force spread through the air, engulfing Vulcan. He disappeared within it, leaving only his glowing eyes piercing through the veil of raw, destructive energy. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, staring into the abyss before me. For the first time in this world, I felt fear. Frey Starlight, this old servant, has but one wish in his life. This time I want to die before my lord does. But mark my words, if in any way. The pressure intensified with every word, threatening to crush my frank body into dust. If you bring ruin to this family, if you disgrace their legacy, if you tarnish their name, then rest assured, I will kill you and then take my own life. My breath hitched as I stared at this monstrous existence. My heart pounded violently, my body trembling uncontrollably. Then, the door rattled violently as Ada tried to force her way in, but Vulcan's oppressive aura barred her. Then came the laughter, hollow, unhinged, but it wasn't Vulcan. No, the old man's face twisted deeper into a scowl. Oh, that laughter was mine. It seemed I was the one laughing. What did he just say, kill me? Ah, that's right. I spread my arms wide open and shouted at the top of my lungs. Come on, do it, kill me. What? Vulcan couldn't believe what he was hearing. You old son of a bitch, who said I ever wanted to live in the first place. I'm just someone clinging to a fragile thread of hope, a madman chasing after a sliver of light at the end of a dark tunnel. You think I want to keep living in this damned world? Go ahead, do it, at least that way. I won't have to go through with the insane thing I'm planning to do. I fought against the tremor in my body and forced a terrifying smile onto my face. Come on, you bastard, do it. Fuck you and your masters. Suddenly, Vulcan stopped himself, and the overwhelming pressure vanished. In an instant, he bent at a perfect 90-degree angle and spoke loudly. My apologies, Lord Starlight. Punish me as you see fit. He apologized immediately, his face still frozen in shock. He had never expected this reaction, especially from the coward Frey. Punish you? Get up, old man. I'm not your lord. Vulcan raised his head as I stood from my seat. Ada had rushed inside as well. I shot a cold glance at Vulcan. I don't need a servant, nor did I ever want one. Don't worry, I won't be the lord in the first place. The old man flinched. What do you mean? You'll get your answer tomorrow. Without waiting for his response, I left the room, leaving Vulcan behind. Vulcan! Ada addressed the old servant, her expression full of disdain. You dared to threaten my brother. Rest assured, I won't forget this. Without another word, she followed after me, leaving Vulcan standing there in confusion. He kept his gaze on my back until the very end. Only one question circled in his mind: what happened to Lord Frey? Sons of bitches. I walked swiftly through the vast hallways of this cursed place, hearing Ada's footsteps as she tried to catch up with me. My heart pounded relentlessly, refusing to calm down. This was terrifying as hell. How had I even managed to respond that way in the first place after all? I had been trembling nonstop. Maybe I really was insane. Well, it didn't matter anymore. Frey, wait. I turned to face my sister. Yes, what is it? Are you okay? Did he hurt you anywhere? I let out a bitter laugh. Since when do you care about my well-being? Ada, I thought you'd be happy to see this. Ada frowned. I'm not worried about you, but what happened here could affect our standing. We are the main family, and they are just a branch. Don't forget that. That's why I will make sure he knows his place. I saw the hatred in her eyes and pitied Vulcan, who would soon become her servant. Hawes, spare me the family crap. I had reached the room that had been prepared for me. As I reached out to turn the doorknob, Ada stopped me. What do you think you're doing? A banquet is being held in your honor, and the entire family has gathered. You should at least make an appearance. I laughed. A banquet in my honor. Let's not kid ourselves, Ada, sons of bitches. When have they ever shown me anything but contempt? And now, when I'm about to become the Lord, they suddenly want to be on my good side. This is nonsense. None of the elders even bothered to meet me in person. They just sent Vulcan instead. Ada fell silent. She couldn't deny what I had said. I'll rest in my room until the council meeting. Until then, let them celebrate my honor or someone else's. I don't care. I stepped into my room and shut the door behind me, leaving my sister standing there alone. Maybe I had been too considerate of her lately, but Vulcan's last threat reminded me of what I had to do. These people were just characters I had created. At best, they were tools. What mattered was achieving my goal. That was the only thing that mattered. Cold. Ada stood there at the door. Frey had reverted to that cold, unreadable man once again. She could no longer understand him. Sometimes he seemed sad, other times angry, but most of the time cold. He had improved slightly over the past few days, yet after meeting Vulcan, he quickly returned to his detached self. She couldn't grasp what was happening to him. He was certainly better than the old, wicked Frey. After all, he hadn't harmed anyone during her entire stay with him. He had matured. But she wasn't sure. Had he truly changed, or was this just the calm before the storm? With these thoughts in mind, Ada left for the banquet. Preserving the family's reputation was her priority for now. Frey Starlight POV. I leaned against the door. I was inside a vast room with high walls, luxurious furniture, a moderately sized bed. It was equipped with almost everything my previous room had, except for the bed size. I spotted a rocking chair to the side and threw myself onto it. I swayed gently, staring at the ceiling. The bastards are watching me. It was an undeniable truth. From the moment I set foot in this place, I had been under surveillance. The Senate, a group of rusted cogs, hypocrites to the core. Those fools were trying to suppress me as much as possible. If not for Frey's father's will, they would have killed the owner of this body long ago. It was said they respected Abraham Starlight, Frey's father, but I failed to see the respect in what they did. Sure, they didn't kill me, but they did something worse. I had realized everything during my month-long stay with Ada. First, Frey had been completely isolated from the family's lands. His manor was placed on the far side of the empire, as if they were exiling him or making it easier to eliminate him. Second, his training was deliberately stifled. Someone of his standing should have had access to the best resources to ascend to higher ranks, but instead, they kept him at the bottom. Third, they attempted to kill Frey through indirect means. That was why they gave him that ridiculous skill, seduction, hoping he would use it on a noble family's daughter and cause a scandal that would justify his execution. They wanted me dead, but couldn't lay a hand on me directly. This led me to one conclusion: the Senate was divided. One faction wanted me dead by any means necessary, while the other despised me but respected Abraham's will. The first faction was trying to kill me indirectly. Let's call them the bastards who want me dead. As for the second faction, the bastards who hate me but won't kill me. Was there a third faction? I didn't think so, but I would find out soon enough. Perhaps they had hoped Vulcan would kill me and take the E himself, leading to his own demise. I stood from the chair and walked to the balcony. Mountains surrounded us on all sides, making for a breathtaking view when you wouldn't see every day. My plan starts here. They want me dead, and I will grant them their wish. My plan was simple. First, I would renounce my title as Lord, shocking everyone. Then I had to appear as someone suicidal. I had already taken the first step in front of Vulcan when I told him to kill me. I had tried to appear as insane as possible, fully aware that they were watching. Seeing me desperate for death, I would play my final card. I want to go on a training journey. To where? The Nightmare Lands, the place that was once called China. Alone. Alone. A person like me, ranked F, had zero chances of survival there, or so they would think, but I had a few tricks up my sleeve. They would believe they had finally rid themselves of me. Foolish Frey walked to his death, but they wouldn't realize that they were the very reason I would survive. Perfect, isn't it? I would have them send me directly to the location of the 10,000 steps of shadow technique. My plan relied on wild assumptions on my part. Whether it would succeed or not, I would find out tomorrow. That night, I couldn't sleep. And here we are. I was forced to endure the maids surrounding me, insisting on dressing me up. I had no idea how much time had passed, but it felt like hours. And I finally looked at the mirror. I wanted to throw up. I looked like a spoiled child in expensive clothes. With my hair neatly styled to the side, I truly resembled one of those arrogant nobles. Calm down, I just need to endure today. Eventually, I met Ada, who wore a stunning black dress, seemingly coordinating with me. We made our way to the designated place. Several servants accompanied us along the way. At last, we arrived at the grand hall where the event would take place. I took a deep breath as I stared at the colossal doors before me, doors large enough to accommodate a giant elephant. "We can escort you no further, my lord. From here on, only the lord and his companion may proceed." The servants withdrew, leaving us alone. Exchanging a brief nod with Ada, I pushed open the massive doors, channeling some aura into my arms to move them. As the doors parted, I realized I had underestimated the situation. Instantly, hundreds, if not more, pairs of eyes fell upon me. The hall before me was vast, like a grand stadium, surrounded by luxurious balconies. Everything was adorned in gold and white. Straight ahead, a raised platform loomed above all, with 12 seats placed upon it. Seated in those chairs were the most ireful individuals in this family. The moment I felt the cold stares directed at me, all the feigned composure I had mustered vanished, replaced by tension. I stepped forward hesitantly, taking my designated spot in the center of everything. Clenching my fists, I steadied my expression. This isn't a meeting, this is a trial for me. The realization annoyed me, but I let it slide. I was too weak to have a voice here. Raising my head, I tried to recognize the figures before me. The room was abuzz with murmurs. Of all the Starlight family members, I remembered only two, an old man and a woman. They were the only ones I had taken the time to develop and who played a role in the events. Among the 12, an old man sat in the center, exuding an air of dominance, as if silently declaring, "I am the leader here." It must be him, the immortal lion, Leonide Starlight, supposedly over 150 years old, yet look at him. Sitting upright like a spear, his thick flowing hair swept back, and his beard resembling a lion's mane. His gaze alone was enough to bury me where I stood. This was the head of the Senate, the strongest within the family, an awakened being of rank S+, only a step away from SS. I lowered my head and endured the wave of disdain directed at me. I was forced to bear this burden, but that was fine. I needed every reason to hate this world even more. Once Leonides had seen enough, he raised his hand. That simple motion was enough to silence the entire hall, further reinforcing his authority. Turning his attention back to me, he spoke, his deep voice rumbling through the hall like thunder. "Frey Starlight." He paused briefly before continuing. "Son of Abraham Starlight." Every word he spoke sent a tremor down my spine, as if he were shouting right beside my ear. I couldn't tell if it was some kind of skill or simply the sheer weight of his presence, but he had no intention of falling silent anytime soon. The grandson of my elder brother, Isan Starlight, who in turn was the son of our father, the founder of this family, Nova Starlight. That was a name I was familiar with. After all, Nova was one of the few who had reached the SSS rank. The immortal lion's eyes gleamed as he continued. "Every name I mentioned, except yours, has been a lord of this family for the past 300 years. Each of them elevated this family through blood and tears, and most importantly, through strength." I watched as a visible force continuously radiated from Leonide's body, his aura expanding until it enveloped the entire hall. Finally, that energy gathered and took shape, manifesting into 3 massive figures in the air. Each one represented a former lord of the family. Witnessing this breathtaking display of aura control, the hall erupted into applause and cheers. Even the elders seated beside him showed their admiration. I looked up and felt the weight of this It was terrifying. Once he had basked in enough applause and praise, Leonidas raised his hand again. Tell me, son of Abraham, compared to these monsters I have just painted in the air, what do you have to offer? So you're trying to corner me, fine, I'll play your game. There was no doubt about it, Leonidas was on the side that wanted Frey dead. I stepped forward toward the voice amplifier placed before me. Clearing my throat, I declared, my name is Frey Starlight, the first of his name. Fate has led me here to stand before you today. You have asked me what I can offer compared to my ancestors, and my answer is simple. What I have to offer is nothing. I spoke my words and took a step back, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Frey Starlight POV. Nothing. A single word echoed in everyone's minds. Frey Starlight had, without a doubt, just mocked Leonidas Starlight, the first elder of the family. Before their eyes, an ant had dared to challenge a mighty dragon. The atmosphere inside the hall was on the verge of exploding, especially under the terrifying glow emanating from Leonidas's eyes. I think I acted too hastily. Maybe I shouldn't have provoked him. After all, what's the point if he loses his mind and kills me now? Suddenly, the sound of laughter echoed. I followed the voice and saw a woman seated to Leonidas's right. She was laughing uncontrollably, her chest rising and falling with each chuckle. Ah, she's exactly as I imagined. I smiled as I looked at the woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with silver-gray hair and deep, black eyes. She was the very definition of an alluring woman. Of course, one must not forget the fact that she was an elder who had maintained her youthful appearance until now. What do you find so amusing, Carmen? Leonidas exhaled sharply, restraining himself as Carmen's laughter lingered. Thanks to her, the suffocating tension in the room had dissipated. Carmen Starlight, perhaps the only person who could laugh in Leonidas's face. After all, she was on the same level as him. Sorry, old man. I was just so bored that I couldn't help myself after hearing that, ha ha ha. Leonidas clenched the armrest of his grand chair so tightly that it crumbled to dust. Then, in a commanding voice, he spoke. Compose yourself, Carmen. Do not forget your place. All right, my apologies. Carmen finally stopped laughing, realizing she had crossed the line. With that, the attention shifted back to me. Frey Starlight, are you mocking this council and me? At his question, I stepped forward. I would never mock you, sir. I meant every word. I have nothing to offer this family. I took a deep breath before continuing. Because I will not be the next lord. Leonidas raised an eyebrow, and the hall erupted in murmurs as people whispered among themselves. He won't be the next lord. What does he mean by that? I sighed internally. Why did they have to bring such a large audience? They're going to comment on every single word I say. How annoying. Leonidas silenced the crowd before speaking again. What do you mean, Frey Starlight, didn't you come here to claim the title of lord? I nodded. Correct, but not for myself. Turning around, I extended my arm toward my sister. I am relinquishing my position and everything that comes with it to my sister, Ada Starlight, because she is the one most deserving of it. Ada stepped forward, standing beside me. The hall exploded into even louder chaos than before, and even the council members began discussing among themselves. Leonidas kept his eyes on me until the very last moment. I had no idea what he was thinking. I expected a dull meeting, but look at this, things are getting interesting. Carmen laughed as she stretched out in her chair, enjoying the spectacle. I braced myself for what was coming next. Stop this nonsense, Frey Starlight. And there it was. Leonidas rose from his chair, standing before the rest of the elders. I don't understand. Why would you relinquish the title? As far as I know, you were desperate to obtain it. Then, sir, you do not know me. With all due respect, I never desired the position of lord, nor am I worthy of it. On the contrary, I took it from its rightful owner, Ada Starlight. Tell me, Elder Leonidas, is there anyone in this family more deserving than her? I posed the question and looked around the hall. At first, many heads were raised, but they were quickly suppressed, including Emund, whom I had met just the day before. Leonidas stroked his beard as he gazed at Ada. She was weak for her age, but that was not the measure of her worth. After all, her achievements spoke for themselves. Even better, if she became the lord, the despised Frey would not. I took advantage of his silence to continue. She's the youngest person in history to manage the family's affairs and achieve such success. Her accomplishments speak for themselves. No one her age has accomplished even half of what she has. In fact, aside from the elders, I doubt anyone here has the courage to challenge her. She has dedicated her life to working for this family, and in comparison, what am I? I shrugged with a self-deprecating smile. As I said before, nothing. She is the one who should be Lord. I stepped back, waiting for their response. In truth, I wasn't worried. I was confident they wouldn't refuse. After all, I was giving them exactly what they wanted. Frey. I felt a tug from behind. It was Ada. Yes, what is it? Didn't you exaggerate? Exaggerate, if anything. I don't think I said enough. Maybe you should have stepped forward and spoken for yourself. Ada lowered her head, her expression unreadable. What's this? Is she bad at handling praise, or is she just happy to get the position? Well, that didn't matter. The important part was still ahead. Step forward, Frey Starlight. Leonides called out to me once again. As expected, they didn't take long. I had given them what they wanted. Now, it was time for them to give me what I wanted. Frey Starlight, I must ask you one last time. Are you certain of your decision by doing this? You're going against the wishes of your father, Abraham, who wanted you to be this family's lord. I am certain of my decision. I had no interest in Abraham's wishes. He was Frey's father, not mine. Since this is your final decision, I am pleased to inform you that we have accepted your request. But tell me, what do you intend to do after relinquishing your title? Will you live under your sister's shadow for the rest of your life? I smiled. That doesn't sound too bad, living under my dear sister's protection. But unfortunately, I already have other plans. Oh, let's hear them then. I couldn't afford to mess this up. After giving up my position, I wish to focus on my swordsmanship. I have realized that I am far too weak, so I intend to embark on a training journey. For that, I seek your approval, sir. A training journey? Yes, I want to go to the Eastern Nightmare Lands. A flicker of surprise crossed Leonidas's otherwise calm face, and even Ada frowned at my words. Understandable. After all, I had never told her my destination. Frey Starlight, did I hear you correctly? You said you want to go to the Eastern Nightmare Lands. That's correct, I nodded. Laughter erupted from the audience. They were probably starting to think I was insane. Do you even know what awaits you there? I'm well aware of the dangers of the Nightmare Lands, but I'm still determined to go. Leonides fell silent, trying to process the situation. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the elders seated beside him. The gears turned in the old man's mind. Perhaps this was the best way to get rid of Frey, who had been a thorn in his side for years. Ironically, it seemed Frey intended to kill himself without any external intervention. If it were up to him, he would have sent him off to the Nightmare Lands immediately. But first, he needed to hear everyone's opinions and confirm Frey's true intentions. Frey Starlight, why do you want to go to the Eastern Nightmare Lands of all places if it's training you seek? Our family is more than capable, so why choose such a dangerous place? Tusk, you old hypocrite. Was he trying to act considerate? I knew he wanted me dead, so he might as well just admit it. The place I'm aiming for was once known as China. I've heard of Urful combat techniques there, and the Nightmare Lands provide an ideal environment for training. I was starting to hate myself for all the nonsense I was spouting. I probably looked like a fool right now. The spectators couldn't hold back their laughter. I heard chuckles from all around. It made sense. I was a mere Frank Awakener, a nobody claiming I wanted to train in a land swarming with creatures beyond S rank. It was ridiculous. Frey, what the hell are you? Ada, be quiet. Your part is over. I met Ada's gaze with cold eyes, making her flinch involuntarily. I didn't care about the laughter. All I needed was for those rusted tin cans sitting up top to agree. Let me get this straight. You want to go to the Eastern Nightmare Lands, to what you called China, and you want our help to make that happen. That's right, I can't cross the Oculus Mountains and the distance beyond on my own. I need the council to transport me to my destination. After that, I'll handle the rest myself. I was certain at least one person in the family could get me there effortlessly. This was the Starlight family, after all. Is that your only request? Actually, no. Before I leave for the Nightmare Lands, I want to claim 2 of the skills the family has collected. Leonides raised an eyebrow as the laughter abruptly ceased. On what grounds do you demand these skills? What a stupid question. Simple. I raised one finger. First, I am entitled to the skill granted upon reaching adulthood, just like any other member of the main family. I raised a second finger. Second, based on an agreement between me and Ada, my sister will transfer her right, as the heir, to choose a skill to me. And that makes it 2 skills. I clasped my hands behind my back and smiled at the council before me, but at that moment, how ridiculous. Another man rose from his seat and leaped off the platform. He accelerated as he descended, landing on the hall's floor. When I got a better look at him, I saw a man in his 50s, an older version of Amund. It wasn't surprising. His white hair and black eyes matched perfectly. Uncle Jian, Ada muttered beside me, confirming my suspicion. But the real question was, what did he want? Jian Leonides called out. But Jian ignored him, taking a few steps toward me. Forgive me, Leonides, but I refuse to participate in this childish farce any longer. A farce? My mind raced. I hadn't expected this, nor did I know what this man wanted. Nephew, did you know I've always been bothered by the fact that you're still alive? And it seems you too have realized it. That's why you're here, spouting nonsense about going to the nightmare lands. Even I can't roam freely there despite being an S rank, yet here you are, an insignificant Frank, declaring your desire to go, so I see you want to die. Jian unsheathed the long sword from his waist. Jian, don't stop me, Leonides. I understand that you wish to die, but to take two of our family's valuable skills with you. Why waste time instead of letting some random monster kill you? Let me do it here and now. No. Ada tried to step in, but she was swiftly suppressed. Stay out of this. I instinctively took a few steps back as well. Where the hell did this bastard come from? His strides didn't slow. I could see concentrated energy shimmering around his blade. White flames condensed into a salt-like substance. It was the Stardust technique. If he unleashed that aura on me, I wouldn't just die, I'd be erased. Are you kidding me? I glanced up at the elders. Leonidas still stood there, hands clasped behind his back. I turned toward the audience. Everyone averted their eyes. No one was going to step in. He was really going to kill me. Wait, was this the plan all along? Was Frey Starlight destined to die here from the start? A cold sweat ran down my back. I was wrong, I was arrogant. I thought I knew everything because I was the author. Jian stood before me, sword raised. Goodbye, disgrace of the family, Frey Starlight. I was going to die. I hadn't even lasted a month inside my own story. Pathetic. Jian's attack was too fast for me to track. I could only wait for the moment my body was obliterated. But nothing happened. Or rather, something did happen. I didn't know when, but in an instant, a woman appeared before me. Everything occurred in a single moment. The strike I couldn't even see was stopped by Carmen, who caught the blade of Stardust with her bare hand. Without hesitation, she twisted elegantly, delivering a devastating kick that sent Jian flying, burying him into the hall's wall. It all happened so fast that I stood there, speechless. Jian's sword remained in Carmen's grip. I saw the veins in her slender hand bulge as she clenched her fist, shattering the blade completely. Look at yourself, Leonides, playing tricks on a mere weak child. Carmen took 2 steps forward and stretched her body. You all know I don't care about this family's politics. I don't care who's on top or who's at the bottom, as long as I get a good fight. Isn't this pathetic, a whale-sized fish trying to swim with a tiny worm? Don't you agree, Jian? Jian crawled out of the crater in the wall, veins bulging on his forehead. Carmen, listen well, if this kid wants to die, let him do it on his own terms. Everyone here has the right to decide their fate, no more, no less. One moment he was about to be this family's lord, and now you want to kill him. Don't make me laugh. If anyone wants to take another step forward, they'll have to face me. That includes you too, old man. Carmen unleashed an oppressive S+ rank aura, freezing everyone in fear. Silver gauntlets materialized out of nowhere, covering her arms. She was ready for war. Meanwhile, Jian stepped forward again, manifesting a sword of pure energy. His aura was strong, but far weaker than Carmen's. But then the balance shifted once again. The immortal lion, Leonides, descended into the hall. Jian smirked in satisfaction. And for the first time, Carmen's expression darkened. Come forth. You got it, you old whore, Belarg. Suddenly, Jian vomited a bucket full of blood, the result of Leonidas' treacherous attack. Carmen hadn't expected that. Jian collapsed to the ground, his head crushed mercilessly under Leonidas' foot, his expression remaining empty until the very end. Finally, the immortal lion lifted Jian's lifeless body and turned to face the entire audience. My apologies, it seems Jian still couldn't restrain himself, displaying behavior unbefitting of the council. Forgive him. With that, Leonides tossed aside the body of the man who was supposed to be his peer, then stepped toward me. But Carmen quickly blocked his path. No need, he will get what he wants. He can go to the Nightmare Lands or any other land and die as he pleases. Carmen narrowed her eyes at the old man before her. I'll never understand what you're after, Leonides. She sighed, then turned toward me, only to flinch the moment she met my gaze. I stood there like a statue, my stare never wavering from Leonidas and the people around him. You bastards. My nails dug deep into the flesh of my palm. You better pray that I succeed and return to my world. Because if I don't, I'll be the one burying your damned asses. Carmen chuckled. Do those really look like the eyes of a man seeking death? Frey Starlight POV. Frey, are you okay? I saw a hand reaching toward my shoulder, but it recalled the moment our eyes met. I'm fine, Ada, I just need some time alone. All right, I'll go prepare what we agreed on. I'll be back soon. I simply nodded, not bothering to say anything. At the moment, I was sitting on a couch that had been oddly placed in the middle of a vast hall. I had been asked to wait here a while ago, and that was exactly what I was doing. I could feel dozens of eyes watching me from afar, so I didn't dare to do anything foolish. Fortunately, my wait didn't last long. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed as my escort returned. Get up, Frey, let's get this over with quickly. I nodded and stood up, following Carmen. Everything has been arranged. Go inside and choose 2 skills, but neither can exceed rank D. Sorry, but that's the best you're going to get. That's fine. I didn't care much about the skill rank. I was more concerned with the skill itself. After all, I could develop any skill over time. Damn it, why do I have to babysit? Carmen had been grumbling like this from time to time ever since she was assigned to escort me. Sorry. Don't apologize. It was my choice, so I have no right to complain. Anyway, your situation is pretty bad, little Frey. I know, I sighed. My standing in this family was worse than I had anticipated. If I hadn't somehow won Carmen over, I'd probably be dead by now. Trust me, it's even worse than you think. The moment you choose your skills, one of the elders will immediately transfer you to the Nightmare Lands. You won't have time to do anything. You'll find yourself alone in the Nightmare Lands. Isn't that laughable? I mean, you were supposed to become a lord today. Yeah, it's pathetic. I forced a laugh. The feeling of being despised and having a target on my back was new to me. Somehow, I had ended up on a path that would lead straight to my death. Even the old Frey would have survived, until at least the start of the temple arc. I couldn't believe my choices were worse than the old Freys. But it didn't matter. I needed every possible reason to hate this world. That hatred was the only fuel keeping me going. Carmen ran a hand through her hair, an empty expression on her face. But little Frey, maybe you deserve this. Don't you think I don't know much about your family's affairs, but you've done so many foolish things that even I've heard about them. Maybe the heavens finally decided to punish you. I chuckled at her words. I've already been punished. From the moment I was brought into this world. All right, we're here. I looked ahead to see a massive door with a giant eye in the center. The eye was locked onto us, glowing red. A mechanical voice echoed from nowhere. Identity confirmed. Welcome back, Miss Carmen. Miss. I noticed Carmen's satisfied expression. This old woman was in her 80s, yet she still enjoyed being treated like a young lady. Anyway, the door opened before me, and I stepped forward. Remember, Frey, 2 skills, and neither can exceed rank D. I'll wait for you here. Understood. I entered alone as the door closed behind me. So here we go. I found myself inside something resembling a library. I was only allowed access to the 1st and 2nd floors, where the weakest skills were located. Walking calmly, I scanned the various shelves. Skills and techniques were stored in either books or scrolls. One only needed to learn the correct formula to master a skill, so I had to choose wisely. I already had a few ideas in mind. Every skill I aimed for was meant to counter the protagonist's abilities. I wandered for several hours, narrowing down my choices little by little. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I made my decision. Contrary to my expectations, there were quite a few good skills among the rank D ones, making my selection difficult. I looked at the 2 scrolls in my hands. Phantom Steps rank D. A skill that increases the user's speed by 10 and makes their footsteps silent, even while running. Hawk's Eye rank D. Enhances the user's vision accuracy and allows them to see long distances. All right, these should be good enough. I walked toward the door and the same eye scanned me once again, this time inspecting the skills in my hands. In the end, the door opened, allowing me to exit. Outside, I found Carmen lounging on the same couch as before. Was she bored? She stood up as soon as she sensed my presence, clear boredom written all over her face. So what took you so long? What did you choose? She grabbed the skill scrolls from my hands, gave them a quick glance, and her expression immediately soured. Phantom Steps, a skill suited for assassins, but not very useful in direct combat, and Hawk's Eye, a skill fit for snipers. Frey, remind me of your class again. I answered nonchalantly. I'm a swordsman. Her expression worsened after hearing that. Damn it, if you told me you picked at random, I would have believed you. But you took all that time to choose skills that don't even suit you. Why did you waste my time in the first place? I shrugged. Sorry, but these are the ones I want. Fine, do whatever you want. She handed the skills back to me, and we headed to another location. She might think they're useless, but in reality, after the modifications I plan to make, these skills would become natural counters to one of the protagonist's abilities. Eventually, we reached a separate room, and Carmen stepped aside. Let's finish this quickly. Inject your into the scrolls, then read what's written on them. That'll be enough. I nodded and did as she instructed. A purple aura surrounded my hands as I transferred my energy into the scrolls. Instantly, the characters on them began to glow. As I read them aloud, I felt something being engraved into my body. I repeated the process for both skills until the inscriptions vanished completely. All right, we're done here. Carmen walked out and I followed behind her. As I walked after her, I now possessed 3 skills, though one of them was completely useless. Let's test this out. Hawk's Eye. I activated the skill, and instantly my right pupil shifted into a vertical slit. My vision changed completely. The accuracy of everything around me increased drastically, and I could zoom in on distant objects. Amazing! This was the first time I had properly tested a skill. Hey there, boy, let's save the skill test for later. As expected from Carmen, she noticed that I had activated the skill. Understood. I deactivated Hawk's Eye and resumed walking beside her. All right, we're here. Family's headquarters resembled a massive labyrinth, so moving from one place to another took some time. At the moment, we were inside a small room filled with an overwhelming amount of aura. I could feel it clearly, pricking my skin. Inside the room stood a masked man who seemed to have been waiting for us for some time. Carmen nodded at the man before her, and he returned the gesture. Let me introduce you. This is one of the family elders. His name is Khalifa. It's fine, Carmen. I'll take it from here. His voice was hoarse beneath that mask. Well, you. Yes, I promise, no tricks. We'll see about that. Khalifa stepped toward me. He was covered from head to toe in black, making him look even more mysterious. Shall we begin? Begin what I asked, confused. My ability is simple. I will use the aura in this room, combined with my own to open a portal. That portal will take you to the place you seek. But first, I need to know exactly where you want to go. Oh, I see. I didn't know the precise location of the 10,000 shadow steps technique, but I did have the general coordinates of the region. After sharing what I knew, Khalifa immediately got to work. Very well, I'll begin at once. The energy in the room began swirling around him as he started forming a portal in front of us. Normally, I wouldn't need to use the aura here, but the place you want to go to is really far. Contrary to his intimidating appearance, the elder was surprisingly chatty. It's worth noting that he was an awakened being of S-class. It didn't take long. Within just an hour, a silver portal shimmered before us. Khalifa took a step back, his hand glowing with the same silvery light. Extend your hand, Frey. Hesitant, I glanced at Carmen, but seeing that she didn't object, I did as he asked. The moment I did, the aura transferred to my right hand. I jerked my hand back, inspecting it. The silver aura had formed a geometric circle etched with strange symbols. No need to worry, this mark will always guide you back to the portal. You are now the master of this gate. The circle on your hand is your key and your guide. I see, thank you. So this is my only way back. Khalifa nodded. My work here is done. When you're ready, step through the portal. Once you do, you'll find yourself in the Eastern Nightmare Lands. I took a deep breath. This was it. I was likely marching to my death. Doubt crept in at the last moment, but unfortunately, there was no turning back now. Frey, a familiar female voice called my name. I turned to see Ada standing there. You're late, Ada. I was just about to leave. She didn't reply. Instead, she simply walked up to me. She took my left hand and slid a ring onto my ring finger. I looked at the silver band on my hand. It's a dimensional ring. Oh, so it was one of those storage items with a pocket dimension inside. This ring is the best I could find. Inside, I've prepared enough food and water to last you an entire year. I also packed plenty of clothes. There are various weapons, including all the guns you requested, along with 10,000 ore-infused bullets. I added some armor and a variety of training potions, including health recovery elixirs, healing serums, and more, and more. I looked at Ada as she continued listing the various items inside the ring. A warmth spread through me. She reminded me so much of my mother. I let out a small chuckle and gently stopped her. That's enough, Ada. You've done more than enough, thank you. She fell silent for a moment before shaking her head slightly. I was just fulfilling my part of the deal. Yeah, I know. I turned to face the silver portal waiting before me. I tossed the backpack off my shoulder and stored it inside the ring. My laptop was in that bag. It was good that I carried it everywhere. Stretching my muscles a bit, I took a deep breath. I was about to step into the nightmare lands. Carmen leaned against the wall, watching me. Frey, to be honest, I don't think you'll survive, but good luck anyway, you'll need it. I know, thanks for everything, Miss Carmen. I took my first step forward, but a slender hand grabbed my wrist. It was Ada. Frey, isn't there another way? Do you really have to go to the nightmare lands of all places? I gently removed her hand. Yes, I have to. But it's okay, Ada, even if I die, no one will care. This is something I must do. With heavy steps, I walked toward the portal. Ada watched my back with sorrow in her eyes. Looking at the frail shoulders of her little brother, she felt a deep bitterness inside. She reached out for him, but it was useless. He was already gone. Frey Starlight had stepped into the nightmare lands. Alone, Frey Starlight POV. I felt butterflies in my stomach as I was engulfed in a blinding light. The images before me kept shifting continuously until they gradually became clear. With my next step, I had already emerged from the portal. A severe headache struck me, as if I had been thrown out of a car moving at 200 km/h. I dropped to my knees for a moment, trying to steady myself. When I finally managed to take a proper look around, I found myself inside a massive forest. The towering trees stretched so high that they completely obscured the sky. The thick vines on the ground intertwined like a mass of slithering serpents, creating an ancient and eerie atmosphere. So this is the nightmare lands. I steadied myself and leaped up, climbing one of the trees. Sitting on a thick branch of a massive tree, I retrieved my laptop from the dimensional ring. Wandering aimlessly in the nightmare lands would be the dumbest thing I could do right now. My goal was to reach the Chun Ma sect, where the technique of 10,000 steps of shadow was located. The sect was uniquely positioned atop a black-colored mountain, distinct from the surrounding peaks, so identifying it wouldn't be difficult. The real issue was its location. The area I was in was vast. If I was lucky, I would find it quickly. In the worst case, it could be hundreds of kilometers away. Fortunately, I had my own cheat tool. Opening my laptop, I immediately accessed the author's advice feature. Which should I choose, random or direct? Random advice 10 achievement points. Provides vague and cryptic guidance, but undoubtedly leads to the safest course of action despite its difficulty to decipher. Direct advice 30 achievement points. Offers clear and straightforward instructions, easily understandable even by a child. However, while it leads directly to the goal, it always presents some kind of obstacle along the way, so beware, hahaha. Should I go with random? It was cheaper and supposedly led to a safer path, though I doubted any path inside the nightmare lands could be considered safe. All right, let's do this. I chose the random advice, and it immediately lit up. Random advice, pay close attention and try to understand what you will see. It may be the key to your survival. No one can determine the starting point. Is it from the night or from the day? It transcends all colors and times in its brilliance. When you find the dawn, go north, then east, then south, then west. Repeat, and when you feel you have reached your peak, you will find the way. I stared blankly at the nonsense before me. Am I seriously supposed to understand this? Where did the system even come up with this garbage? I bet it doesn't mean anything and is just messing with me. I immediately discarded the random advice, realizing I wouldn't understand anything. I didn't have the luxury to experiment in a place like this. That left me with no choice but to use the direct advice. Direct advice 30 achievement points. Current achievement points 610. What a waste of points. With no other options left, I activated the direct advice. It glowed just like the random one did. Direct advice, go east. Simple and direct, no poetry, no riddles, no bullshit. This was advice I could follow, though I couldn't shake off a slight unease about the obstacle it would place in my way. Storing my laptop back into the dimensional ring, I instead drew one of the firearms Ada had prepared for me. This would be my primary weapon on this journey, a Walther P99 equipped with a suppressor. The last thing I wanted was to make noise in the nightmare lands and attract the various creatures lurking here. I jumped down from the branch I was sitting on, checked the portal's location. It had disappeared moments ago, and tried syncing it with the key in my hand. It responded immediately. Perfect, now I won't have to worry about my way back. Taking a deep breath, I steeled my resolve. All right, now which way is east again? After determining my direction, I began my journey into the nightmare lands. Phantom steps. Activating the skill rendered my steps completely silent as I advanced forward. The scenery around me continued to change, yet I remained within the dense forest. Everywhere I looked, there were only trees and vines covering the ground. After running for about half an hour, I encountered my first unsettling change, one that made me slow down cautiously. A heavy scent of blood lingered in the air, warning me of something ahead. I wasn't accustomed to the smell of blood, but it was so overwhelming that it was almost suffocating. Moving carefully, ensuring I made no noise thanks to phantom steps, I finally spotted the source of the stench. An open clearing devoid of trees lay ahead. A few hundred meters away, a massive creature lay on the ground, half devoured. From my vantage point, I saw multiple figures about my height hunched over its corpse. However, I was too far to make out their features. They looked like ants from this distance. Hawk's eye. Activating my second skill, I zoomed in for a better look, only to recoil in disgust. They were grotesque creatures, with oversized heads and massive bodies, adorned with tentacles and terrifying claws. Dozens of these abominations were tearing apart the fallen beast beneath them. The corpse itself appeared to be some monstrous hybrid of an eagle and a raven, likely one of the dominant creatures of this land before something had slain it. Now those abominations were feasting on its corpse. I quietly changed my course, slipping between the trees. I neither had the courage nor the strength to deal with those creatures. Those claws, in particular, looked capable of slicing me in half with a single strike. I took a wide detour to avoid them and succeeded. For a while, nothing obstructed my path. I continued running, relying entirely on phantom steps to remain silent. Just when I thought everything was going smoothly, the unexpected happened. As I took a step forward, I felt something strange. It wasn't the same solid ground I had been running on, it was something else entirely. Trusting my instincts, I immediately threw myself to the side. When I looked at my previous position, my heart sank as I saw a massive claw standing there. Had I hesitated for even a second, it would have impaled me. From beneath the grass, a creature emerged, one similar to those I had seen before. I could now discern its features clearly. Its head resembled that of a massive crab, with 3 appendages on each side. It had 4 massive claws, but 2 of them were completely broken, and it appeared to be injured. It had failed to join its pack due to its injuries, and instead set up an ambush here. A sharp pierced the air as the creature lunged at me, ravenous and desperate. Without hesitation, I pulled out my pistol and, using Hawk's Eye, fired 3 rounds in less than a second. All of them hit, yet the abomination didn't stop. It charged forward, undeterred, aiming to kill me at all costs. Without any regard for defense, it lashed out with wild, relentless attacks. Thanks to Hawkeye, I anticipated its strike and dodged by the narrowest margin. I rolled across the ground, creating as much distance as possible while firing in quick succession, though my shots weren't as precise due to my movement. It continued its frenzied assault, its clawing furiously, making each dodge harder than the last. A creature that attacks recklessly, without a hint of self-preservation. Just what the hell am I dealing with? I had to take it down fast. I didn't know its exact weaknesses, but if it was anything like most living beings, the head was my best bet. To land a guaranteed shot, I had no choice but to move in closer. Exploiting the fact that it could only use 2 of its 4 claws, I weaved through its attacks and fired directly between its eyes. It worked. The abomination staggered back, reeling from the impact. For a brief moment, I thought I had won. But that naive assumption shattered in an instant. Realizing it was at a disadvantage, the creature flew into a frenzy, thrashing wildly in every direction. And I was still too close. With Hawkeye, I could see the erratic paths of its attacks, but dodging was futile. It was too fast, too unpredictable. I immediately tried to retreat, sidestepping the first strike, then the second. I pushed my body beyond its limits, forcing myself to move faster than ever before. But survival demanded more than skill, it demanded luck. And mine had just run out. A single misstep. Pain exploded through me as something tore into my left shoulder. I looked down, barely processing the massive claw impaling me clean through, the tip protruding from my back. Searing agony erupted from the wound, a kind of pain I had never experienced before. Hot blood poured freely, soaking my clothes, and in that instant, something inside me ped. I lost control. I fired wildly, riddling the abomination's body with countless small craters. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, you bastard. My screams merged with the creature's howls, a twisted symphony of pain and rage. The monster had been dead for some time, its body collapsing under the relentless hail of bullets, but I was too consumed by agony to notice. I kept pulling the trigger like a madman. Only when silence settled did I realize I was the only one still fighting. Panting, I finally lowered my weapon and reached for the claw lodged in my shoulder. The moment I tried to pull it out, a fresh wave of searing pain shot through me, so sharp it felt like my body was being torn apart. A scream tore from my throat as I cursed every vile word I knew. For someone who had spent their entire life in a peaceful world, this was pure hell. When I finally yanked the claw free, the extent of my injury became horrifyingly clear. Blood poured from the wound in terrifying amounts. I fumbled for a health potion and downed it in one gulp. Then, wrapping the wound as best as I could, I collapsed against the trunk of a nearby tree. The potion worked fast, my body was already healing, but no amount of regeneration dulled the pain. As my mind cleared, an unsettling realization hit me. I wasn't safe yet. I needed to move. Clenching my teeth, I forced my battered body forward, staggering with every step. Between my screams and the dying shrieks of that creature, the commotion we had caused was bound to draw more horrors my way. I struggled to escape, but fate wasn't done with me yet. From the shadows of the trees, more of those monstrous crabs began to emerge, closing in from both the front and the rear. Unlike the one I had barely managed to kill, these ones were unscathed. I'm fucked, Frey Starlight POV. I lunged forward, firing blindly as I ran. Behind me, dozens of those grotesque crab-like creatures gave chase. There was no chance I could fight them, not when I had barely managed to kill one while it was already wounded. I sprinted, clutching my injured shoulder, my breath ragged. The sound of gnashing teeth echoed behind me. I didn't dare look back. I didn't need to. I knew exactly how terrifying the sight would be. They were ravenous, desperate to sink their claws into me, so much so that they ate into each other in their frenzy. Their numbers kept growing, the distance between us kept shrinking, their attacks lashed out, some missing me by mere inches. I knew I wouldn't last, not like this. Fighting wasn't even an option. I forced my mind to race, searching for a way out, but no matter how much I thought, no matter how hard I tried, one truth became clear. I was going to die here. And to make things worse, there was that fog obscuring my vision. Wait, fog. Ping back to reality, I realized I had been running through the mist for some time now. A dense, suffocating fog, so thick that I could no longer see a thing. At that moment, my heart sank. I stopped running immediately and hid behind a tree. Wrapping my arms around my body, I squeezed my eyes shut. Because this fog could only mean one thing. And I prayed with every fiber of my being that I was wrong. The fact that the creatures hadn't already torn me apart confirmed my worst fear. I had no idea when I'd entered its domain, but now I was inside the territory of one of the deadliest monsters in all of Nightmare's lands. The Mist Stalker. I covered my head and curled in on myself, keeping my eyes sealed shut. No matter what happens, no matter what I hear, I must not open my eyes. It was the only way to survive. I sat frozen, listening to the slaughter unfold around me. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. The agonized screams of the creatures that had chased me. Bodies dinged to the ground, blood turring, limbs flying. It was like a battlefield, a massacre. I resisted the primal urge to run, forcing myself to stay motionless, my world consumed by darkness. Gradually the carnage faded, and then silence. The stillness stretched on, endless and suffocating. A few minutes felt like hours. I kept my eyes shut, my heart pounding, praying for the nightmare to pass. And then, just when I thought it was over, a whisper brushed against my ear. Frey. A girl's voice, soft, gentle, almost soothing. A delicate touch grazed my chest, but instead of comfort, an unbearable weight settled in my gut. Frey. This time the voice was familiar, Ada. Something was whispering to me in my sister's voice, touching me. Look at me, Frey. The voice coiled around me like a serpent, insistent, inviting. But even then, even as my body screamed at me to respond, I refused to open my eyes. What's wrong? Don't you love me anymore, Frey? A different voice now. One I didn't recognize. But whoever it was, they weren't going to leave me alone. A soft, warm body pressed against my back, embracing me. Look at me, Frey. Damn it, get away from me, you filthy creature. I gritted my teeth, cursing inwardly, praying for this torment to end. The voice went quiet for a moment before speaking again. Look at me. What? I stiffened. That name. No one should know that name. Because that was the name I had been called in my old world. Look at me, don't you love me anymore? My lips quivered, my entire body trembled. How could it not? That was my mother's voice, my real mother's voice. I clenched my jaw so hard it hurt. I knew this was nothing but an illusion, I knew that. But this was too much. That was her voice. Open your eyes, my son. My father's voice. We've missed you, brother. My brother's voice. I bit down on my lip until blood spilled down my chin. My family. The longing ate into me, overwhelming, suffocating. I nearly gave in. I could feel their warmth, the embrace I had missed so much. I wanted to reach out. I wanted to hold on. But I knew. The moment I opened my eyes, it would all be over. In the midst of my mental battle, the warmth vanished. The gentle touch disappeared. And in their place, something else loomed. Something massive, something inhuman. Open your eyes, you filth. The whisper was gone, replaced by something monstrous. A voice so nightmarish, so inhuman, that my mind conjured the most horrifying demon it could imagine. Look at me, you worthless bastard. The voice scraped against my sanity like nails on glass. The battle inside my mind dragged on, endless and torturous. I had no idea how much time passed, minutes, hours, days. But I stayed there, eyes shut tight. I anchored myself in pain, refusing to let go, refusing to lose my grip on reality. And then, it was gone. The presence vanished, the voices stopped. Silence, but I still didn't move. Hours passed, one after another, and still I remained motionless. Only when I was certain it was truly over did I slowly, cautiously, open my eyes. For a moment my vision blurred, struggling to adjust from darkness to light. But then clarity returned. The fog was gone, and all around me, dozens, no, hundreds of corpses. The severed limbs of the crab creatures littered the ground like discarded shells. It was a battlefield, a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. I fought the urge to vomit and sat there, completely drained. What kind of hell have I stepped into? The Atlas Mountains, Starlight family stronghold. Seated at his grand desk, the immortal lion, Leonidas Starlight, sifted through a stack of documents, his fingers absently shuffling the pages. Yet another mountain of paperwork loomed, waiting for his attention. His work seemed endless. Before him stood a masked figure draped in an elegant black robe. He remained motionless, unwilling to disturb Leonidas, silently awaiting his turn to speak. Hours passed before Leonidas finally looked up, meeting the masked man's gaze. You've returned quickly, Khalifa. Khalifa inclined his head. Indeed. I assume you bring news. You assume correctly. Khalifa paused for a moment before continuing. Frey Starlight has perished within the Nightmare Lands. Did you kill him yourself? Unfortunately, I did not, but I can confirm his death. Leonidas tilted his head slightly. And how can you be so sure? It's simple, I saw him enter the domain of one of the Nightmare's most terrifying creatures, the Mist Stalker. Leonidas's eyes narrowed. The Mist Stalker, its name alone, carried immense weight. After all, that abomination was a monstrous being, and even Leonidas himself wasn't confident in his chances of survival if he ever found himself in its domain. It was awful, but worse than that, it possessed attacks that targeted the mind, making it an absolute nightmare to deal with. In his 150 years of life, he had never heard of a way to escape the creature once caught in its mist. So yes, Frey was dead, beyond any doubt. You should have recovered his body, or at least what remained of it. My apologies, Lord Leonidas, but even with my teleportation abilities, I lacked the courage to step into the mist. Exhale. Leonidas sighed. No matters, you've done well, you may go. As you command. With a whisper of displaced air, Khalifa vanished, leaving no trace he had ever been there. Leonidas leaned back into his opulent chair. So this is how it ends. Abraham, you were wrong. Your son was never the chosen one after all. He closed his eyes, recalling that fateful night, the colossal battle in which the entire family had fought under Abraham Starlight's command. They had won in the end, but at a price. That night, Abraham lay in a pool of his own blood, his final words all about his son. And now that son was dead. Damn it. I cursed as my foot sank into the guts of one of the nightmare creatures. The slimy intestines and the foul stench assaulted my senses. I fought the overwhelming urge to vomit. Fuck me and fuck this entire world. Every step forward was a struggle as I stumbled over the corpses of crab-like creatures. The mist stalker did quite a job here. It was hard to believe that a single creature had caused such a massacre. But I had to admit I was really lucky. At this point, no one knew how to survive an encounter with the mist stalker. The protagonist was supposed to discover it far in the future while exploring the nightmare lands. But I was the author, so of course, I already knew. It was simple, just don't look at it. It would try to make you look at it by any means necessary, and the moment you did, you were finished. But if you kept your eyes shut until the end, you would survive. I was lucky. After changing my clothes, I resumed my journey. East, I have to go east. After several hours of walking, the light vanished completely. Nightfall. Darkness engulfed the land, and I instinctively halted my steps. I climbed the tallest tree I could find and settled on a massive branch near the top. Only fools moved at night. After all, this was when creatures worse than the mist stalker roamed. Even though I was the author, even I didn't know what horrors lay hidden in the nightmare lands. It was an enormous place. I wrapped my cloak tightly around me, leaving only my eyes glowing faintly in the dark. The moon hung above me. I watched its silver light, reflecting on what had happened so far. I was still deep within the vast forest, which showed no signs of ending. So far, the only thing guiding me was the advice of the author. I had no choice but to keep heading east. Time crawled as I sat on the branch. I couldn't afford to sleep, fearing something might ambush me. The most I could do was close my eyes briefly from time to time. I remained in that state until the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon. It's morning. Suddenly, I recalled the random advice, something about dawn. No, there's no point in thinking about that now. I leaped from the tree and continued my journey. I was still using phantom steps. At first, I assumed the skill would drain my aura completely within a short time, but unexpectedly, I felt no exhaustion at all. Maybe the S-ranked aura really was the real deal. I had no time to dwell on that now, so I pushed the thought aside and remained focused on my surroundings. After all, I didn't want to fall into another trap like before. Thanks to Phantom Step and Hawkeye, everything was going smoothly. From time to time, I encountered more of those crab creatures, but I managed to avoid them with ease. With the dimensional ring Ada had prepared, I never worried about supplies. I had enough to last a year. And so I spent the entire day running east, only stopping occasionally to rest or change course to avoid nightmare creatures. Damn it. I still wasn't any closer to escaping. This damned forest was enormous. Despite running for hours, the scenery remained the same. There wasn't much time before night fell again. Should I keep going or find a place to spend the night? In the midst of my thoughts, I heard a strange noise to my left. What is that? It sounded like people fighting, with enormous swords. I quietly followed the noise, and within minutes I found the source. A grotesque creature was battling alone against a large swarm of crab-like monsters. Despite being outnumbered, the crab creatures couldn't do anything against it. Its limbs were massive scythes with an incredible attack range. It stood on 8 legs, its skinless body a grotesque mass of moving flesh. What the hell is that? Its head resembled a human's, except it had no eyes. Every swing of its scythe-like limbs sliced its enemies clean in half. I took a few steps back. I'd be better off avoiding this thing. I had no interest in dealing with it. I had planned to camp nearby, but I changed my mind. I couldn't stay here with that thing around. I ran away, but soon my steps slowed for a simple reason. It's nightfall. My vision was now limited to just a few meters ahead. Hawkeye was nearly useless in these conditions, especially with the dense trees making things even harder. I ran with my gun in hand, ready for anything that might emerge. Slowly, I began to feel something cold against my skin. Snow. Cold flakes started touching my skin, making me pause in surprise. The climate had been tropical just moments ago, which made sense given the forest, but now snowfall. This was strange. But wait, didn't this mean I was nearing the end of this damned forest? That single thought was enough to reignite my exhausted body. I ran faster. I'm close. Excitement surged through me. I thought I was finally getting out of here. Just when I believed it was all about to end, something long emerged from behind the trees. The damn darkness had hidden it until the last second. It appeared out of nowhere and lunged straight at me, a cursed crab creature. Damn it. I fired at the abomination before me, but the bullets barely left a scratch. The creature lunged at me in an instant. Before I could react, it was already in my face. I raised my gun to fire, but a swift strike from its claw sent my weapon flying. I tried to retreat, but its octopus-like tentacles wrapped around me immediately. My heart sank. Seriously. The monstrous crab-like abomination loomed over me, raising its massive claw, ready to deliver the killing blow. With my sharp vision, I saw it all, the enormous needle-like claw hurtling toward my face. The tentacles had me completely restrained. I was helpless. Damn it. Then, just as I thought it was over, something unexpected happened. A scythe suddenly pierced through the creature's body from behind. The grip around me loosened instantly, and I collapsed onto the ground. The crab abomination was lifted off its feet before a second scythe tore through its back. As it shrieked in agony, I watched in horror as two massive scythes sliced its body clean in half. Scarlet blood sprayed over me, drenching my face and clothing in the creature's remains. From within its bisected corpse, something even more horrifying emerged, a faceless mass of flesh with a gaping mouth, shrieking as blood dripped from its form. My mind reeled in terror. Before I even realized it, my legs were moving on their own. I have to get out of here. I have to escape. The contrast between the searing blood soaking my body and the icy snow falling on my head sent shivers down my spine as I ran for my life. But the scythe-wielding creature wasn't going to let me go. I could hear the rapid ding of its 8 limbs closing in. It was fast, too fast. A piercing headache struck as I frantically searched for a way to survive. Fight back with a gun? No, that won't work. A sword? I don't even have a proper combat style, damn it. I turned around and there it was, right behind me, raising its massive scythe to end me. Instinct took over. I hurled myself forward, reinforcing my body with aura. For a brief moment, I thought I had dodged in time, but then a sharp, searing pain tore through my back. I had barely avoided a fatal blow, but the deep wound sent waves of agony through me. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to keep running. I had to think fast. Reaching into my dimensional ring, I pulled out a medium-sized bottle. I had noticed it earlier while rummaging through my supplies. It was filled with oil. Without a second thought, I hurled it at the monster chasing me. I zigzagged through the trees, forcing its massive scythes into them, buying me some time to breathe. I continued throwing more bottles of oil at the creature until its entire body was drenched. Please let this work. It was the best plan I could come up with under pressure. I drew my gun and fired relentlessly at the oil-soaked creature. The moment the bullets struck, the oil ignited. A wall of fire erupted around the monster, and in an instant, I was being chased by a flaming nightmare. Despite the inferno consuming its body, the scythe creature didn't stop. Impossible, the fire isn't affecting it. I barely dodged another strike, but this time, its scythe carved a deep wound across my right side. I screamed in pain, my body staggering from the shock. The creature was even more terrifying now. Its flaming form illuminated the night, turning it into a living demon. Clutching my wound, I kept running. My speed was slowing, my strength was fading. At this rate, I was dead. Then I noticed something. Wait, it's slowing down too. The fire wasn't killing it outright, but it was definitely affecting it. That realization alone gave me the strength to run faster. There was still hope. I pushed forward, my body screaming in protest. Then I saw it, the end of the forest. Almost there. Breaking free from the trees, I found myself in an open mountain range under the vast glow of the moon. I ran across the snow-covered ground, the flaming creature pursuing me, a surreal, nightmarish scene. Just as hope began to fill me, I saw them, an entire horde of crab creatures charging toward me from the front. There were dozens of them. No way. I was completely surrounded. I slowed to a halt. The burning scythe monster loomed behind me. The monstrous horde blocked my path ahead. There was nowhere to run. Closing my eyes, I braced myself for the first strike to land. But it never came. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the crab creatures had completely ignored me. Instead, they swarmed the flaming monster. It lashed out with its scythes, slicing them apart, but they didn't stop. They tore into it, relentless and furious. What's going on? They weren't interested in me at all. They were targeting the burning creature. The fire had weakened it enough for the crab monsters to do some damage. Wait, the fire, the light. How could I forget such a basic truth? The creatures in the nightmare land were drawn to two things, sound and light. With renewed determination, I dragged my injured body toward the mountain. The crab creatures would keep the scythe monster occupied. This was my only chance to escape. The path ahead was steep, and I climbed with difficulty, forcing myself forward. The cold air filled my lungs, making the ascent even harder. But I kept going, terrified for my life. I never looked back, I just climbed. I had to survive, no matter what. The higher I climbed, the steeper the mountain became. Eventually, I was crawling across its icy surface. In the end, I was forced to scale it vertically. My fingers swelled, blood leaking from beneath my nails. The freezing wind pierced my wounded body, chilling me to the bone. My consciousness blurred, but I refused to give up. If I let go, I would die, I was sure of that. For the next few hours, I climbed the colossal mountain, relying only on sheer willpower and the aura that instinctively sustained my body. At last, I reached the first flat plateau. I was still far from the peak, but I had climbed high enough. Collapsing onto the snow-covered ground, I edged for air. The earth was ice-cold, and I could barely feel my body. My fingers had turned a deep purple from the relentless ascent. My wounds pulsed with pain, sending waves of agony through my skull. I had no idea how I had even managed to climb in my condition. I collapsed onto the frozen ground, ing for air. My body was battered, barely functional. With the last of my strength, I pulled healing potions from my ring. My frozen hands barely held them steady as I gulped the warm liquid down. Then I lost consciousness there on the frozen ground. I pulled a thick cloak over my body from the ring so I don't freeze to death. Lying defenseless, hoping I would be lucky enough not to be attacked while I slept. I didn't know how long I had slept, but when I opened my eyes, it was morning. My wounds had healed thanks to the potions, though I still felt their lingering pain. I changed into winter clothes, finally feeling warmth for the first time in a while. Walking toward the edge, I looked down. I had climbed an incredible distance. The ground was far, far below. All I saw was a vast white landscape, or so I thought. When I focused my gaze, I saw something moving. The scythe monster was still there, wandering below. So it survived after all. As if sensing me, the creature lifted its head. It had no eyes, yet somehow I knew it saw me. I turned away instantly. I need to get out of here. I need to leave this place. Scythe-wielding creature wasn't going to let me go, especially after what I had done to him. I now stood in the heart of a vast mountain range. My destination was marked by its distinct black hue, a mountain so unique, it looked as if it had been carved from a precious obsidian gemstone. I glanced to my right, then to my left, nothing. That meant I had no choice but to continue eastward, and heading east meant. I lifted my gaze, only to find a towering mountain blocking my path. Nothing in this life comes easy, huh? If I wanted to reach what lay beyond, I had no choice but to climb. I flexed my swollen fingers. Could I even scale something like this? With a sigh, I pressed forward. From the womb of suffering, the strong are born. I was the one who had coined that phrase. I repeated it whenever my novel's protagonist faced hardship. Now fate had turned the tables. I was the one living it. This time I needed to be cautious. If I kept relying on healing potions, their effects would diminish until my body became completely resistant. I had to let my wounds heal naturally and use them only when necessary. With those thoughts in mind, I leapt, gripping the jagged cracks lining the mountainside. I pushed my body harder than ever before, my muscles straining as I pulled myself upward. An hour passed, an hour of relentless climbing. My lungs burned from inhaling the freezing air. At some point, I lost all feeling in my limbs. The only proof they still existed was the lingering pain coursing through them. I lifted my head, scanning the distance. Still far. The summit was much farther than I had anticipated, but I didn't need to reach the top, just find a path to cross the mountain. Until I did, I had no choice but to keep climbing. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached solid ground. Just how high did I climb, for God's sake? Bottom was no longer visible. I had ascended far beyond the Earth's surface. Fortunately, Frey's body was strong enough to endure these extreme conditions. I sank into the thick snow covering the mountain, catching my breath. I ate, restoring my strength before pushing myself to my feet, ready to move on. All right, let's see what we have here. It seemed I no longer needed to climb. The path ahead curved around the mountain, allowing me to continue forward. Finally, I walked across the snowy expanse, relishing the sensation of solid ground beneath my feet after all that climbing. The journey was peaceful until a sound shattered the silence. What now? A chittering noise like a rat's squeak, but much louder. From the shadows, a small creature emerged, standing on two legs. Its hands were nothing more than three oversized claws, and its head resembled that of a mole. I recognized it immediately. Mountain vermin, one of the weakest creatures in the nightmare. If not for its extraordinary resistance to the cold, allowing it to thrive in mountaintops, it would have gone extinct long ago. A second one appeared, then a third. They crept toward me slowly, their teeth clicking together. Perfect. I reached into my dimensional ring and pulled out a single-edged sword. No more guns. My swordsmanship was rusty. I had no proper combat style to speak of. But even my lack of skill was more than enough for creatures like these. After all, they were at the very bottom, rank G, to be precise. I took a deep breath, allowing energy to course through my veins. Aura surged freely through my body, flowing into the blade. At once, a violet shimmer enveloped the sword's edge, strengthening it. I assumed a battle stance, waiting for my foes to make their move. Come. As if responding to my call, two of the creatures leapt toward me at once. Thanks to my hawkeye, I tracked their movements with perfect clarity. My reaction was swift. One precise swing of my sword cleaved the first creature's head clean off. The second clamped its jaws onto my sword's edge. Idiot. I tightened my grip and pushed the blade forward, driving it straight through its mouth. With a single motion, I separated its head from its body. The third one lunged at me, hoping to catch me off guard. But I had been watching it from the start. Just as it thought it had me, I struck from a blind angle, my sword piercing straight through its body. Like a skewered kebab, I lifted it high. It thrashed violently, trying to free itself. Blood gushed onto the snow before it finally went still. I pulled the corpse from my sword and wiped the blade clean. That was refreshing. For the first time since arriving in this cursed land, I didn't have to run. For the first time, everything went smoothly. I turned and continued forward, but just then, another creature appeared. More. I raised my sword. Then came another and another, then dozens more. Before I could even count them, the ground swarmed with them. I stared at the endless horde, expressionless. Are you kidding me? Without hesitation, I turned and ran. I was running again. I mean, seriously, did you expect me to fight an entire army? The ground trembled beneath me as a massive wave of vermin gave chase. Individually, they were weak, but facing this many at once impossible. From time to time, I struck down a few that got too close, yet their numbers never dwindled. If anything, they kept increasing. Panic set in when I realized the truth. If I hit a dead end, I was dead. Luckily, the path stretched ahead, but now the creatures weren't just behind me. They were scaling the cliffs, descending from the mountaintop. Damn it. I had no large-scale attack abilities. Wiping them all out was impossible. My heart sank as the path came to an abrupt end. And beyond that end, a massive chasm, leading into the depths of the mountain. A cave. Entering it was a gamble, but I had no choice. I pushed my speed to the limit, dashing into the cavern, relying on my hawkeye to navigate the darkness. I ran until I heard a ing noise behind me. Turning back, I saw the creatures piling at the entrance, colliding into one another in a frenzy. But not a single one stepped inside. What's going on? They had completely blocked the entrance now. I stepped closer. Even though only a few meters separated us, they refused to move forward. I turned my gaze to the cave's pitch-black depths. They were afraid. But the real question was, what were they so afraid of? I swallowed hard and took a cautious step forward. I didn't want to meet whatever was inside this cave. But I had no choice. Either I ventured deeper, or I became their next meal. Silently, I crept forward, using phantom steps to suppress the sound of my movements. Darkness consumed everything, limiting even my enhanced vision. And somewhere ahead, something was waiting for me. Silence filled the air, making the atmosphere even more tense. The fact that I was alone didn't help. After walking for a long time, my foot struck something solid. Glancing down, I immediately recognized what it was. Bones. Human bones. With each step forward, I found more. Damn it. Lighting a source of illumination here was like inviting death, but I had no choice. Besides, I was inside a cave, so I didn't have to worry about attracting creatures from outside. I pulled a flashlight from my dimensional ring and illuminated the area around me. Finally, I could see clearly. The cave, now significantly narrower, was filled with human bones. I walked cautiously through the sea of skeletal remains, which seemed endless, stretching far into the darkness. What happened here? Lost in thought, I was startled by a sound behind me, spinning around instantly. But contrary to my expectations, there was nothing, only bones. I moved carefully, wary of an ambush. Suddenly, I felt something touch my foot. I instinctively threw myself backward. Looking down, I saw a skeletal hand lying there. I swear something just touched me. Clatter. The sounds began to echo from all around me. What the hell is going on? This was too much for my nerves to handle. I swung the flashlight frantically, but all I saw were bones. Wait, bones. Realization dawned on me. I needed to get out of here. Just as I tried to flee, something lunged at me from the darkness. A sharp pain pierced my shoulder. Looking up, I saw a skeleton, its hollow eyes glowing red, screaming in my face. I swung my sword, shattering the undead creature into pieces. Staggering to my feet, clutching my injured shoulder, I suddenly felt the entire cave tremble violently. What now? Round me, bones began to assemble themselves. One after another, skeletons emerged from the ground. If I stayed, I'd be surrounded. Seriously, are you kidding me? Once again, I found myself running for my life as an army of skeletal creatures chased after me. How long will these damned things keep hunting me? No matter where I went, no matter how far I traveled, something was always trying to kill me. The crab beast, the mist stalker, the scythe creature, the rodents, and now this. Did the whole world want to eat me? I was just a skinny guy. What the hell would they even gain from devouring me? Gritting my teeth, I kept running. The skeletons attacked from all directions, front, back, sides. There was no end to them. Come at me, you sons of bitches. I swung my sword wildly, shattering one skeleton after another as I forced my way forward. Can't you just stay dead? Why did you even rise up? My body burned with exhaustion as the fight dragged on. The attacks came relentlessly, especially from skeletons wielding weapons. Even with my Hawkeye skill, I couldn't dodge everything, and wounds began accumulating on my body. At first I didn't notice, fueled by adrenaline, but now my body was covered in cuts, small but far too many. I kept fighting, striking them down as they struck me in return. This went on for over an hour, but the skeletons never stopped coming. The wounds started to take their toll, slowing me down. I needed to do something. After what felt like an eternity, I finally emerged from the narrow cave and found myself standing before a massive rope bridge made of wood and twine. The other side was far away, but in that moment, an idea struck me. I immediately pulled a gun from my dimensional ring and aimed at the bridge's edges with my Hawkeye skill. A few precise shots destroyed the bridge's support, sending it collapsing into the abyss below. At the same time, I leaped forward, grabbing onto one of the ropes as the bridge fell apart. Behind me, the skeletal army also jumped, but straight into the void. I clung tightly, watching as the other side of the bridge rushed toward me. This is going to hurt. I edged into the opposite ledge, pain exploding through my body. Thankfully, I managed to hold onto the ropes. I think I broke something. Glancing back, I saw the skeletons tumbling foolishly into the depths, still attempting to reach me. Idiots. I let them fall and started climbing up the tattered bridge until I reached the other side. Crawling onto solid ground, I struggled to catch my breath. Burning pain filled my entire body. Just how many times had I been injured since stepping into this damned land? Forcing myself up, I walked toward the exit. As my feet touched the snow-covered ground outside, I realized I had finally emerged from the mountain. The moon now illuminated the sky. Ahead of me stretched a vast range of towering mountains. But my eyes were locked onto one in particular. A black mountain standing like a king among the rest. Tears welled in my eyes. Finally. The goal was right in front of me. After all the suffering, I had finally arrived. I ran toward the black mountain, hoping for the end of this cursed journey. But just as I took a few steps, I froze in place. He was standing there. A faceless creature, its massive sides extending from its arms. You've got to be kidding me. The scythe creature. I clenched my teeth in frustration. Even now, even at the very end, you bastards won't leave me alone. The scythe-wielding creature seemed to notice me, unleashing a deafening shriek before charging forward. Damn it. I drew my sword as my mind raced. What now? The finish line was right in front of me, but that damned Reaper fiend refused to let me pass. This was it, the final battle. It was either me or him. Let's end this. The scourge of scythes lunged at me, its massive limbs swinging with deadly force. Thanks to Hawk's eye, everything moved in slow motion, allowing me to see every detail with chilling clarity. The creature was in a pitiful state. Its charred body bore the scars of battle, and only one scythe remained intact, the other shattered beyond use. It now stood on 6 legs instead of 8, its balance faltering. So life hasn't been kind to you either, huh? My estimation, it was somewhere within the E-class, an entire rank above me, but with those injuries, I might actually have a chance. A colossal scythe arced toward my neck, yanking me back to reality. I twisted my body at an impossible angle and threw myself beneath the beast. A sickening crunch echoed from within me, a stark reminder of an undeniable fact. I'm injured too. A fair fight, isn't it? Now directly beneath the scourge, I barely dodged as its 6 clawed limbs med down, each one earthful enough to leave gaping craters in my flesh. You bastard! I hadn't forgotten the wounds it had inflicted on me before. Now, it was time to return the favor. Gripping my sword tightly, I plunged it into the creature's underbelly, channeling aura into the blade as I drove it deeper. A wound like this was nothing more than a mosquito bite to a beast of its size, but I wasn't finished yet. With a burst of speed, I dashed forward, dragging my sword through its flesh, carving open a massive gash in its underside. The monster convulsed violently, its limbs thrashing in a desperate attempt to crush me. So you can feel pain, how it hurts, doesn't it? Scarlet blood poured from the gaping wound, soaking me, but I didn't care. In fact, I reveled in it. Then suddenly the beast stopped flailing, its limbs ceased their frenzied stomping. Wait, don't tell me it's... I threw myself aside, desperately trying to escape, as the massive beast, weighing several tons, collapsed, attempting to crush me beneath its bulk. The impact sent a shockwave through the area. Thankfully, I had escaped its range just in time, but now I stood directly in front of it. The abomination raised its remaining scythe and swung. No time to dodge. I raised my sword, bracing myself for the impact. The scythe collided with my blade, sending me flying dozens of meters away. I tumbled violently across the ground before finally regaining my balance. My sword was knocked far from me, and my arm, I could no longer feel it. The sheer force of the impact had shattered my bones into dust. I glanced down at my limp arm, my heart sinking as the terrifying realization hit me. I might never use it again. The abomination of scythes wasn't finished. It charged again. It wouldn't stop until I was dead. Damn it. Phantom steps. I surged toward the Black Mountain, using the force of the creature's strike to propel myself forward. As I ran, I downed a health potion in one gulp, but even with its effects, my left arm still hung uselessly by my side. Shit. The monstrous behind me sent shivers down my spine. Its scythe barely missed me each time, slicing the air with lethal precision. I yanked out a handgun and fired wildly, hoping to slow it down even for a second. I just needed one moment to breathe. But the scourge didn't bother defending itself, it simply kept attacking. My luck finally ran out. Just as I raised my gun to fire another shot, the scythe struck. My weapon flew from my grip, along with my right hand. I stared at my arm. Blood gushed from the stump where my hand had been. I screamed at the top of my lungs, tears filling my eyes. The pain was unbearable, but more than that, I couldn't accept that I had lost my hand. In my left arm, it was nothing more than a mangled mess of flesh, rendered useless from the earlier impact. Both my arms were now completely worthless. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to run. At this point, I wasn't even sure why I was still trying. I had made it inside the Black Mountain, but the scourge of scythes was right behind me, destroying everything in its path. My life flashed before my eyes, but ironically, that was the only thing keeping my body moving despite the immense blood loss. My aura surged instinctively, pumping energy into my body, screaming at me, "Don't stop." Midst the cavernous expanse of the Black Mountain, I spotted a colossal staircase stretching upward. The peak of the mountain resembled the mouth of a volcano, allowing the silver moonlight to illuminate the ruins in an eerie glow. At the top of those stairs, that was where they were. The Shadow Sect. I forced my battered body forward, but before I could take another step, a searing pain erupted from my back. The scythe had pierced straight through me. I watched in horror as the blade protruded from my stomach, warm blood spilling from the wound. A violent wave of nausea overtook me, and a crimson torrent gushed from my lips. With a flick of its scythe, the beast hurled me toward the staircase. I ate against the black marble steps, my blood spilling like a crimson carpet. I couldn't even scream anymore. Every time I opened my mouth, only blood came out. A gaping wound in my abdomen, a missing hand, a crushed arm, shattered bones. How was I still alive? My blood seeped into the cracks of the stairs, as if the mountain itself was drinking it. I crawled, dragging myself up the steps. Like a worm. I had come so far. Only a few damned steps separated me from my goal. Behind me, the scourge of scythes strode forward, stepping through the blood trail I had left behind. Slowly, mockingly. Just a little further, just a little more. Drenched in blood, lost in waves of agony, I barely registered the shadow that loomed before me. Am I hallucinating? A towering figure stood at the top of the stairs, a statue-like warrior, clad in armor from head to toe. In its hands, it gripped a colossal black sword. Its face was concealed behind a terrifying mask, but within the mask's hollow sockets, two piercing eyes burned into me. Another figure emerged beside it, similar to the first, yet different, with a mask of its own. Through my blood-filled vision, I no longer knew what was real. Was I hallucinating? Had I finally died? Had these things come to claim my soul? The scourge of scythes seemed unaware of their presence, continuing its march toward me. It raised its scythe high for the final blow. This is the end. The scythe was about to shatter my skull. But in that moment, the monster froze. No, it wasn't frozen. It had been attacked. The first statue impaled it from the right with its massive sword. The second drove a colossal spear through its left side. Their strikes were so swift, the monster didn't even realize what had happened. In a single instant, they unleashed hundreds, no, thousands of strikes, reducing the abomination to mere fragments. Its body dissolved, its remains absorbed into the cracks of the stairs. The statue stood silently, watching me. I had been bleeding out for a while now. By all logic, I should have lost consciousness long ago. Yet something forced me to stay awake. Blood filled my eyes, tinting the world crimson. Surrounded by these terrifying sentinels, beneath a crimson moon, I parted my lips to speak. But only blood came out. Yet I still tried to speak. Kill me. In this suffering, why am I still conscious, still enduring this agony? This is too much for my mind to bear. Through tears mixed with blood, I pleaded with the creatures surrounding me to put an end to my torment. But they just stood there, watching. Minutes passed, and then the hallucinations began. Cold whispers slithered into my ears. By blood and for blood. By blood and for blood. By blood for blood. Suddenly, one of the statues seized what remained of my severed right arm, while another gripped my shattered left. They dragged me up the stairs, my body scraping against the cold ground, leaving a crimson trail in my wake. I had lost too much blood. I should be dead. Why am I still alive? Why am I still conscious? By blood and for blood. By blood and for blood. By blood and for blood. The chant echoed in my mind as we reached the summit. Now they were pulling me into an enormous temple. Its walls were drenched in black, its architecture unlike anything I had ever seen. But I lacked the strength to focus on any of it now. Is this hell? At last they dragged me into the heart of the structure and threw me onto a massive marble altar, white as bone, its surface pierced by twisting black thorns. I felt them burrow deep into my flesh. But I no longer cared. Above me, the moon bathed the chamber in silver light. Behind me, bound in heavy chains, stood a sword black as the void, pulsating with a malevolent aura. I knew that sword, but my mind was too fractured to comprehend it. The statues withdrew, leaving me alone on the platform. Drenched in my own blood, I gazed at the sky. Why am I still conscious? Why haven't I died? My body was drying up, my blood was almost gone. Finally. Once the last drop left my veins, I would die. Only then would this nightmare end. My vision blurred, my senses faded, so much so that I failed to notice the dark energy swirling around me. 7 shadows emerged, moving in wild, erratic dances. As I lay in the center, they twisted and writhed, their chaotic frenzy shaking the very air. Strange visions flooded my mind, images I couldn't understand. Some shadows laughed, others wept. And some screamed. My blood slithered through the chains, creeping toward the black sword, swallowing it entirely. At last, my body turned deathly pale, and my vision faded to black. Finally, I'm dying. I took one last look at my ruined body before slipping into darkness, surrendering to oblivion. It's over. What? Darkness, only endless darkness. I drifted weightlessly in the void, convinced that I was truly dead. Awaken, child of darkness. Just as I thought it was over, I heard it. A voice. Ancient, deep, it vibrated through my very soul. And then I heard my own words. From the womb of suffering, the strong are born. My eyes ped open. Ing for air, I pushed myself upright, my chest heaving with ragged breaths. I ran a hand over my head, trying to fight the searing pain in my skull. Wait, my hand. I looked down. My right hand was there. Pale, smooth skin. The very hand I had lost. Am I hallucinating? I frantically examined my body. No wounds, no scars. Even the old ones gone. What the hell is going on? Then I felt something on my left hand. Whether it was due to the shock or something else entirely, I hadn't noticed it until now. Clinging to my palm. Sleeping there. A cursed black sword. It had no hilt. My own hand had become the hilt. A terrifying obsidian blade extended from my wrist, exuding an aura of death. Just looking at it sent chills through me. But you know what? I know this sword. Balerion the Black Dread. I stood alone. The statues were gone. None of this was supposed to happen. I hadn't written any of this. Stepping out of the temple, I scanned the massive sect before me. How had I survived? How had my wounds healed? How had my limbs returned? I had no answers. According to the story, the protagonist, Snow, was supposed to find this place years from now. By then, he would have already mastered a sword technique of his own. I lifted the cursed blade, now fused to my hand. In that future, Snow would claim this very sword and use it to annihilate the sect, ensuring that no one else would ever learn the 10,000 steps of shadow technique before leaving. That was what should have happened. But somehow everything had changed. What were those shadows? Where had the statues come from? I didn't know. I was staring into the unknown. Then I noticed the sky. The sun would rise soon. And with that, I remembered something important. I don't know what's happening here, but I'm alive. I didn't die, which meant I have to finish what I started. I had come here for one reason: to obtain a combat technique. My gaze swept across the sect. I need to find higher ground. After some time, I found the tallest structure and climbed to its peak. Combat techniques were usually recorded in books. Even the protagonist had learned his one-sword style from a text. But the 10,000 steps of shadow, the technique I sought, was different. The sect sat at the mountain's summit. As the first rays of dawn touched the horizon, golden light spilled across the land. Before my eyes, the light reflected off the black walls of the shadow sect. And in that moment, the walls, the buildings, the ground itself, they lit up. Ancient inscriptions and sigils flared to life, glowing with an ethereal brilliance. Yes, this was the 10,000 steps of shadow. The entire sect was the technique. Before me, the Onsidark domain shimmered in radiant gold. This technique is mine now, the 9th month, year 2423 AD. Imperial capital, Belgrade. Belgrade was known as the Jewel of the North. No matter how far one traveled, there was no place safer than the city, or so the people of the Valyrian Empire believed. After all, this was where the Imperial Palace stood, where the strongest living human resided, the 4th Emperor, Mikar Valerian, a man known as the Phenomenon, a direct descendant of the legendary warrior who had saved the world 3 centuries ago, the One Sword. But today, Belgrade was more alive than ever. The reason was simple. The city was hosting the annual summit, a gathering of the Empire's most powerful forces, held once a year. In attendance were the 3 great noble families, along with the imperial family itself. Inside a grand palace, a massive conference table had been set, encircled by 4 imposing thrones. The eastern side, seated atop a white throne adorned with a golden star, was an elderly man with long white hair. Despite his advanced age, he still exuded an air of authority, his posture as straight as a drawn spear. He sat with his eyes closed, radiating a composed presence. Behind him stood a young woman in her early 20s, her jet black eyes and white hair forming a striking contrast. Today, however, her expression was particularly dark. Still here, Leonidas, how many times must I see your wrinkled face? Haven't your old bones had enough? Leonidas lifted his head, following the voice to its source. On the western side, seated upon an icy throne engraved with a crescent moon, was a man who appeared to be in his mid-40s. His skin was deathly pale, as if frozen by an eternal winter. His deep blue hair and glass-like eyes gave him a chilling presence. This was none other than Baelor Moonlight, the current lord of the Moonlight family, an S-rank existence feared across the empire, the Ice Demon. But Leonidas remained unfazed by the tyrant before him, answering in a calm, steady voice. The day I can no longer serve my family, I will step down of my own accord. Until then, you'll keep seeing this face, Baelor. Baylor chuckled softly, still as unyielding as ever. No wonder the Starlight family has managed to endure for so long. To the untrained ear, it might have sounded like praise, but Leonidas understood the hidden meaning. Baylor was clearly referencing the death of the previous lord of the Starlight family, Abraham. Once the Starlight family had been the mightiest of the three great houses, now they had fallen to the bottom. Leonidas, of course, was no fool. He understood Baylor's implication, but before the tension could escalate, another voice cut through the air. All right, I must say, it's a pleasure to have a member of the old generation among us. Men like Leonidas are always welcome here to guide us toward a better future. All eyes turned toward the speaker. On the southern side, seated upon a throne of flame, its surface engraved with the symbol of the sun, was a man with fiery red hair and a beard that burned like living fire. He appeared to be in his 50s. This was Lord Iris Sunlight, known as the War King. I'm glad someone here still values such wisdom. Leonidas chuckled, and Iris joined him. Since the Emperor has yet to arrive, there's no need for this tension. Let's talk about the one standing behind you, Baylor. The room's attention shifted toward her. Everyone, without exception, had stolen glances at her throughout the meeting, even Leonidas. She was simply too breathtaking. The young woman standing behind Lord Baylor Moonlight looked like a porcelain doll brought to life. Her snow-white hair cascaded down her back like a silver waterfall, her sapphire-blue eyes gleamed like rare gemstones, and her pale complexion seemed to glow under the dim palace lights. She was Ceres Moonlight, the woman whom Frey Starlight had once loved to the point of madness. Every time I see her, she grows even more beautiful, Iris mused. What do you say, Baylor? Why not marry her off to my son? Behind Iris stood a young man with fiery red hair, his presence regal and his gaze filled with unwavering confidence. They're both set to enter the temple this year. A marriage between them would benefit both families. A fine match, wouldn't you agree? Haha, as blunt as always, Iris, Baylor said before turning to Cersei. My niece truly is beautiful. Your proposal is certainly appealing, Iris. However, this is something I've left for her to decide. Ceres cast a brief glance at the confident young man before her. It lasted only a second before she returned her gaze forward, her face blank, unreadable. As flattering as Lord Iris's offer may be, I have no interest in such matters. My focus is solely on my duty to my family. Baylor shrugged apologetically. You heard her. Haha, well, that's unfortunate. Fortunately, Iris Sunlight was a man of broad vision. He took no offense. At that moment, Baylor Moonlight turned his attention back to Leonidas, and Eris followed suit. Whenever Ceres was mentioned, one name inevitably came to mind. This reminds me of something important. Leonidas, I heard that Abraham's son entered the Nightmare Lands a year ago and never returned. Is that true? For the first time, Leonidas's calm expression wavered. Behind him, Ada fared even worse, her nails dug deep into her palms. She still refused to believe that Frey was truly gone. By tradition, each noble family was represented by two individuals, the family lord and the heir apparent. This was the case for both the Moonlight and Sunlight families. But for the Starlights, things were different. Their lord had perished, leaving Leonidas, the head of the Senate Council, to represent them instead. Ada wasn't ready yet. Despite holding the title of lord, she remained in the background. But she knew this wasn't her place. It was meant for her brother, Frey. Leonidas composed himself and responded evenly. Frey Starlight lost his life during a training expedition in the Nightmare Lands. As painful as it is, fate has not been kind to our family. We lost Abraham, and then his son soon after. Ada clenched her fists even tighter. She knew how much of a hypocrite this old man was. No one had been happier about her brother's death than Leonidas himself. How unfortunate, truly unfortunate, Baylor murmured. He used to visit my palace quite often, after all. He attempted to sound regretful, but his expression betrayed him. For the first time, Sarah's expression shifted slightly as she recalled the black-haired, black-eyed boy. Of course he had come for her every time. She had tried to remain civil, given the ties between their families. She had thought she had buried those emotions long ago. But Frey Starlight had managed to stir them back to life in the worst way possible. Other than her father, there was no one she had despised more than him. He had pursued her relentlessly, whether through charm or manipulation. His very name disgusted her. HMPH, let's end this pleasant conversation here, Baylor interjected. I don't particularly enjoy talking about the dead, besides he's here. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. The only empty throne stood at the northern position, a grand golden seat larger than the rest. Now its rightful owner had arrived. The great doors of the hall swung open as a heavily armored man strode in, his presence overwhelming. In an ing voice, he announced, Bow before the emperor. Everyone rose as a man in his 40s entered, his golden hair shining like sunlight, his piercing yellow eyes burning like fire. The strongest human alive, Mikar Valerian. Behind him stood a younger version of himself, his firstborn son, Crown Prince Egon Valerian. Everyone in the room knew why the emperor was furious. "Let the summit begin," Mikar declared, his voice deep and commanding. At once, everyone took their seats. This year had been far from peaceful. After all, the Ultras had made their boldest move yet. The Valerian Empire stood at the heart of the world, its eastern and southern borders shadowed by the Nightmare Lands. But the West was a different story. Beyond the ocean, once called the Atlantic, lay a continent formerly known as America. Now, however, it had become home to something else entirely. Humans within the empire were not the only survivors of the old world. Not everyone had embraced the idea of humanity's salvation. To the West, there were those who had forsaken their humanity, selling their souls to demons in the belief that it made them stronger. They had abandoned their mortal nature, forging pacts with a sinister entity. These beings had become the Empire's greatest enemies ever since the One Sword sealed the rifts long ago. The factions that had aligned with demons eventually united under a single banner, a force known as the Ultras. A few months ago, the Ultras made their boldest move yet. They infiltrated deep into the Empire, abducting not only the Empress and her daughter, but also several high-ranking officials. It was a catastrophe, an undeniable humiliation. The imperial capital, Belgrade, believed to be an impenetrable fortress, had been exposed as vulnerable. If the royal family itself was not safe, then how could anyone else be? The entire empire was thrown into turmoil. In the end, after an extensive campaign personally led by Emperor Mikar, they managed to rescue the princess and some key figures. But the Empress was not among the survivors. That was the moment Mikar's fury reached its peak. The first to face his wrath was Baylor Moonlight. Baylor Moonlight, the Emperor's voice was like steel. "Your house is responsible for defending the western borders. So tell me, how in the hell did they infiltrate all the way to Belgrade under your watch?" Baylor stiffened under the Emperor's pressure, but maintained his composure. "I offer my deepest apologies, Your Majesty. My family has loyally defended the western borders for generations, and I can assure you, the attack did not come from the west. It originated from within the empire itself." The Emperor raised an eyebrow. "From within?" Yes, that much is undeniable. For them to reach the imperial castle itself, such a feat would have been impossible without inside help. Baylor's words struck a chilling truth. If there were traitors among them, then the threat was far greater than they had imagined. A war between black and white was simple. The enemy was clear. But when shades of gray seeped in, no one knew where the next strike would come from. "This calls for a full-scale purge." Iris Sunlight's voice only deepened the tension. No one knew who the traitor was. It could be a stranger, or it could be someone standing right beside them. "Send my orders," Mikar commanded. "Summon the church. Involve the Shadow Court. They are closest to the people. Tell them this. There will be no mercy for traitors. As for the great houses, I leave the matter in your hands. We are grateful for your Majesty's trust." The three lords spoke in unison, relieved that the Emperor had not interfered in their internal affairs. "Forgive my boldness, but may this humble girl share her thoughts." All eyes turned to Ceres Moonlight. "You may speak," the Emperor said. "Your presence here is proof of your worth." Hearing his approval, Ceres bowed slightly before voicing her thoughts. "The war between us and the Ultras is a war between humans. Since the day the Great One Sword sealed the rifts, we believed the worst had passed. But in truth, that was merely the beginning of another war." She paused briefly before continuing. "As I said, this is a war between humans. For 3 centuries, we have fought, yet never before have the Ultras dared to take such a bold step. Wouldn't you all agree?" The room nodded in silent affirmation. "Then allow me to correct my statement. This is not a war between humans." Leonidas frowned. "What are you suggesting?" Most in the chamber already understood her meaning, but they refused to accept it. The very fact that the Ultras had the audacity to abduct members of the imperial family can mean only one thing. They do not fear retribution. In other words, someone is backing them. Something has given them confidence. To put it bluntly, the Emperor's voice cut through the silence. "A demon." The word sent a chill through the chamber. "Well said, girl, you are absolutely right." A new voice echoed through the hall. He had appeared from nowhere. The chamber was filled with SS-ranked awakened, individuals who stood at the very pinnacle of And yet none of them had sensed his presence. None save for one, Emperor Mikar. So you've returned, Mist. Standing before them was a masked man, Mist Umbra, head of the Shadow Court and the Empire's deadliest assassin. I have, Mist's voice was calm. I spent the last few months within Ultra's territory, and I can confirm what the girl has said. A heavy silence followed. What had been speculation just moments ago had now become undeniable truth. No one could doubt Mist's words. His name alone carried weight. The fact that he had infiltrated the Ultra's domain and returned alive was proof enough. The Emperor met Mist's gaze, his golden eyes unreadable. Tell me its rank. Mist was silent for a moment before delivering the words that sent shockwaves through the room. An upper demon, rank 19, Astaroth. Eyes widened in disbelief. You're telling me that demons of that level still walk among us? Mist nodded. Yes. Tension gripped the chamber. A rank 19 demon was equivalent to an SS plus rank awakened, a being dangerously close to the pinnacle of And among everyone present, there was only one who might stand a chance against it. Emperor Mikar himself. A heavy silence settled over the room. Everyone understood. The world was shifting, and no one knew where it would light. Far from the capital, deep within the Shadow Sect, a lone figure sat in silence, isolated from the chaos shaking the world. His long, unkempt hair had grown wild, falling over his face like a curtain. Clutching a cursed black sword, the boy slowly rose to his feet, whispering words no one could hear. It's time to return. It's time to return. I rose from where I sat, stepping into the vast arena. The moment I reached its center, I stopped, running a hand through my no-long hair. But where exactly am I supposed to return to? I started pacing in circles, only to stop again. Help me out here, Balerion. Where should we go? Speaking to the sword bound to my hand, I stood there like a madman, talking to myself. Still as shy as ever, refusing to answer me, as usual. I hummed, trying to recall a tune I used to love, struggling not to lose the melody. Stay quiet, Balerion, I'm trying to focus here. I stepped right, then left. Shall we dance? Yes, let's. With sudden enthusiasm, I moved wildly, my body swaying as I tapped my feet against the cold ground. Dance with me, Balerion, let's dance. I cradled my sword gently, as if it were a beautiful woman, twirling and spinning with it. Haha, yes, just like that. That's why I love you, Balerion. Each swing of my sword unleashed waves of dark energy. Had anyone been watching, they would have been left speechless. After all, my movements were swift, too swift. 1 second I was here, the next I was over there. Dark aura surged around me as I danced, my form weaving in and out like a living shadow celebrating its existence. At last, I stopped at the center, leaving fresh scars on the ground. That was amazing. Well done, Balerion. I patted my beloved sword, savoring its cold touch. Just then, a figure emerged at the other end of the arena, a towering statue wielding a massive sword. Clad in pitch-black armor, its face was hidden behind a grinning mask. It stood motionless, staring at me. A grin spread across my own face in response. Smiley, you're here. I approached him in an exaggerated, playful manner. Is it time already, Smiley? I called him that because of the permanent smile on his mask. My steps quickened, leaving only afterimages behind. In the blink of an eye, I materialized before Smiley like a phantom, swinging Balerion with relentless force. He intercepted the strike with his colossal sword, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. But I didn't stop. Still airborne, descending slowly, I struck once, twice, dozens of times. Each carved arcs of black energy into the air, carrying an overwhelming force. Each time our swords met, violent gusts erupted around us. When my feet finally touched the ground, Smiley and I were caught in a whirlwind of clashing steel. I attacked and he parried, his speed matching mine with terrifying precision. Smiley countered, but my enhanced falcon eye saw everything. Black clashed against black, darkness against darkness. Then, in a single instant, the battle was over. Smiley's final strike sent me hurtling across the arena. Hundreds of exchanges within just 1 minute. Oh, that hurt. I pushed myself up, brushing the dust off. You're still absurdly strong, Smiley. But Smiley didn't answer. Instead, he stepped back as another figure emerged. Ooh, you want to turn too, sad. Another armored statue, similar to Smiley, but his mask bore a sorrowful expression. That's why I called him sad. He approached, wielding a massive spear. Hold on a second, let me match your expression. I exaggerated a sorrowful face, twisting my features in mock despair. Had anyone been watching, they would have laughed at how ridiculous I looked. At last, wearing a perfectly melancholic expression, I stood before Sad. Shall we begin? I feel like crying. Sad lunged forward, thrusting his colossal spear. It was a single attack, yet, for some reason, I saw dozens of spears descending toward me. Phantom steps. Using my improved phantom steps, I moved like a specter, weaving between the strikes. Balerion became enshrouded in dark energy, forming a blazing black aura. With a single swing, I unleashed a wave of darkness toward Sad. But he spun his spear like a fan, dispersing my attack effortlessly. Anticipating this, I appeared behind him, striking with a barrage of rapid blows. Like falling meteors, my ease rained down on him. In a split second, Sad thrust his spear backward with inhuman speed, deflecting every single attack. I laughed. Do you have eyes in the back of your head or something? Shrouding myself in darkness, I launched forward. 10,000 steps of shadow, black meteor. Sad lifted his head to see a streak of black light plummeting toward him. With a earthful stomp, he cracked the earth beneath him. I heard the shriek of metal as his spear shot toward me at an impossible speed. Our weapons clashed, sending tremors through the arena. But within moments, his overwhelming strength broke through, sending me flying into a distant wall. And just like that, Sad left the arena. I groaned as I got back up. What already, but the fun was just getting started, Tilda. Hey Smiley, Sad, come back. Despite my calls, the statues ignored me, vanishing into the shadows. And here I thought we were getting closer. With a sigh, I left the arena as well. I wandered the vast sect, sometimes humming, sometimes singing, sometimes walking in silence. Eventually, I arrived at the building I had claimed as my home. Inside, it was empty. Just a tattered cloth in the corner that served as my bed, and a single laptop resting atop a massive rock I used as a desk. I booted up the laptop, now containing a third folder titled My Memoirs. Sitting down, I began reading through my past entries. Day 1. Tonight is my first night in the sect. I found both the 10,000 steps of Shadow and Balerion, the Black Dread, but mastering them will take time. Day 2. I've earned a ton of achievement points, can you believe it? Apparently, quests were being issued constantly as I wandered through the Nightmare Lands. I completed most of them without even realizing it, earning myself a small fortune. Pretty great. Day 10. I've memorized most of 10,000 steps of Shadow and have begun practicing it. It's even harder than I thought. Day 15. Father, Mother, I still think of you every second. You are the fire that keeps me going. If you ever read this one day, just know I love you both. Day 20. I spent some of my hard-earned achievement points from missions to upgrade my skills to rank A. Now Hawk's Eye grants me perfect night vision and even slows down time slightly when I'm under attack. Meanwhile, Ghost Steps has turned me into a literal phantom. My speed more than doubles, making me vanish the moment I move. I'm getting stronger, but it cost me 2,000 damn points. Day 40. The deeper I immerse myself in 10,000 steps of Shadow, the more strange visions plague me. Something new has also appeared in my status. Shadow Adaptation 07. What the hell is this? Day 60. The statues have returned. They come once a day, beat me senseless, then leave. What the hell do they want? Day 80. I've barely been able to keep track of time. If it weren't for Ada's supplies, I might have starved to death by now. I tried leaving, but the statues blocked my way. I guess I'm not ready yet. I finally uncovered the secret behind SSS rank aura, and it was no joke. Day 100. Balerion and I have become the best of friends. He's always by my side, clinging to me. Isn't that wonderful? Day 120. Sometimes I wonder, which son of a bitch threw me into this world? I swear I want to shove Balerion up his ass. Day 140. Empty, empty, empty. Day 300. I've fully mastered 10,000 steps of Shadow, but I still can't unleash its full potential because I'm still too weak. Day 365. Oh, so it's been a year, huh? I pressed a finger to my temple, tapping my skull lightly. The wild gleam in my eyes gradually faded into something calmer. And just like that, I'm back. At some point, I realized that if I kept living like this, I'd lose my mind. So before that could happen, I made myself crazy on purpose. It was the only way to survive, and it worked. I created a mental switch in my head, one that lets me revert to my normal self whenever I press it. Though considering all of this is happening in my mind, I have to question my sanity. Maybe I've already lost it. I glanced at the status window on my laptop. Host, Frey Starlight Dual Soul. Class Swordsman. Talent O. Current rank D. Strength E+. Split D. Agility D. Endurance E. Aura SSS. Magic G. Swordsmanship LV, 2 limit broken. The user can now reach level 7. Talents Swordsmanship, Aura Manipulation. Combat Style 10,000 Steps of Shadow. Skills Hawk's Eye rank A. Grants night vision, zoom in / zoom out vision, and long distance sight. Bonus effect, slight time dilation when under attack. Can see through lower rank stealth techniques. Phantom Steps rank A. Doubles movement speed and silences footsteps. Bonus effect, the user momentarily vanishes when moving at extreme speeds. Seduction rank F. Induces attraction in the target with a stronger effect on the opposite sex. The effect weakens if the target is stronger than the user and may not work at all if their rank is 2 tiers higher. Abilities. Shadow Adaptation 07. System note, what you want me to praise you're still as weak as a larva, so don't get ahead of yourself, tilde. Current achievement points, 6,000. Not bad, right? I climbed all the way from F rank to D. I should thank Ada later for the training potions. I stared at Shadow Adaptation. At first, I didn't understand what it meant. But after countless battles against Smiley and Sad, and enduring blow after brutal blow, I started to get it. Every time I learned my opponent's fighting style, a strange black mist would rise around me. A moment of enlightenment would strike, and suddenly I'd instinctively counter their moves. It was just my theory, but if I truly mastered Shadow Adaptation, I might become the ultimate counter to every combat style. Just the thought sent shivers down my spine. I still don't know where this came from, or what exactly happened that day. After all, I never wrote anything about it. But I welcomed the extra strength. My gaze dropped to the bottom of the screen. I smirked at the sight of my achievement points. Even after spending 4,000 points to upgrade my skills and another 1,500 to unlock talents, I still had plenty left. The reason was simple. I checked my missions tab. Main mission. Successfully acquire 10,000 steps of shadow, plus 2000 AP completed. Side missions. Survive the Shroud of the Dead, plus 300 AP completed. Escape the Forest of Fear, plus 500 AP completed. Survive the Lunaria Mountains, plus 300 AP completed. Apparently, the system had been assigning missions all along, and I'd been completing them without realizing it. I felt like an idiot. If I had checked my missions earlier, I might have been able to anticipate the dangers ahead. But back then, I didn't have the luxury of checking my laptop. Still, I survived. And that's what matters. A whole year had passed. The temple's opening was drawing near. I glanced inside my dimensional ring. Aside from my swords and a few other trinkets, there was barely anything left. My food, my supplies. Everything was gone. That meant only one thing. It's time to return. I caught a glimpse of my reflection. My hair had grown long, and I hadn't taken a proper bath in a year. Haha, I look like a mess. Yet strangely, I felt refreshed. After all, my body was overflowing with strength. I closed my eyes and sank into deep meditation, reaching out to the dormant force within me. Seconds later, I found myself standing there. In a spiritual form, drifting in an endless sea of darkness. A vast, boundless ocean of black aura. I had discovered this place months ago. This was my SSS rank aura. An unfathomable ready to be wielded, yet still beyond my reach. The reason? It was simple. I attempted to draw upon that immense energy, and at once a dark line crept up my arm. In short, I possessed the but I wasn't strong enough to wield it. It was like trying to drink the ocean through a tiny straw. Until I reached the required strength, I wouldn't be able to fully harness it. However, there was one advantage. With this endless sea of aura, I could fight without the fear of running out. That alone was an incredible asset. I stored my laptop back in my dimensional ring and took one last look around. This small, humble room had been my home for an entire year. Thank you. I stepped forward, making my way toward the stairs. Well, Smiley and Sad let me leave. This time I had no choice. I had to go. If they stood in my way, I'd have no option but to fight them to the death. I was D rank, but only a fool would think that was my limit. And the reason for that was clutched firmly in my grip. Balerion the Black Dread, one of the few SS rank swords in existence. Whenever I wielded Balerion, my strikes felt effortless, flawless, as if the sword was merely an extension of my own body. With this blade, I could easily face opponents 2 entire ranks above me. Unfortunately, I'd have to conceal it once I returned. There were only 7 SS rank swords in the entire world, after all. I reached the stairs where they were waiting. Smiley and Sad. Yo, did you guys miss me? I strolled toward them. The two turned, their expressions unreadable. Dark aura erupted around me, suffocating the air with killing intent. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I stood my ground, bracing for their attack. But contrary to my expectations, Smiley and Sad simply stepped aside, clearing my path. My aura vanished. I gave them a wary glance. You're really letting me go? You're not planning to attack the moment I step forward, are you? They remained silent, motionless, like statues. And strangely, I felt a sense of familiarity with these statues. Alongside Balerion, these two had been my roommates for an entire year, even if they had been anything but kind. As I passed between them, I took one final look before giving them a nod. And at that moment, both Smiley and Sad nodded back. I blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, descending the stairs. At the bottom, I turned to gaze upon the sect of shadows one last time. I had never done this before, but somehow I knew this was their way of saying farewell. So I did the same. I lowered my head in respect. Thank you for everything. And with that, I left the Black Mountain. Snow crunched beneath my boots as I walked through the frozen wasteland. Here we go again. Balerion trembled violently in my grip. Calm down, you'll have blood soon enough. I pressed forward, moving through the vast snowy expanse, until suddenly I stopped. A familiar presence loomed ahead. 2 sides, 8 limbs, the same monstrous form, except this one was much larger than the last. I stood still watching it, then a twisted grin spread across my face. Oi, over here. I called out to the abomination. Its head ped toward me before it let out a deafening and charged. It's been a while, hasn't it? The scythe abomination lunged, but I vanished just as its blade was about to hit. Now perched on its arm, I casually patted the beast. Your cousin and I were close friends. It swung its second scythe, but I was already gone. Dancing around the abomination, I swayed side to side, my movements erratic. Don't be like that. You and your cousin both tried to cut me down, after all. Do you know what your cousin did? The abomination ignored my words and attacked, its speed terrifying. In that instant, crimson blood turned across the snow. He cut off my hand. The monster's arm and its scythe flew through the air, severed in a single stroke. It didn't even know what had happened. It didn't even realize where the attack had come from. Blood gushed from the wound as the abomination howled in agony, wildly swinging its remaining blade. Everything moved in slow motion, thanks to Hawk's Eye. As you can see, I like to return favors. And since your cousin isn't around anymore, you'll have to take this in his place. The abomination's scythe reached my face. But in that instant, 10 copies of me appeared before it. 10,000 steps of shadow, mirage. The 10 figures struck simultaneously, piercing through the abomination's body. The illusions merged back into one, now standing behind the beast. And just moments later, the abomination's body exploded into 10 separate pieces, collapsing into a crimson pool. I wiped my blade, frowning. I still can't do more than 10 strikes. In truth, those weren't clones. They were afterimages. Mirage was a flurry of strikes, executed so fast that it created the illusion of multiple versions of myself attacking at once. In that single moment, I had struck 10 times, making it appear as if there were 10 of me. But this was far from enough. After all, Chun Ma, the previous wielder of this technique, could unleash 10,000 strikes in an instant. I ran a hand through my hair, sighing. Looks like I still have a long road ahead. That night, a new predator was born within the nightmare lands, snow here and snow there. A mountain here and a mountain there. I took a deep breath, letting the crisp, cold air fill my lungs. My gaze wandered over the vast, untouched landscape. You know, Balerion, back then, I was too busy running for my life to truly take in this place. It's beautiful, don't you think? The terrain had shifted the moment the gates appeared. The very air and ground had become saturated with aura, reshaping the land itself. Oh, that reminds me. I reached into my ring and pulled out my personal laptop. Let's not repeat the same mistakes. There might be a new quest. Opening the screen, I navigated to the quest log. Bingo! I was right. A new side quest had appeared. Return to the gate before time runs out. Reward, 500 achievement points. Time remaining 05:46:20. I stared blankly at the screen. It expects me to cover all that distance in just 5 hours. BFFFD hahaha. I burst into laughter, and here I thought I was the crazy one. Turns out, the system is even worse. It had taken me days to reach this point. Granted, I only traveled in the mornings, not to mention all the detours I had to take to avoid the nightmare creatures. But you know what, this might be the perfect chance to test my strength. I stretched my legs, took a deep breath, and assumed a runner's stance. You better keep up, Balerion. We're about to put on one hell of a show. Phantom steps. One moment, a boy stood in the middle of a snow-covered field. The next, the field was empty, as if no one had been there at all. The world blurred around me as I moved at an insane speed, the wind howling against my face. This is incredible. I rushed into the cave, where ancient skeletal remains lay dormant. Ahead, the broken bridge I had once destroyed loomed over the abyss. The gap was massive, but I cleared it in a single leap. As I entered the narrow tunnel, I let out a loud shout. Wake up, you fools, dinner time. As if answering my call, the skeletons stirred. The eerie sound of grinding bones filled the air as they lunged toward me. Haha, yes, that's it, come at me. I extended my sword forward and spun at blinding speed. The moment the skeletons got too close, they were instantly shattered. All they saw was a furious black wheel, slicing through everything in its path. Bones piled up in my wake, but nothing slowed me down. Like a raging black storm, I cut through the skeletal horde without taking a single hit. At the cave's entrance, hordes of giant rodents swarmed, blocking my path. But just then, something shot out from the gate. The rodents lifted their heads, their beady eyes narrowing. All they saw was a small black dot in the sky. I wrapped my arms around Balerion and hurled myself downward. From below, they saw only a streak of black light plummeting toward them. 10,000 steps of shadow, black meteor. The moment I edged into the ground, dozens, no, hundreds of rodents were sent flying in every direction. I carved through them like a living shadow, leaving only blood and severed limbs in my wake. Move, get out of my way, I don't have time for this. At this moment, nothing else mattered. I cut down everything that dared stand in my way. Faster, deeper, I need to go even deeper. With every, more creatures were sent flying in bloody pieces. Show me what you're made of, Balerion. Is this really all you've got? As if provoked, Balerion trembled violently, drawing even more energy from my body. His strikes grew sharper, heavier. Yes, haha, that's what I like. And then in mere moments, I reached the edge of the cliff. Clear the way, I'm coming through. With those words, a madman leaped from the top of a towering mountain. The wind howled, my hair whipping against the sky as I plummeted at terrifying speed. I'm free. I laughed wildly, exhilarated by the sheer thrill of the fall. As the ground rushed toward me, I twisted my body and plunged Balerion into the mountain's surface, dragging it along the rock face. Sparks exploded as friction slowed my descent. Luckily, Balerion was sturdy enough to withstand the process. By the time I hit the ground, my speed had dropped just enough to absorb the impact. I looked up, a straight, scorched line now ran down the mountainside. Look on the bright side, Balerion, we left our signature behind. Wasting no time, I dashed toward the forest ahead. The trees blurred past as I leaped from branch to branch. Don't be mad, my friend. I had to do it, or I would have died from the fall. My sword was acting like an annoyed tsundere again. Giant crabs scuttled through the forest. One lifted its head. In the next instant, the world flipped upside down. Its severed head landed beside its still-standing body. These creatures were no longer a challenge. I glanced at my right hand. The engraved circle was still there. Good, it's still intact. Back then, I had lost my right hand. I feared that meant losing my connection to the return gate as well. But thankfully, it was still here. I channeled my aura into the engraving, causing it to glow with white light. Instantly, I sensed the gate's location. I tore through the crab-infested forest until I reached familiar ground. My steps slowed, almost instinctively. All right, the madness ends here. This was the same place where the mist stalker had attacked me before. Yes, I had grown stronger, but compared to that thing, I was still nothing more than an insect. The memory of that encounter was carved deep into my body. So deep that even the mere thought of facing it again made my skin crawl. I moved cautiously, releasing my aura to scout the surroundings. I couldn't cover much ground, but it was enough to sense what lay ahead. Fortunately, the mist was shifting, constantly in motion. There was no sign of it anywhere. Still, I had lost a lot of time. I might have failed the quest. A few minutes later, I stood before the gate. I pulled out my laptop and checked the screen. Return to the gate before time runs out. 500 achievement points completed. Time remaining 00:12:45. Barely made it, less than 15 minutes to spare. Had I not hesitated in the misty lands, I would have arrived much sooner. But whatever. At last, I was leaving this cursed place. This was where I had experienced terror unlike anything before. This was where I had come closest to death. But I had survived, and now the journey ends. I activated the gate. A white rift appeared before me. I was just about to take my first step through the gate when I suddenly stopped. I almost forgot. I glanced at the companion clinging to my hand. Sorry, my friend, but no one can see you right now. Lifting my hand high, I spoke softly. You know I love you, but we don't have a choice. Valerian responded immediately, glowing with a deep purple light. A burning sensation spread across my skin. Painful maybe, but something of this level no longer fazed me. In that instant, Valerian vanished, replaced by a massive tattoo of a serpent that coiled from my hand up to my shoulder. Oh, my hand. I flexed my fingers, staring at them in fascination. For an entire year, I had held onto Valerian fused with my body. Opening my hand again felt strange. I examined the large tattoo on my arm. This was my first time getting a tattoo. Well, at least it looks cool. It was so vivid, so lifelike, it almost seemed as if the serpent could strike at any moment. I wrapped my hand in black bandages and stepped into the gate with a smile. I'm back inside an isolated chamber within the massive fortress. A gate that had remained sealed for an entire year suddenly lit up. At that moment, a young man emerged. His long black hair was longer than before. His body stronger. His presence sharper. His pitch-black eyes now resembled swirling voids, as if threatening to consume everything around them. And then he grinned and shouted loudly, "I'm back." My voice echoed through the chamber before fading into silence. I found myself standing alone. No one here to welcome me. I scratched my head. I had imagined making a dramatic entrance. Oh well, doesn't matter. I made my way toward the door ahead. Outside, a lone guard leaned on his spear. Bored to death, he yawned, having been forced to guard a single room for an entire year. Not once had anything happened. This place was dead, so dead, in fact, that he had grown to despise his own job. But then, the door he had believed would never open creaked wide. From within, a young man with long hair and piercing eyes stepped out. The guard's body stiffened as his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. I flashed him a grin, one that bore a striking resemblance to my old friend, Smiley, and waved. Hey there, Tilda. The guard ped out of his daze, gripped his spear tightly, and shouted, Intruder! Intruder! I watched as the spear lunged toward me, but thanks to my enhanced vision, it was practically moving in slow motion. I sidestepped easily and placed my hand on his shoulder. A wave of darkness swallowed him whole. The guard's vision turned to nothing but pitch-black emptiness. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his body trembled as confusion overtook him. He tried to scream, to move, but no sound came out. All he saw was darkness. A few seconds later, he collapsed, unconscious from sheer terror. I sighed as I looked down at his motionless form. Man pointing a spear at me the second I arrived, that's just rude. Hey, Tyler, I heard you shouting, everything all right? Another guard rounded the corner, then froze. His eyes darted between me and his unconscious friend on the floor. Still wearing my smiley-like grin, I waved at him. Hey there, Tilda. The man immediately took a combat stance. Who are you? How did you get in here? Huh? I tilted my head. How did I get in through the gate? You know, the one behind me. I pointed toward the door behind me, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. But he wasn't listening. Intruder alert, I'm in the 6th wing, requesting backup. Wait, did he just call me an intruder? Or you idiot, I'm Frey Starlight. Who the hell are you calling an intruder? I casually walked toward him, but he didn't even acknowledge my words. The moment I stepped into his range, white energy surged around his fists. A hand-to-hand fighter. So he relied on brute strength. Too bad for him. I raised my right palm and effortlessly blocked his punch. Weak, you. He reeled back for another strike, but before he could, a swift chop to his neck knocked him out cold. He crumpled at my feet. I stood there for a moment, utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on? Why is everyone attacking me? At the end of the hallway, dozens of armed guards assembled in formation. Some wielded guns, others held bows. They stepped forward, aiming straight at me. Eliminate the intruder. Huh? Expression blank, I stared at them. Are we really doing this right now? The fools fired. Dozens of bullets and arrows rushed toward me, slow, predictable. I reached into my ring and pulled out a sword. I couldn't use Balerion here. My mind calculated the perfect path through the incoming projectiles. With my enhanced speed, I weaved through most of them effortlessly, deflecting the rest with my blade. I flipped the sword using its dull side and dashed toward the guards ahead. The man standing at the front barely registered my movement before I appeared before him. This won't kill you, but it'll hurt. A swift strike to the head sent him straight to dreamland. I moved like a ghost, slipping through their ranks at blinding speed. Each time I struck, another guard fell unconscious. 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 10th. A horror scene unfolded in the hallway. A black shadow darted between the soldiers, leaving only unconscious bodies in its wake. Last one. I stood silently, surrounded by fallen guards. Not corpses, just people knocked out cold. Exhale. Whether it's Nightmare Land or here, everyone just wants to kill me. Am I cursed or something? I stepped over the unconscious men. I need to find someone I know. But who? Ada may be Carmen. I turned a corner and froze. Before me stood a giant of a man. His sheer size alone could easily block out 4 of me. White hair, a massive scar running over one eye. He grinned menacingly as he looked at me. So you're the intruder they were talking about. The giant took slow, deliberate steps toward me. I'd met this guy before. What did Ada call him back? Then General Byron or something like that. Hey Byron, whatever your name is, it's me, Frey. PFT impersonating a dead manhwa. That's the worst survival attempt I've seen so far. What the hell was this bastard talking about? We had met before. How could he not recognize me? There's only one similarity between you and Frey. Byron smirked before continuing. You're both dead. The moment he said that, Byron lunged at me. You're the size of an elephant, but your brain is even smaller. I instantly shifted to a serious stance. This guy wasn't playing around. I watched his veins twisted across his skin while his right fist swelled. A surge of blinding white energy coursed through his arm before he launched a punch at me. It was like watching a falling meteor. Thanks to my hawk's eye, I could see his attack in slow motion, but even then I could tell how devastating it was. Pouring everything I had into my movement, I pushed phantom steps to its limits, barely managing to dodge his strike and reappear behind him. The sheer force of his punch tore through the corridor, shaking the entire palace. Damn it. I propelled myself forward. This bastard was an A-rank. I couldn't take him on without Balerion. Like a black arrow, I shot forward, putting as much distance as possible between me and the walking tank. But then his voice echoed behind me. Where do you think you're going? Iron planted his feet firmly into the ground, taking a combat stance. Then, with a series of Urfel thrusts, he unleashed 4 consecutive energy blasts shaped like massive fists. I twisted my body midair, channeling all the aura I could muster into my sword. 10,000 steps of shadow, black cutter. 4 black arcs shot forward, colliding with Byron's attacks. They weren't strong enough to stop them entirely, but they managed to divert their trajectory. Byron's strikes ed into the walls and floor, obliterating everything between us. Using the opening, I bolted away. He was far stronger than me, but I had the speed advantage. He was still a tank after all. Just as I thought I had escaped, a figure with white hair appeared in front of me. Finally, some excitement in this damn place. My heart sank the moment I saw her. Damn it, Carmen, it's me, Frey, stop. But battle instincts overpowered reason. She moved so fast that even my enhanced hawk's eyes struggled to track her. A surge of blazing white energy engulfed her arm, Stardust Fist. A single punch from her carried the of an S+ rank. If that hit me, I was dead. Shit. Come, Balerian. For a split second, I extended my left hand toward Carmen's incoming strike. A fragment of Balerian's form materialized, just enough to meet her fist. I poured every ounce of my remaining strength into him. A white inferno clashed against a dark storm. Shock registered on Carmen's face. But she was simply too much for me. Her flames engulfed my body, sending me flying dozens of meters before I ed into a wall. I clutched my left arm, lying amidst the rubble. That hurt. If I hadn't used the hand with Balerian, I would have lost my entire arm. In the next instant, Carmen appeared before me. My eyes widened as she reached toward me. But instead of attacking, her slender fingers grasped my chin, tilting my face toward her. She studied me closely. Then, after a long moment, she burst into laughter. It really is you. I let out a deep sigh. Spare me this bullshit, it's really you. After messing with my face for a while, Carmen finally confirmed my identity. Spare me this nonsense, that strike of yours could have killed me. With a smile, Carmen supported my exhausted body. Yeah, even though I wasn't serious back there, a blow like that should have been enough to finish you off. She fell silent for a moment before continuing with a chilling expression. But you survived, and with minimal injuries. I'd been caught red-handed. I turned my head away from Carmen, avoiding her gaze. Guess I just got lucky. In truth, I had only revealed a fraction of Balerian in that moment. He was the one who blocked Carmen's attack. I prayed she hadn't noticed. Luck, huh? Yeah, she wasn't buying it. I needed to think fast, either come up with a convincing excuse or do something reckless. I don't know since when luck can block an S-class strike, but you were right about one thing: you were lucky to run into me before the others. I nodded silently. She was right. The moment I escaped Byron, my entire body screamed at me, warning of the storm headed my way. Several overwhelming auras were closing in fast. Luckily, Carmen was the fastest. Had one of the elders who wanted me dead reached me first, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Speaking of Byron, I spotted the giant charging toward us in the distance, his entire body ablaze with a destructive aura. His furious echoed across the entire area. You bastard, do you really think you can escape from me? I am Byron. His massive fist hurtled toward me at terrifying speed, growing larger and larger as it neared. But I wasn't afraid. The reason stood right beside me. In response to Byron's attack, she raised a single finger. One finger. That was all it took to stop the giant's devastating punch. But she didn't stop there. In a blink, her finger pierced his fist, then his entire body. With my enhanced Hawkeye, I caught 61 precise strikes. But I was certain she had landed far more than that. The terrifying part: every single strike had targeted a vital point. Byron collapsed, his limbs twitching, completely helpless. He had no idea what had just happened. Carmen stood over him, a wicked grin curling her lips. Well, aren't you General Byron, or whatever your name is? Tell me, was my presence so insignificant to you, or have you become someone important without realizing it? Byron's eyes widened in sheer horror when he saw who was standing before him. He immediately attempted to kneel, but his broken body refused to obey. All he could do was his head against the ground in a pitiful attempt to bow. And my deepest apologies, Elder Carmen. I was blinded by my pursuit of the intruder. Please allow me to. Elder. Carmen's voice echoed across the battlefield. I barely held back a chuckle. Byron, you just signed your death warrant. You shouldn't have called her that. Beads of sweat rolled down the giant's face as he realized his mistake. I mean, Miss Carmen, my apologies. Before he could finish, his massive body was sent flying by a single, missile-like kick. He ed into the ceiling, then the ground, then the ceiling again. And finally he ed down, unconscious. The worst mistake you could ever make was reminding Carmen of her age. That and the fact that she wasn't married. Honestly, she was probably more upset about the way he addressed her than the fact that he had ignored her earlier. Calm down, Miss Carmen. Giants like him tend to have small brains. If he weren't family, I would have crushed that thick skull of his. She wasn't joking. Regaining her composure, Carmen turned back to me. So not only did you survive me, but you also managed to slip past Byron. In truth, several guards attacked me on the way here. I just don't get why no one recognized me. Carmen tilted her head. Recognize you, of course they wouldn't. Have you even looked at yourself in a mirror? My appearance. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't. I'd been imprisoned in the Shadow Sect for an entire year. You look like a noble disguised as a vagabond. That wild hair covering your face, it only made things worse. And let's not even talk about your stench. My stench. I raised my hand and took a sniff. All I could smell was me. Did this really count as horrible? What the hell are you doing now? Trying to figure out what you're talking about. Carmen let out a frustrated sigh. Spending a whole year locked up turned you into a damn idiot. Come on, let's fix this mess. Before I could protest, she grabbed my arm and dragged my exhausted body along. I knew better than to resist her. I didn't want to end up like Byron. After taking a few steps, Carmen slowed down slightly. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you. She turned to me with a smirk. You're officially a dead man right now. I stared at her, expression blank. Dead. The capital, Belgrade. Ada let out a deep sigh as she scanned the mountain of work waiting for her. Documents were stacked high on her massive desk, all demanding her attention. Ever since she had assumed the position of lord, her workload had doubled. She had always been a busy woman. After all, she had managed a large portion of the family's affairs from a young age. But this was nothing compared to what she had to deal with now. Ada threw the papers aside and leaned back in her chair. She muttered to herself, I fulfilled my dream. She had officially become the lord of the Starlight family. It was the greatest desire she had ever held. Ever since her late father, Abraham Starlight, had left behind a will naming her brother, Frey, as the rightful heir, Ada had felt neglected, like a mere shadow in the corner, disregarded by the very person closest to her. Her father. So she worked. She sacrificed her childhood, a portion of her youth. She honed her skills, expanded her knowledge, and built a name for herself. She accomplished what no one else her age had ever done. She didn't just want the title of lord. She wanted the recognition that came with it. But the words she had longed to hear never came. The man she had wanted to hear them from died. She never resented her father. After all, he was her family. She just wanted to hear, You did a great job, Ada. For the past year, she hadn't smiled even once. Frey's death had struck her like a bolt of lightning in broad daylight. She had hated him, yes. She had wished death upon him more times than she could count. And he had deserved it. But as they say, you only realize the value of something once you've lost it. He had been corrupt, yes, but he had been the last piece of her family. And towards the end, he had changed. Guilt consumed her. She took full responsibility for his death. I should have never let him enter the nightmare lands. I should have never left him alone. I should have never wished death upon him. It became an obsession. She now visited the church, a place she had never set foot in before, begging for forgiveness. Despite not being the primary reason. Ada let out a sigh as she stretched out in the chair of her office, her gaze empty. Why did you leave and abandon me? She took off her shoes, pulled herself up onto the chair, and buried her face between her knees. What am I supposed to do now? At that moment, a loud, frantic knock echoed through the door. An elderly maid hurried into the room, her expression filled with confusion. Frederica, what's wrong? Ada now resided in the estate that had once been granted to Frey, while she had made the old maid her assistant. Frederica took a deep breath, struggling to get her words out. Lady Ada's Frey, Lord Frey. He's back. In that instant, Ada's expression completely shattered. Ah, this is heaven. I was soaking in an enormous bathtub, the first proper bath I'd had in an entire year. Lifting a strand of my long, damp hair that had fallen over my face, I muttered, I need to take better care of you soon. Come, Balerian. Violent glow erupted from the serpent tattoo on my arm as a cold, black metal spread across my left hand, forming a terrifying blade. I held my beloved sword close. You saved me back there, my dear friend. Well done. Come on, let's get you cleaned up too. Valerian didn't need sharpening or maintenance. His edge was unnervingly sharp, his durability unmatched. He wouldn't break, rust, or dull, no matter how much time passed. He wasn't called the Black Dread for nothing. I spent several hours in the bath before finally stepping out. With only a towel wrapped around my waist, I exited to find Carmen seated in a luxurious waiting area, clearly waiting for me. I thought I'd be waiting here forever. How dare you keep me waiting this long? I shrugged. You were the one who told me to clean up. Look at you, how many people have the guts to talk back to me like that? Haha, what can I say? I find Miss Carmen far too charming to hold my tongue. She rose from her seat, approaching me with slow, deliberate steps. Sweet words won't get you anywhere, you know. Her hand reached for my left arm, fingers tracing over my bare skin. You got a tattoo. Her fingertips brushed over the serpent's intricate design, mesmerized by its fine details. My little friend here is amazing, isn't he? You still haven't told me, how did you survive all this time? I turned my head away. I happened to stumble upon an ancient sect's ruins. I found an old technique there and hid away all this time, plus my sister's resources helped. Carmen's hand continued its journey, sliding across my chest and abs. Rank day no D. Miss Carmen, this is harassment, I scoffed playfully. Harassment from whom to whom? Boy, you're barely half a man who just recently hit maturity. I chuckled in response. I may be a young fool, but even I can get flustered when a beautiful woman touches my bare body. Technically, if you add up the years from my previous life, my mental age was closer to 30. But I had to admit, Carmen's touch was like a talent detector. She had determined my rank with just a simple touch. Hearing my last comment, her hand finally stopped. Looks like I've been too nice to you, huh? She clenched her fist and lightly tapped my stomach. A surge of force ebbed through my body, sending me to my knees. That was brutal. With a smirk, she extended her hand to me. Yeah, it was. You're rank D. You found a technique in Nightmare Lands and survived all this time. I nodded. Your story has too many holes. You make the Nightmare Lands sound like a playground. She paused for a moment before continuing. And you still haven't explained how you blocked my attack earlier. She was still digging into that. I already told you I got lucky. Luck, you think luck did this? She raised her fist near my face. At that moment, I understood what she meant. It was small, so small I hadn't noticed right away, but it was definitely there. A tiny wound. One I had inflicted. Damn it, Valerian, you idiots. The number of people who can wound me is very small, let alone someone at rank D. Her piercing gaze locked onto mine. What are you hiding, Frey Tilda? I remained silent, avoiding her stare. What could I even say? Any excuse I made now would only make her angrier, so I chose to keep quiet. After a long, tense staring contest, she finally backed off. Fine, everyone has their secrets. Exhale. Thanks for understanding. Carmen returned to her seat while I took the chance to put on some clothes. Then a thought struck me. Miss Carmen, forgive my curiosity, but I've always wondered, why are you helping me? She paused just as she was about to light a cigarette. That's a bit of a late question, don't you think? True, it had been a whole year. Better late than never. Tuzg, I need to fix that smart mouth of yours. She took a deep drag before exhaling smoke into the air. I have a good eye, Frey, and I trust my instincts. Instincts, huh? Did she really help me all this time, just because of a gut feeling? Carmen remained silent for a while, her face unreadable as she took another drag of her cigarette. Then she met my gaze. Well, that's part of it, but I also owe him a great debt. Him, I asked, intrigued. Your father? Oh, unfortunately, I knew next to nothing about that man. I sat down across from her. I appreciate it, thank you. I don't need your gratitude, boy. I do what I want. I chuckled. Of course. For the next hour, she caught me up on everything I had missed over the past year. At first, I didn't care much. This world's affairs didn't really concern me. But then my body stiffened when she mentioned the main event. The Emperor's wife and daughter were kidnapped by the Ultras. A brutal battle ensued, with the entire noble families taking part. In the end, they managed to rescue the Emperor's daughter, but the Empress didn't survive. I gripped my head tightly. This is a disaster. Noticing my sudden shift in demeanor, Carmen raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? I didn't bother answering. After all, I had just realized how much of an idiot I was. How the hell did I forget such an important event? The Ultra's assault on the castle. It was a major incident, one where Frey had been deeply involved in the original story. The Emperor's daughter had been Frey's childhood friend. Weak and earless, he had turned to the Ultras, seeking the support of demons. In exchange, they demanded proof of his worth. He delivered, by aiding in the princess's abduction, exploiting her trust in him. In the end, the girl died, and Frey obtained the he sought. But that very incident became the reason for his eventual demise. That was how it was supposed to happen. But I had unknowingly rewritten the entire event. At the moment when Frey should have caused the princess's death, I had been trapped within the sect of shadows. The princess who was supposed to die was still alive. A wild card had just entered play. A variable that would shatter the course of events completely. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Even a single unexpected factor was more than enough to alter everything. Just the fact that she had survived was bound to set off a ripple effect, reshaping the future I thought I knew. Frey's fate had changed. What do I do? Should I go and kill her now? Impossible. I'd die before I even set foot inside the palace. Suddenly, Frey's memories of the girl surged through my mind. Damn it. Fine, whatever happens, happens. I don't care, so long as she doesn't stand in my way. Oi, Frey, have you lost your mind? Why are you mumbling to yourself? Carmen's voice ped me back to reality. Sorry, it's become a habit. Well, don't overdo it. Try to keep yourself together. Just then, Carmen's eyes gleamed. Looks like they're here. I frowned. Oh, she smirked. Come see for yourself. Your return is the biggest event in the entire empire right now. I stood up and followed her. Seriously. As we walked, we passed several servants who were rushing toward us, clearly about to deliver the same news. But Carmen had sensed their arrival far sooner. Her presence alone seemed to dominate the entire estate. When we reached the gates, I saw a massive procession of carriages coming to a halt. There were so many. Do I really have to deal with this? With a teasing smile, Carmen responded, yes. I sighed. At that moment, a familiar figure with white hair came sprinting toward me. Ada. I smiled warmly and waved at her. But she didn't stop. Instead, she threw herself at me, wrapping her arms around me so tightly that I struggled to breathe. I froze. I hadn't expected this. Her sobs filled my ears, her voice trembling as she whispered, You're back, you're really back. Tears streamed down her face like twin waterfalls. For a moment, I hesitated. I didn't want to form any ties to this world. But this girl was different. I wouldn't have survived without her. Even after everything the old Frey had done to her, she had still been my greatest support. Just this once. I returned her embrace, whispering softly into her ear. I'm back, Ada. At the grand entrance of Starlight Manor, under the watchful eyes of all present, the siblings reunited. Some were in disbelief. Some were stunned. And Leonidas, watching from the back, surrounded by his entourage, was furious. Abraham's son was alive. Not only had he survived, he now stood before him. Even as he held his sister in his arms, Frey's gaze cut through the crowd like a blade, locking onto Leonidas. A cold, predatory stare. Their eyes met. Both hunters ready to devour the other. This is impossible. Even with his mask concealing his face, anyone could tell the expression Khalifa wore at that moment. A year ago, Leonidas had entrusted him with a secret mission to kill Frey. Back then, he hadn't even needed to dirty his hands with blood. The boy had walked himself to his death. When he saw Frey step into the fog zone, he was certain. There was no surviving that place, not even for someone like him, in S rank. Yet against all odds, that very boy now stood before him. Beside him, Leonidas remained expressionless, but Khalifa knew the man at his side was a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Lord Leonidas, Silence. Khalifa tried to speak, but the elder's voice cut through the air like a blade, ringing sharply in his ears. His body stiffened as Leonidas slowly turned to face him. Those silver eyes gleamed with an eerie, otherworldly light, sending an involuntary shiver down the masked man's spine. We will discuss this later. Understood. Khalifa lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the ground. There was no room for argument. Frey Starlight POV. Ada, can you let go of me now? I can't breathe. Hesitantly, she loosened her grip around my neck, as if afraid I would vanish the moment she let go. Relax, I'm not going anywhere. At least not for now. She finally released me, and I turned my attention to the crowd surrounding us. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. You look surprised by the number of people here, but you should know they're all from the Starlight family. All of them. Carmen nodded, stepping closer to me. The real show begins once you leave Starlight territory. This place is a military base, so reporters aren't allowed inside, but the moment you step out, you'll be swarmed. She chuckled, amused by my predicament. I'd rather fight inside the nightmare lands than deal with this nonsense. Bold words, but don't worry, your story will fade soon enough. You'll only have to endure this for a little while. Miss Carmen is right. Ada, who had finally wiped away her tears and regained her usual composure, joined in. You're looking for a story, and the tale of a boy surviving a year in the nightmare lands was too tempting to resist, though most of them don't even believe it. I sighed. As long as it doesn't get out of hand. Just then I noticed Leonidas approaching, accompanied by several individuals radiating immense ire. So you've decided to make your move, you old bastard. Miss Carmen, is it all right if I handle this however I see fit? She shrugged. Do as you please, he won't lay a hand on you, not yet. A grin spread across my face as I stepped forward. That's all I needed to hear. Moments later, I found myself standing before Leonidas Starlight, the immortal lion. Even now, the gap between us remained immeasurable, but at least I could finally see him. Before, I couldn't even grasp the extent of his strength. With a carefully crafted smile, he greeted me. You've returned, son of Abraham. I returned the expression. Indeed, what's wrong, Lord Leonidas, you look like you've seen a ghost. Haha, of course I'm surprised. After all, we believed you had perished there. So you're going to play dumb, huh? Perished, I wonder who started that ridiculous rumor. Carmen, as if to reinforce my words, chimed in. The boy raises a valid point. She paused for a brief moment before continuing. A year ago, you reported that a nightmare creature had killed him, that his body was unrecoverable. So tell me, Leonidas, what exactly is happening here? Well done, Carmen, cornered the old fox. Yet Leonidas remained unfazed. He merely closed his eyes and responded with unnerving composure. It was an error in judgment, one made by my subordinate. At that moment, Khalifa's shoulders slumped further. I take full responsibility. I underestimated the situation. Ada scoffed beside me, clearly unimpressed. Your excuses didn't save his life. Keep them to yourself. Leonidas raised an eyebrow at her audacity. Ada looked like she was about to argue further, but I stopped her before she could. It's fine, I'm here now, and that's what matters, right? It seemed my influence over Ada had grown significantly. She simply nodded, her gaze subdued. Indeed, I'm glad you're not the narrow-minded type, son of Abraham. Leonidas smiled. Come, the Starlight Palace will welcome you in the grandest way today. He was trying to appear generous, but the last thing I wanted was to spend a single night under the same roof as him. I appreciate the offer, but since my sister is here, I'd rather leave with her. Grabbing Ada's hand, I gently pulled her forward. Shall we? All right. She was surprisingly obedient. Maybe the shock of my return would make her listen to me for the next few weeks. Miss Carmen, is that all right? She nodded. Go ahead, if anything happens, I'll find my way to you. Thanks. As I passed Leonidas, he chuckled. Are you sure you want to leave, boy? I stopped in my tracks. And why wouldn't I? With that same amused smile, he turned to face me. It might be dangerous, after all, you never know what could happen outside. I clenched my fists. So you're threatening me now. I refused to waver. I appreciate the Grand Elder's concern, but don't worry, the place I'm going to is far safer than the mighty Starlight Palace. Oh, is there such a place? I shrugged. Yes, I'm going to the temple. Leonidas' eyes widened slightly, but he quickly masked his reaction with a smirk. Forgive my bluntness, but are you even qualified to enter that place? A sinister smile, one eerily reminiscent of Smiley's, spread across my lips. I was waiting for you to ask that. Oh, trust me, I'm more than qualified. For the first time, Leonidas' expression faltered as black energy surged around me, releasing a suffocating pressure. Ada flinched beside me, and the expressions of those around us darkened. The elders at Leonidas' side tensed, ready to act. How dare you unleash your aura before the Grand Elder? Many of them gathered their prepared to strike, but before they could move, an overwhelming force edged down upon them, stopping them in their tracks. All eyes turned toward the source, Carmen, radiating waves of scorching, oppressive energy. With a voice as cold as ice, she declared, "No one interferes." No one dared to speak at that moment. Yet Leonidas paid no attention to those around him. His eyes remained locked onto the boy standing before him. That aura, it barely qualifies as drank. That was his immediate thought. Of this level was nothing but child's play to him. Sure, reaching such a rank at this age was an achievement, but in his eyes it was insignificant. So why? Leonidas struggled to maintain his composure, but he couldn't shake the feeling. Why do I sense danger from this arrogant brat, despite the overwhelming gap between us? What Leonidas didn't realize was that the threat he felt wasn't coming from me. It came from the great sword slumbering in my grasp. But that didn't matter. Watching his expression crumble was worth every bit of effort. I withdrew my aura, raising my hands in mock surrender. Why so tense, everyone? Let's all just calm down, shall we? I savored their enraged expressions before turning to leave. That concludes our meeting. Thank you for everything, O great elder Leonidas. After walking a few steps, I found myself standing amidst a massive crowd. The Starlight family. The same people who had stood by in silence a year ago, while I was moments away from execution in the Senate Hall. With a sinister grin, I infused my voice with aura and spread my arms in a welcoming gesture. "Oh, my dearest family." I swayed theatrically as I addressed the audience surrounding me. "I've returned, did you miss me?" I cupped a hand behind my ear, pretending to listen. Silent, as always. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see your beloved relative? You're hurting my feelings, you know." That was when I spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Through my exhausted memory, I somehow managed to recognize him. "Ooh, isn't that my dear cousin?" Under the confused gazes of the crowd, I dashed toward the white-haired youth. I saw the disgust on his face as he shouted, "Stay away from me, you damned bastard." Min stood in front of a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, her long black hair flowing behind her, his mother, presumably, who wore the same expression as him. Beside them stood his twin sister, her face utterly indifferent. But where was his father, the man who had once tried to kill me? I laughed at the scene before me. "What's the matter, cousin? Aren't we close?" Emond held himself back from lunging at me. After all, the one standing before him was the very reason his father had suffered permanent injuries and was now imprisoned. Not that he knew his father had merely been a pawn in Leonidas' schemes. Seeing the hatred burning in Emond's eyes, I decided to toy with him a little more. "I remember you challenging me to a duel before. How about it? Want to try again?" At that moment, white flames flared up around Emond's body, the signature ability of the family's strongest warriors. Yet his flames were so weak. He growled at me. "I could crush you anytime, you arrogant brat." I laughed at his confidence. Yeah, but let's leave it at that for now. We'll both be entering the temple soon. Let's settle this there." HMPH, as if a lowly rat like you could even step foot inside the temple. Yes, you're amazing, dear cousin. See you there." With a dramatic flourish, I stepped toward the edge of the crowd and took a deep bow. "Ladies and gentlemen, the show you all came for is now over. See you later." I barely contained my laughter when I saw their expressions, as if they were looking at a lunatic. Ada, walking beside me, seemed to share their sentiment as we boarded a carriage and finally left the place. "First I'll crush him and then I'll deal with his father when the time is right. I never forget, and I always repay my debts, especially to that bastard Leonidas." My instincts told me that my story with that old man was far from over. Where to, my lady? I glanced at the coachman, only to be surprised. The strongest servant of the Starlight family was the one driving the carriage. "Home. Understood." Even now, the old butler refused to look at me. He simply drove in silence. I turned to my sister. Since when did an S-rank servant become a mere driver? I burst into laughter at the absurdity of it. "Hey, Vulcan, what's the matter? Did life finally decide to mess with you?" The old butler remained expressionless as he answered with practiced politeness. "I am bound to serve and protect Lady Ada. Her will is my life, and I take great pride in the role she's given me. Welcome back, young Master Frey." "Oh, is that so? Well, thanks, I guess." I turned my attention back to Ada. "Aren't you being a little too harsh on the old butler?" She responded indifferently. He got what he deserved after what he did before. Before? Was she talking about the incident from a year ago? So she's doing this for me. I hesitated for a moment before asking, "Tell me, Ada, do you hate me?" She seemed unprepared for the question, fidgeting slightly. With a sigh, she finally answered, "Yes, I hate you, or rather, I used to." Used to? She nodded. "Yes, but those feelings faded the moment I heard of your death. No, I had already been conflicted long before that." She hesitated before adding, "Besides, you've changed." I chuckled as I looked at her. She was acting all shy, even though she was supposed to be the older sibling here. "Who said I've changed?" Ada flinched at my words. Maybe I'm still planning even worse things in the future. I stretched out on the luxurious seat, pressing her further. "Tell me, Ada, what if I continue doing what I've always done? What if the whole world turns against me? Would you still support me, knowing full well that I'm just a piece of scum?" I saw the sorrow in her eyes as she lowered her gaze. From the front, Vulcan listened in silence, but he didn't intervene. Then, after a moment of hesitation, Ada lifted her head. "I would." This time I was the one left speechless. I hadn't expected that. I had only tried to provoke her so she wouldn't get too attached to me. After all, a pragmatic relationship based on mutual benefits had always been enough for me before. But now, how the hell was I supposed to deal with the girl in front of me? I held her gaze for a few moments before letting out a defeated chuckle. "I was joking." "What?" "I don't plan on doing anything bad, so don't worry." Ada sighed. "Why do you do this to me?" "Don't be so mad for now. All I need to do is enter the temple." At my words, she suddenly remembered something important. "About that, Frey, you're a little late." "How late?" "Yes, the entrance exams ended a while ago." My expression must have been ridiculous because, for the first time, Ada laughed when she saw me. "Hee, don't make that face. I'll use my position to arrange a private exam for you." My face instantly lit up. "Really?" "Yes." At that moment, relief washed over me. After all, if I didn't enter the temple, I wouldn't be able to participate in the Victoriad, and everything I had done so far would be for nothing. "Are you sure you can do this?" "Of course, I am the head of the family, after all." "Ah, right, she was the lord." "Lady Ada, is it really appropriate to use your authority like this?" Ada's expression turned cold at the old servant's remark. "Silence, Vulcan. My decisions are none of your concern." "Forgive my impertinence." I chuckled. "May the gods be with you, Vulcan." Following days passed in relative peace. Thanks to Carmen, Leonidas was temporarily restrained, and Ada had ensured that no one could meet me. As a result, I spent my days with her in our secluded manor. She had grown much closer, so much so that the coldness from before had completely disappeared. And yet I kept my distance. I did my best to push her away, reminding myself that I would be living in the temple once I was accepted. This was for the best. I couldn't afford to get attached to anyone in this damned world. A few days later, I was finally summoned to take the temple's entrance exam, thanks to Ada's influence. The exam was held in a separate section of the massive temple. Now, I stood before an enormous facility that resembled a fortress. For a mere examination center, it was as large as the academies from my previous world. At that moment, I recalled that the temple itself was a small city in its own right. Of course, I designed it that way, to provide the perfect environment for the main characters to develop relationships. Only now did I start realizing how cliché I had been. Two individuals emerged from the facility's gates to greet me. Both wore formal black attire. One was a woman, the other a man. Behind me, Ada wore a sorrowful expression. "You just got back, and now you're leaving again." "I'm sorry, but I have to do this." She forced a smile as she bid me farewell. "Make sure to visit from time to time." I raised my hand in acknowledgement, leaving her behind. "I will." I approached the two figures waiting for me. In unison, they nodded. "Lord Frey." "Yes. This way, please." I followed them inside without protest. The facility's interior was built like an enormous prison. The technology used was highly advanced and seamlessly blended with aura magic, making it impossible for me to fully comprehend. After walking for some time, the woman in the lead finally spoke. "Lord Frey, the special exam you're about to take is quite simple." The man continued where she left off. "You will enter a simulation program developed within the temple to assess young talents." They exchanged a brief glance before the woman resumed. "You will evaluate your strength, speed, intelligence, adaptability, and ability to think under pressure. That is the purpose of this exam. I sighed. I already knew all of this. After all, I was the one who wrote this nonsense in the first place. Still, I played along. Understood. Good. If you achieve satisfactory results and are accepted, the temple will provide for all your living arrangements, including accommodation and other necessities. If your results are height and outstanding, you will be placed in a class superior to the ordinary ones, the Abyss class. Now that caught my interest. Abyss students have access to exclusive, high-end accommodations and superior facilities. You'll receive a summary of the privileges later. They paused momentarily before delivering the part I had been waiting for. If Lord Frey achieves a top 20 ranking and demonstrates exceptional potential, he will enter the most prestigious class, the elite class. A smirk formed on my lips. This was my goal all along. The class where the main characters resided. We arrived at a gate leading to a massive combat arena. That will be all for now, Lord Frey. Face the exam in your own way. Best of luck. Thank you. I stepped forward. The arena was empty, but I already knew what would happen next. The surroundings shifted, transforming into a vast, fertile field. A simulated sky appeared above me, and I found myself standing on a lush green meadow. I knelt, touching the grass with curiosity, enjoying its realistic texture. This is incredibly lifelike. Then a voice echoed from the void. Candidate number 5780, Frey Starlight. You will soon face creatures from the Nightmare Lands, along with various obstacles designed to target you. You have 1 hour to either survive or eliminate all threats in the area. If you die before the time is up, you will be disqualified immediately. That is all. Good luck. I chuckled. Did they really think I'd be afraid of their test? I who had survived an entire year in the Nightmare Lands. I already knew who was speaking. Professor Alina Shamra, a Arank awakened, and the mastermind behind this entire simulation. A massive timer appeared in the sky, counting down. At the same time, figures began materializing around me. Golem-like creatures. Enormous lizards. Even the giant crabs I had once fought in the past, though these ones looked smaller and weaker. I stretched before drawing one of my prepared swords. A burning sensation flared in my left hand. Sorry, Balerian, I know you love to show off, but this stage isn't for you. With a smirk, I advanced toward the approaching creatures. Shall we begin? Inside the observation room overlooking the testing grounds, a striking woman with brown hair and a lab coat sat, her glasses resting on intelligent eyes. Professor Alina Shamra watched the young man preparing for battle. So this is Frey Starlight, the one they claim survived in the Nightmare Lands. Despite her interest, she found the rumors laughable. A mere Frank boy surviving a whole year in the Nightmare Lands ridiculous. She was here to see him fail. After all, there had been plenty of talk about him, but she had yet to witness any proof of his abilities. At that moment, the door behind her opened, and a girl with white hair entered. The room's temperature dropped immediately. A breathtakingly beautiful girl with crystal blue eyes and pale skin. Alina smiled. Welcome back, Saris. Good work. The girl gave a respectful nod. Frey wasn't the only one who had taken a special exam. Sarah's Moonlight had just finished hers. Alina glanced at her tablet, where the results were displayed. At the center of the screen, the time was recorded. Remaining time 00:41:45. Impressive, you finished in just 18 minutes and 15 seconds. That's enough to place you in the top 3. Alina couldn't hide her admiration. Saris, however, remained expressionless. Is it really appropriate to share my results so openly? Haha, don't be like that. You're special after all. Besides, we're not strangers. It hurts when you act so distant, you know. I am not being distant. This is how I speak to everyone. Alina sighed. That is being distant. Saris was a drank awakened with an advanced trait, ice. That alone was remarkable. But it seemed her emotions were frozen as well. She turned to leave, but Alina stopped her. Wait, where are you going? Saris tilted her head. I got my results, so I'm leaving. This girl. Why not stay? A good show is about to begin. Saris looked at the screen. There she saw a young man with black hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in combat gear. She recognized him. Frey Starlight. With a trace of annoyance in her voice, she spoke his name. She had heard countless rumors about him. Some claimed he was dead, others swore he had survived the Nightmare Lands, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that he was standing right before her. You two are acquainted, aren't you? Something like that. The fact that she chose to stay and watch was enough to show her interest. Tell me, is he strong? In response to Alina's question, she shook her head. Quite the opposite, he was weak, very weak. She spoke as her eyes remained fixed on Frey. But in the next instant, he vanished. How? Neither Alina nor Saris could comprehend what had just happened. At first, they assumed it was a glitch in the display, but what unfolded before their eyes shattered that assumption. Frey flickered into view for a brief moment, just long enough to appear before a monster, then disappeared again, leaving behind only a mutilated corpse. He tore through the horde with ghostly speed, a trail of black afterimages lingering in his wake. What is happening? Alina leaned in closer, her eyes wide with disbelief. His sword strikes were unlike anything she had seen, his movements unnatural. What kind of technique is that? Her astonishment grew as she watched him cleave through a stone golem as if it were made of paper. From start to finish, he hadn't taken a single hit. And then, as if bored, he came to a halt. Standing amidst a sea of broken corpses, Frey stretched his arms, his expression indifferent. Above, the timer stopped, displaying the final result. Time remaining 00:49:30. He finished the exam in 10 minutes. Alina slowly turned to Saris. Tell me, is this monster weak? But Saris wasn't any better off. Her usually emotionless eyes were now wide, locked onto the screen. Is that really Frey? After a quick warm-up, I surveyed the swarm of monsters encircling me, 38 in total. The exam was diverse, with each creature requiring a unique approach to defeat. But that only mattered if I were weaker than them. I suddenly recalled those novels I used to read, where heroes were transported to new worlds and forced to enroll in academies like the Temple. Most of them faced trials just like this. And without exception, they all chose to hide their strength, pretending to be weak for the sake of strategy. They skulked in the shadows, claiming it was wiser to bide their time. Then at the perfect moment, they would reveal their true and shock everyone. Am I supposed to and say, wow, the protagonist is amazing, I never saw that coming? What utter nonsense. Why go through the trouble of acting weak, enduring humiliation, only to surprise everyone later? Why not crush them from the start and spare myself the hassle? Taking a deep breath, I unleashed my full strength. Phantom step. I surged through the battlefield, moving too fast for the eye to follow. My first target, a rock lizard that had been crawling toward me moments ago. With a single swing of my ore-infused blade, I reduced it to chunks of flesh. Grinning, I moved seamlessly from one monster to the next, my speed never faltering. Let me show you idiots how it's really done. A single severed the head of a crab abomination, and I pressed forward. The key isn't hiding my strength, it's hiding my trump cards. I would obliterate everything in my path from the very start. This world was out to kill me, so I would make sure it understood. Messing with me was a mistake. Golem was tougher than I expected, but it shattered easily once I unleashed the 10,000 steps of the shadow technique. By the time I stopped, I was standing in the middle of a blood-soaked battlefield. Above me, the massive timer in the sky displayed my completion time, just under 10 minutes. I knew my performance would leave many in shock, but not a single one of them would suspect that this was only a fraction of my true strength. After all, I had that idiotic system on my side. And Balerians. No matter what came my way, I was prepared. So come at me, you fools. As I stood there, lost in my thoughts, a feminine voice brought me back to reality. Candidate number 5780, Frey Starlight. Excellent work, you've completed your practical exam in record time. Please proceed to the next gate to continue your evaluation. I smirked. Of course, it was a record. I was certain I ranked among the top 5 at the very least. Even though I had designed this test myself, I only knew the protagonist's exact result. As for the others, I had only mentioned their rankings, so I wasn't sure exactly where I stood. At best, I was second place. First place impossible. After all, the protagonist, Snow, had finished in just 1 minute. I sighed, realizing I'd have to defeat him eventually. But no matter. I was confident I had secured my place in the elite class. Beyond the fact that the main characters of this world were all there, the elite class came with privileges I desperately needed. Not to mention, the entire first quarter of the story revolved around it. When I reached the next gate, I found the 2 attendants from earlier waiting for me. Well done, Lord Frey. I nodded. Thank you. Their expressions remained unreadable, but their next words struck like a hammer. You performed admirably in the practical exam. Now, only the written test remains before the evaluation is complete. The written test. Damn it. Why did I keep forgetting the important things? I smacked my forehead, realizing just how deep in trouble I was. This damned exam revolved around this world's history, knowledge, and techniques, things I knew next to nothing about. What the hell was I supposed to do now? Ignoring my growing panic, the two led me to a secluded room, where a stack of papers filled with questions awaited me. You have 1 hour, Lord Frey. Best of luck. Luck. I was doomed. At that moment, I recalled Ada's constant pestering, her repeated questions about whether I was prepared for the exam. So this was what she had been talking about all along. Damn it, if I scored too low, I might lose my spot in the elite class. What do I do? Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to calm down. Maybe, just maybe, I could figure this out using my knowledge as the author. I glanced at the first question. The owlbear is a earthful abomination that inhabits the northern regions of the Nightmare Lands. Due to its extreme resistance to cold, it can only survive in frigid environments. This creature has been a persistent threat to humankind, attacking during snowstorms. However, humans have finally discovered its weakness. Q1. What is the owlbear's weakness? Q2. What is its classification? Q3. What is its strongest weapon? The moment I read the first question, I knew I was screwed. I had never even mentioned this creature in my story. Where the hell did it come from, let alone its weaknesses? This world keeps screwing with me. Fine. If it wanted to play games, I'd play too. I wrote down, weakness its ass. Hope they enjoy that answer. I kept reading, but my hopes plummeted further as I realized the rest of the test focused on this world's technology, something I had zero knowledge of. I never thought I'd be turning in a blank test again, not since university. I sighed. At this rate, I wouldn't make it into the elite class. Even though the practical exam held more weight, the written test still mattered. Just as I was about to give up, my eyes landed on a question at the bottom, one about combat techniques and properties. Wait. Scanning the test again, I noticed several other questions, ones that piqued my interest. I know the answers to these. As the creator of this world, I had put immense effort into building its system. Before I knew it, I had answered a significant number of questions. This might actually work. Though I couldn't answer everything, at least I wouldn't be submitting a blank sheet. I tried recalling the original Frey's memories for help, but all I got were flashes of him, harassing maids and fooling around. A useless bastard. Eventually the exam ended, and I left the room. I had no idea what my score would be, but it certainly wasn't great. The two attendants led me to a separate chamber. Normally, candidates must wait for their results, but we made an exception for you, Lord Frey. I nodded. I appreciate it. Please wait here. Your results will be available shortly. They left and I was alone. I hadn't felt this level of anxiety since university, waiting for my grades with bated breath. The room was massive, easily the size of a small stadium. It reminded me just how much funding the temple received every year. They must be swimming in wealth. Before I could dwell on it further, the two returned, holding a floating, transparent screen. Without preamble and with the same unreadable expressions as before, they announced, "Congratulations, Lord Frey, you have been admitted into the elite class." Their words were like ice water, quelling the fire of my anxiety. I exhaled in relief as I took the report. Frey Starlight, candidate number 5780. Practical rank 3. Theoretical rank 489. Final rank 17. Elite class B9. So my written score wasn't a complete disaster. And my practical ranking was exactly where I expected. Looks like I landed in class B after all. I stared at my test report in disbelief. The first answer was marked as correct. Wait, was that thing's actual weakness really its ass? What? They're messing with me. Fortunately, the temple placed more emphasis on combat ability rather than theoretical knowledge. Otherwise, my ranking would have been far worse. Outstanding results, Lord Frey. Your combat skills in particular was remarkable. Yeah, thanks. So when do we enter the temple? I was eager, perhaps a little too eager, to see the elite dormitory, a place I had envisioned countless times in my mind. Apologies, Lord Frey, but only the regular students will be entering for now. What? What the hell were they talking about? The elite dormitory, along with the abyss dormitory, is isolated from the rest of the facilities. Since each one houses only a small number of students, you are free to do as you please. You won't need to enter the temple until the official opening, which is a week from now. So you're saying, yes, Lord Frey, you are free to leave. Oh, okay, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting this. Was this even a thing? I don't remember writing any of this nonsense. Who the hell is tampering with the settings of my story? And just like that, I found myself standing outside the examination center's gates while everyone else had already left. Rejoice, Ada, your brother is coming home early. All right, how does this thing work again? I fiddled with the watch on my wrist. Ada had given it to me before for communication. It was essentially a more advanced version of a smartphone. After pressing random buttons, a three-dimensional screen popped up in front of me. Oh, that's cool. Unfortunately, I had no idea how to use it. So I spent the next 30 minutes messing around until finally I managed to call Ada. Damn, I thought I'd be stuck forever. The moment the call connected, Ada answered instantly. Frey, that was fast. Did you finish the exam already? Yeah, I need a ride. Huh, did you fail? The opposite, I got into the elite class. Oh, that's amazing. She couldn't hide the surprise in her voice. It seemed she hadn't expected this. They told me I won't be starting until next week. Stay where you are, I'll be there soon. I didn't expect you to make it into the elite class, or I would have waited for you. Wait a second, you knew about this. Ada hesitated for a moment before responding. Yeah, but I didn't think you'd actually qualify for the elite class. Sai, what exactly do you think I am? Sorry, anyway, I'll pick you up soon. All right. These watches are really useful. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, why didn't you guys give me one of these earlier? It would have been useful in the Nightmare Lands. Ada tilted her head, giving me an incredulous look. Frey, are you trying to sound stupid? What? You know, these don't work in isolated zones with constant fluctuations, like the Nightmare Lands. Oh, see you later, Tilda. With that, Ada ended the call, leaving me alone. I don't think I'll ever get used to this world. Akla's Mountains, Starlight Family Headquarters. Leonidas tapped his fingers against his desk, each tap sending a wave of unease through Khalifa, who stood before him. The Miss Stalker, huh? Khalifa flinched at the name. Elder, I swear, I saw it with my own eyes. Leonidas scoffed. Spare me your nonsense. Are you telling me a mere Frank brat survived that thing? Khalifa trembled, desperately trying to justify himself. I don't know how he did it, whether it was luck or something else entirely. Luck. Leonidas' tapping grew heavier, each sound reverberating like a death knell. Since when has luck been enough to survive a monstrosity that could kill both you and me? Khalifa shrank, his head lowering between his shoulders as he struggled to calm the enraged immortal before him. I apologize, I failed this time. Leonidas shook his head. No, it wasn't your failure, it was mine. Elder. Just when Khalifa thought he had escaped the worst, a terrifying expression overtook Leonidas' face. His eyes glowed with a chilling silver radiance. This time I'll handle things my way. An invisible force suddenly bound Khalifa in place. He struggled to break free, but... Tap. Leonidas' fingers struck the desk once more. A single tap. A devastating wave of energy erupted, slicing the desk and the entire room clean in half. Khalifa was caught in the destructive force. Had he not reacted in time, he would have been split in two. Even so, he wasn't fast enough. His left arm was severed. The masked man collapsed, clutching the stump of his missing limb, his screams echoing through the ruined chamber. Silence. Leonidas' commanding voice was absolute. Despite the searing pain, Khalifa clenched his teeth and obeyed. Remember this, Khalifa, I have no use for disappointments. Next time, you won't be able to dodge. Khalifa could only bow his head to the ground in submission. Now get out of my sight. The moment the invisible restraints vanished, Khalifa activated his teleportation ability, vanishing from the ruined office. Leonidas' silver eyes gleamed. Frey Starlight, let's see how you survive this time. I was still standing in the same spot when my entire body screamed in warning. A primal instinct, an overwhelming sense of danger. At first, I didn't understand what was happening. Then suddenly, the world around me twisted. The ground, the buildings, the very air itself began to warp in an unnatural way. What the hell is happening? Everything froze. The moment I realized what was going on, I cursed. This pressure is this magic. Magic users were terrifying entities in this world. Though they were rare, their existence alone could shift the balance of I had seen the tools they crafted, artifacts of immense but I had never met one in person. And now I was about to. In the worst possible way. As the frozen world locked me in place, figures emerged from the distortion. Cloaked figures. Assassins. I instantly understood the situation. The man at the front removed his hood, revealing a middle-aged face, bald and riddled with scars. He took a step forward as the others surrounded me. Nothing personal, kid. Business is business. I smirked. Couldn't the old man send someone better? The bald assassin remained unfazed. Instead, he returned my smirk with a chilling grin of his own. At least you know why you're about to die. Leonidas, that senile old bastard. So he's sending assassins after me now. I felt the assassins unleash a crushing pressure toward me, laced with killing intent. I immediately steeled myself. This pressure D+ rank, no, is it C? The bald man chuckled upon hearing my words. You've got sharp instincts, you're close, but not quite right. Suddenly, the pressure from the squad leader in front of me surged to an even greater level. At the very least, he was crank. I quickly assessed my surroundings, 10 assassins. Their leader was an entire rank above me, and among them, a mage lurked in hiding. What's wrong, little lord, are you scared? The bald man was eager to see fear twist my expression, but his grin faltered when I flashed him a chilling smile instead. Scared? Quite the opposite. I was just wondering if Leonidas had truly run out of options to send such weaklings after me. Big words for a brat. With a scowl, the bald assassin stomped the ground, tearing through the terrain as he lunged toward me. He was fast, so fast that tracking him was nearly impossible. But if he thought getting close to me was a good idea, he was gravely mistaken. The moment he stepped into my range, the serpent on my skin ignited. Come forth, Balerion. The assassin flinched as a cursed, pitch-black blade materialized in my left hand. I swung down in a vertical at blinding speed. He reacted quickly, crossing 2 daggers to block my strike, but the force of Balerion's blow sent him skidding back, leaving a deep wound across his chest. He staggered several steps, his expression darkening. You that sword. There was no turning back now. I had revealed Balerion to them. That meant only one thing. They had to die here. Phantom steps. I shot forward, aiming to finish their leader before he could recover. But before I could close the distance, 3 assassins attacked from all sides. I spun, sweeping my sword in a wide arc, deflecting their blades simultaneously. A shockwave sent them flying, but before I could regain my footing, the ground beneath me shattered. A dagger-wielding hand burst from below, striking upward. I was faster. A single, precise from Balerion, severed the assassin's arm before he could land his attack. Warm blood turned across my blade, and for a brief moment, I shuddered. Damn it, focus. More attacks rained down, 7 daggers streaking toward my face. Without hesitation, I channeled aura into my feet and launched myself upward, barely evading them. Now airborne, I gripped my sword tightly and hurled myself toward the ground at breakneck speed. 10,000 steps of shadow, black meteor. A streak of darkness ate into the earth, blasting several assassins away. Using the smoke as cover, I lunged at the nearest one. He barely had time to react. His dagger rose to block, but I was faster. Balerion plunged straight through his heart. A perfect strike. At that moment, his hood slipped off, revealing his face. I saw everything, the life fading from his eyes, the blood dripping from his lips as he coughed onto my chest before crumpling to the ground. My body tensed. A single heartbeat of hesitation. And the assassin leader struck. I dodged, or so I thought. A sharp sting flared across my shoulder as a wound appeared out of nowhere. What? I didn't even see it coming, but there was no time to dwell on it. Another attack followed instantly. I raised Balerion to parry. Metal clashed against metal, but even as I deflected the blow, another gash appeared on my body. What the hell is going on? A chilling smile crept across the bald assassin's face. Why do you look so surprised? He pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of wild strikes. Daggers rained from all directions as he moved with inhuman speed. I met his attacks head-on, our weapons clashing in a storm of steel. Sparks flew with every impact, but something was wrong. Even when I blocked his attacks, fresh wounds kept appearing on my body. In the end, your sword is the only impressive thing about you." The bald assassin sneered, but I wasn't listening, because I was finally starting to understand. Hawk's eye. With my enhanced vision, I saw it. His weapon wasn't just a dagger. A transparent, invisible blade extended from its edge. An ability. And at that moment, I reminded myself, my opponent wasn't just some mindless beast. He was a trained killer. The assassin leader's expression darkened as I began blocking his strikes, this time with precision. Hawk's eye slowed his movements in my vision, allowing me to read his attacks. Within moments, I carved a fresh wound across his torso. Seeing their leader struggle, the remaining assassins charged in. Once again, I was surrounded, multiple unseen blades aimed toward me. Every time I struck back, the scent of blood filled my lungs. Calm down, I've long since grown used to spilling blood. I left afterimages behind, slipping between their attacks with precision. What kind of movements are those? The assassins were bewildered, because they had never seen anything like this before. Let me show you the true of the shadows. The battle had been 4 against 1, but the balance shifted when 10 copies of me materialized around them. 10,000 steps of shadow, mirage. In a single instant, I struck 10 times, ing deep wounds across my foes. One of them wasn't lucky enough. His throat burst open in a crimson fountain, and he collapsed lifeless. Once again, I hesitated. Once again, I found myself staring at a lifeless body. And in battles like this, even a second of hesitation could mean death. The assassin seized the opening, launching a counterattack, forcing me back into defense. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What the hell was wrong with me hadn't I prepared for this? I clenched my fingers tighter around Balerion, forcing my focus back onto my enemies. They're just empty figures. My strikes grew sharper, deadlier, as I poured an overwhelming surge of aura into my blade. This time, the battle became even fiercer. I was locked in relentless, close-quarters combat, attacked from all sides. I couldn't stop, not even for a second. For every wound I inflicted, I received one in return. At that moment, I wasn't fighting just one battle. I was fighting two. One was physical. The other was within me. I thought I was ready. I thought this would be easy. Then why? Why the hell am I hesitating now? With every strike, every that cut through their flesh, an inexplicable disgust twisted inside me. Calm down, remember. Just characters in a story. I plunged my sword into another assassin's heart, yanked it free, and pressed forward. A story of my own creation. Balerion trembled violently as it drank fresh blood, growing even more savage with each kill. My hand moved at blinding speed, unleashing a storm of black arcs that sliced through the very air. The assassins darted away, narrowly dodging the relentless barrage, most of them at least. One wasn't so lucky. A single arc struck true, cleaving him cleanly in half. His body crumpled to the ground, his entrails scattering in a grotesque display. Lost in my turbulent thoughts, I kept fighting. I created this world. You bastard. The assassin leader's furious echoed as he lunged, trying to pin me down. But facing me head-on, while I wielded Balerion, a grave mistake. I gave you life, you sons of whores. Blood painted the battlefield as the slaughter reached its peak. And I'll be the one to end it if I must. 6 assassins remained, struggling against the storm of shadows ripping through them. Just empty characters. I cut another one down and advanced toward my next target. Erase unnecessary thoughts, just fight. The assassin leader's transparent blade expanded, flashing toward my head. I reacted instantly, evading with a seamless fusion of Hawk's Eye and Phantom Steps. Kill. I surged toward the remaining assassins, every stray thought vanishing. Slaughter. At this point, I held nothing back. I had become an unrelenting force of death. Kill, slaughter, kill, slaughter. Mirage activated once more, and another body was torn to shreds. Surrounded by a relentless storm of blood and scattered remains, I continued my ruthless carnage. At last, I flicked the blood from my blade and turned to face the final 2. Only the assassin leader remained standing, his body riddled with wounds. Behind him stood a silent figure, motionless since the battle began, the mage. I was still whispering those same trembling words under my breath. Slaughter, kill, bury. Over and over, I repeated them, forcing myself to believe, convincing myself that I had only killed empty characters from a story, not real people. I never imagined killing humans would feel so different from slaying monsters. Step by step, I closed in on my last opponents. I wanted this to end. Then a voice shattered the silence. "It's done." The assassin leader smirked. "Too late, bastard." And then I heard it. A single word that changed everything. Obscuration. Darkness. A void swallowed my vision in an instant. Huh? Confusion hit first, then the mage, ever so smug, decided to explain. "You were close, boy, but it's over now. From this moment on, you'll lose one of your senses every 10 minutes, starting with your sight. Let's see how you fight now." He laughed, assured of his victory. The assassin leader wasted no time. He struck. His transparent blade streaked toward my face at terrifying speed. He thought it was over. He thought he had won. But at the last moment, I dodged. Barely, but I did. His hidden blade had nearly split my skull, nearly. "You stole my senses." "Fool." From the very beginning, my combat style had relied on darkness. The assassin's guard dropped for an instant, convinced I was helpless. That was all I needed. Using Mirage, I struck. He fought desperately, blocking most of my 10 consecutive E's. But his luck ran out when Balerion carved deep into his chest, sending him straight to the abyss. The assassin leader collapsed. And then I turned to the mage, who stared in disbelief. "How?" His voice quivered. How I echoed a smirk creeping onto my lips, "Because you're an idiot." He had tried to create an opening for his ally. Instead, he had sealed his fate. Darkness was my domain. Realizing his blunder, the mage panicked. The ground trembled as he desperately reshaped it to create distance. "Stay back." Dozens of his clones materialized, surrounding me in the pitch-black void. He tried to flee among them, but he froze, because in an instant, a black shadow tore through his illusions, shredding them to nothing. "Let's finish this quickly. I'd rather not lose another sense." The mage collapsed as I appeared before him. It had been over the moment he crossed my path. Mages were never built for close combat. I raised my sword, ignoring his pitiful cries. "Oh, and thank you." With a single stroke, his head soared through the air. "Thanks to you, I didn't have to watch myself kill you too in the end." The moment the mage died, the suffocating darkness lifted. We were back in front of the exam center. And my vision returned. I glanced at my hands, stained with blood. Blood that wasn't mine. This feels too real. No matter how much I tried to deceive myself, I couldn't deny the truth. They had been alive. People, just like me. Even if they were only characters in my story. Even if their existence was meaningless. I killed humans. I clenched my fists, fighting the nausea rising in my gut. I have to kill these emotions if I want to survive in this world. That day, I became a killer, Huff. I took a deep breath, my gaze drifting over my battle-worn body. Haha, I look like a mess. Superficial wounds, nothing fatal, yet injuries I should have avoided. Life-or-death battles demanded absolute focus, total immersion in the fight. But my mind had been elsewhere. How many times had I frozen at the sight of my opponent's corpses hitting the ground? Fortunately, they weren't far above my level. If a rank assassin, or worse, had caught me in that state, I'd be the one lying dead right now. Kill unnecessary emotions. I slapped myself and pressed forward. Mages are far more dangerous than I expected. When I was transported to that separate dimension, I couldn't stop it. I had no defenses against magic spells. That was a disaster. I need to do something about that. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my head. I clutched my skull, struggling to make sense of it. Searing agony ripped through my body, forcing me to one knee. What the hell is happening? Then I noticed it. One of the gashes on my arm was oozing with a thick green liquid. Is that poison? The pain intensified, the world spinning around me. Damn it, were those bastards' daggers coated with venom. What an idiot I am. They were assassins. Of course, they'd try to kill me, not just defeat me. Damn it. My reckless fighting had left me riddled with wounds, far too many for comfort. The poison had to be flooding my veins by now. I cursed, gritting my teeth against the nausea and blinding pain. I have to do something. Without hesitation, I pulled out my personal device. Luckily, I had a solution. I immediately purchased a new talent. Poison resistance, 2,000 achievement points. Current achievement points, 6,700. Damn this system. The first talent cost me 500. The second, 1,000. And now this one demanded 2,000. The cost kept doubling every time. I had no choice. I accepted the purchase, and as soon as I did, a new talent appeared alongside my others. It felt like a piece of my very essence had been ripped away. Seconds later, exhaustion swallowed me whole, and I collapsed into darkness. A soft breeze brushed against my face as my senses slowly returned. When I opened my eyes, a familiar ceiling greeted me. Welcome back. How many times had I woken up to this sight? Smirking, I pushed myself up, finding myself in the bed, the very place where it all began. Bandages wrapped tightly around my body, covering my wounds. A sluggish heaviness settled over me, confirming I'd been unconscious for a while. Just then Ada entered the room, her face lined with concern. Frey, you're awake. Yeah, how long was I out? She hesitated at first but sat beside me when she saw I was fine. This is the 6th day. Shit. I shot up immediately. That means the opening ceremony is tomorrow. Ada rushed toward me, alarmed by my sudden movement. Frey, you're still injured. What are you doing? But she froze as I unwrapped my bandages, revealing my completely healed body, flawless, not a single scar left behind. Since the incident with the Shadow Sect, my recovery had become unnaturally fast. I grinned, extending my hand. See, I'm perfectly fine. Unbelievable. Ada hesitated, her eyes scanning my unsurrounded skin. She even touched the areas where my injuries had been, only to find nothing. I slipped on a black, long-sleeved shirt and sat beside my sister. Now that she was convinced I was truly healed, she no longer hesitated. She finally asked the question I had been expecting. Frey, what happened? I found you unconscious, surrounded by corpses at first. The doctors shocked me when they said you'd been poisoned. Then I heard you have poison resistance. None of this makes any sense. I let out a quiet sigh. It was only a matter of time before the world started noticing my talents. I had been seen as talentless for so long, of course. Reactions like this were inevitable. For the next half hour, I explained everything to Ada, how I had been ambushed and what had happened after. As for my poison resistance, I simply told her I had awakened it recently. So someone wants you dead. I chuckled at her words. Who would want me dead? The answer is obvious. Ada, there's only one damn old man who would pull something like this. Ada placed a hand under her chin, deep in thought. Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Frey, a lot of people want you dead. Oh. For a moment, I was reminded of who originally owned this body, Frey, the bastard. But he hadn't even done that many terrible things yet. Was there really such a long list of people who wanted me gone? But I do agree with you, Leonidas is the most likely suspect. I nodded. Did you find any evidence? She shook her head. No, they were professionals. They left no trace behind. She paused for a second before continuing. But I already informed Lady Carmen. She'll handle things from here. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I hope she does. Akla's Mountains, Starlight Family Headquarters. Leonidas's office was thrown into chaos as the doors exploded inward, ing violently against the wall behind him. Yet the old man didn't even flinch. He barely raised his head before his gaze met Carmen's, her cold, piercing eyes locked onto him like a predator sizing up its prey. Then she struck. Hey, old man, care to explain what the hell happened? Leonidas's response was indifferent, almost dismissive. Explain what? You know exactly what I mean. He shook his head. How would I know if you don't tell me? Carmen met her hands onto his desk with enough force to nearly splinter it. She leaned in, close enough to feel his breath, her tone dripping with mockery. How long do you plan to keep playing these games? Old man, a whale like you, trying to swim in a fish tank, haven't you had enough? Leonidas remained unreadable, his expression carved from stone. As I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Carmen's temper was infamous, and Leonidas's nonchalance only fueled the fire. I'm talking about Frey, damn it, she ped. He abandoned his position, walked into hell itself, and barely made it back, so tell me. She grabbed the old man by his collar. Why the hell are you still after him? For a moment, a fleeting second, Leonidas's eyes darkened. A memory surfaced. Himself collapsed on the ground, defeated, humiliated. Before him stood a man in his early 30s. A closer look revealed the resemblance, Frey's face, but older. Or rather, Frey's father. The man gripped a massive sword, his black, vortex-like eyes swallowing Leonidas whole, stripping him of every ounce of pride. The scene was burned into his mind. Leonidas had vowed never to crumble again. With a sharp motion, he shoved Carmen's hand away. "For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about." Carmen took a step back, a mocking smirk curling her lips. "Still clinging to that inferiority complex against your brother's family." Just words, yet the sheer pressure that erupted from Leonidas's body was heavier than any blade. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Carmen, watch your mouth." Carmen studied him, intrigued. Both of them were masters of the Stardust technique. Both were the only living practitioners to reach the 7th level of it. Both held the rank of S+. In other words, they were equals. But Leonidas was older, and no one knew what he was truly capable of. Knowing this, Carmen chose her battles wisely. Fine, no need to get all worked up." She turned to leave. But just before stepping out, she paused. "Leonidas, our time is over. Step aside for the next generation. Either that." Her gaze sharpened. "Or find a whale your own size to fight." Leonidas understood the warning hidden beneath her words. Once Carmen left, silence filled the room. A single strike of his fist reduced his newly replaced desk to dust. Damn it. He hadn't expected Frey to survive. That strike team was more than enough to take down a Brank. And yet a Drank child had walked away alive. Was someone backing him from the shadows? That was the only logical explanation. Now Frey was about to enter the temple, beyond Leonidas's reach, under constant surveillance. The old lion sat there, his mind racing. First, his brother Isan Starlight, the second lord. Then the third, Abraham Starlight. And now Frey. His fist clenched tightly. "I won't fail this time." His resolve remained unshaken. The battle against Frey was far from over. Frey Starlight Pav. I stood before a colossal gate. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't suppress my awe. Towering walls stretched skyward, with a shimmering, transparent barrier forming a dome over them. A dome that protected a sacred place, a city in its own right. At last, I had arrived at the temple. Today had been a series of shocks. First, stepping into Belgrade, the capital where the temple resided. Then witnessing the aerial tram lines, massive trains suspended in the air, weaving through every corner of the vast metropolis. Now standing before the temple's entrance, on the verge of a new beginning. The place was massive. Even from where I stood, I could see dozens of skyscrapers piercing the sky. Ahead, an endless line of students moved forward, each undergoing rigorous security checks before being granted entry. But I had no reason to wait. After bidding my sister farewell, I walked straight to the front. Because I was one of the elite. A towering man with a sharp gaze blocked my path. His sheer presence was suffocating. The fact that I couldn't sense anything from him only meant one thing. He was legs above me. Name. A single cold word. Frey Starlight. For a split second, his expression shifted. But just as quickly, it vanished. With effortless precision, he tapped away at a holographic tablet in his hand. A strange sight, like a gorilla in a suit, flipping through digital documents. Finally, he nodded. Frey Starlight Elite Class, rank B9. After confirming my identity, he gestured forward. This way. Without hesitation, I stepped inside. At last, I had entered the temple. I stepped through the gate of the towering walls that guarded the temple, accompanied by the massive guard. He led me to a secluded room where a glowing crystal rested atop a table. "This?" I asked, and the guard replied indifferently. "Place your hand on it for a few seconds." I did as instructed. The moment my palm touched the crystal, a wave of light surged through my body, visible to the naked eye. A thin, transparent film enveloped me briefly before fading away. "Come." With that, we left the room and officially entered the temple. I couldn't help but ask, "What just happened?" The guard raised a finger toward the sky, explaining patiently. The temple is shielded by the sky dome, that transparent field you see above. This barrier can withstand an attack from an S-rank awakened. It also serves as an identity scanner. You were just officially registered within the temple. Without that, you wouldn't have been able to enter. I see. I was hearing details I had never written before. I had sensed it before, but now it was undeniable. This world I had created was slipping beyond my control. It was like raising a child, only to realize one day that they had grown into an adult without you noticing. A single seed I had planted had grown into a colossal tree, stretching high enough to block out the sky. I had to accept it. This world was real. The people who lived here were alive. They weren't just characters I had written. The sooner I accepted this, the better. After all, I was about to meet them, the main characters of my novel. All right, we're here. The guard came to a stop, and I halted beside him. Before us stood hundreds, no, possibly over 1,000 students, gathered in a vast courtyard crafted with remarkable grandeur. Ahead of them, a massive golden platform loomed, draped with an enormous crimson curtain that concealed what lay beyond. Go join them. As part of the opening ceremony, the headmaster will give a speech before the academic year officially begins. I watched as the guard rummaged through his pockets before pulling out a black card with gold lettering. Take this. He handed me the card and added, "Don't lose it, you'll need it for as long as you're here. Sync it with your smartwatch to access the temple's layout, class schedules, and other important information." I glanced at the card in my hand. How exactly was I supposed to sync this with my watch? I was about to ask, but the guard had already turned to leave. Guess I'll have to figure it out myself. I made my way toward the massive crowd ahead. Their chatter filled the air, as noisy and chaotic as a packed stadium. Merging into the sea of students, I found a relatively empty spot and leaned against the wall. Hopefully this won't take long. But my hopes were in vain. It took an entire hour for all the students to arrive. For 60 long minutes, I endured the laughter and endless chatter of 17-year-old kids. It felt like I was an adult stuck in a kindergarten. Most of these fools were naive, completely unfit for the harsh reality of this world. Then the platform lights flared to life, instantly drawing everyone's attention. As the crimson curtain slowly parted, revealing what had been hidden behind it, I naturally focused as well. There dozens of figures stood in a line. Some appeared young in their 30s, while others had clearly surpassed their 50s. I even spotted a few elderly individuals among them. These were the temple's instructors, along with key figures such as guards and high-ranking staff. I hadn't seen such a gathering of earthful individuals since the Senate meetings within my own family. No, they might have even surpassed House Starlight, and the reason was clear. Among the instructors, an old man stepped forward. He wore aged gray robes that resembled sleepwear, leaving his broad, muscular chest exposed. Despite the wrinkles lining his face, his sharp features remained unmistakable, proof that he had once been a strikingly handsome man. His long silver hair hung messily over his back, and his eyes, they had no pupils, only a glowing white radiance piercing through the darkness. The mere aura leaking from him was enough to make it feel as though a crushing weight had been placed on my back. I smiled as I looked at him, one of the rare SS-ranked individuals, the Fist of Destruction, Raphael Bloodmater, the headmaster of this entire place. Standing at the forefront, his vacant gaze swept across the gathered students. Slowly, the eerie smile on his face faded. His expression darkened, and without warning, he unleashed a deafening at the crowd. I had anticipated this and covered my ears just in time. But the others weren't as lucky. I watched as some collapsed, unconscious. Others managed to remain standing, but the thin trickle of blood escaping their ears said otherwise. It might have seemed like an ordinary shout, but woven into it was a controlled surge of aura, precisely targeting everyone in the courtyard. The level of aura control required for that was terrifying, yet Bloodmater executed it as if it were nothing. Of course, the blast wasn't overwhelmingly strong. That's why I remained unaffected. And I wasn't the only one. Several others had endured it as well. Bloodmater's gaze swept over the fallen students before he spoke in a deep, thunderous voice. "Look at yourselves, a pitiful bunch of children." His voice carried a sharp, penetrating echo, as if he were speaking directly beside my ear. "Tell me, why are you here? Did you come seeking a peaceful school life? A place to waste away your miserable youth?" Bloodmater clenched his fist, his voice rising to a, "Wake up, you fools. Where do you think you are? This is the temple. While you waste time here, others are locked in battles of life and death against the Ultras. There is no safe place, not even the damned Emperor's castle remained unbreached." The crowd flinched collectively at his words, his sharp tone shattering their illusions and reminding them of the brutal reality. Bloodmater pointed at himself, then struck his own chest. "This is my war, the war of an entire generation of humanity." Slowly the old man moved his hand, gesturing toward the vast crowd before him. "And soon it will be yours. Here we will forge the future of this damned empire, so He turned away, striding off, leaving them with one final statement. Whether you become masters or mere cannon fodder in someone else's war, that choice is yours to make. Welcome to the temple. With that, Bloodmater left, and so did I. As expected from the old man. He had shattered their enthusiasm. They had arrived filled with excitement and optimism, but now uncertainty clouded their expressions. Some were frightened, others lost in thought, and here and there I spotted delicate girls wiping away tears. After all, they were just children. A warrior of his caliber had no place as a headmaster. The only battlefield he belonged to was war itself. In truth, he rarely appeared at the temple except for special occasions. He was always on the front lines. So far, the conflict between the Empire and the Ultras hadn't erupted into full-scale war, just scattered battles. But as the author of this story, I knew the truth. War was inevitable. A war I wanted no part of. Before it came, I would return to my world. How does this damn thing work? I needed to get to the elite assembly. But this cursed card wouldn't work. I kept passing it over my smartwatch, but nothing happened. Frustrated, I sat on a bench beside a garden inside the temple. The place was massive, large enough to contain areas like this. After leaving the opening ceremony, I had somehow ended up here. No use. This thing just wouldn't work. At that moment, a soft voice spoke beside me. Excuse me, are you having trouble with something? I looked up to find a girl with violet hair tied into a ponytail, wearing round glasses. She seemed timid, flinching slightly when our eyes met. Of course, I wasn't foolish enough to waste this opportunity, so I raised the card in my hand with a forced smile. I have no idea how this thing works. She examined the card closely, mumbling to herself. It really is an elite card. She leaned in so closely that her head nearly bumped into the card. Seeing this, I quickly pulled my hand back and asked, "Is there a problem?" Realizing her actions, she waved her hands apologetically. "No, it's nothing." She rummaged through her pockets before pulling out a card of her own. "I noticed your card earlier. I have one too." The card in her hand was black with golden engravings, meaning, "You're one of the elites." She nodded shyly. "That's right, my name is Adriana Hyjavorn, Class B6. "That's great, we're in the same class. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." She responded automatically as I stood up from the bench and gestured toward her. "Since we're heading to the same place, shall we go together? As you can see, I'm lost." She hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. I walked alongside her, and midway, she pointed at the card in my hand. "Is your card not working?" "I don't know. I've tried passing it over my smartwatch over and over, but nothing happens." "Passing it?" She tilted her head in confusion. "It doesn't work like that. You need to scan the card using the watch." "Scan it?" Now I was the clueless one. She let out a small chuckle before showing me how it was done. After fiddling with the holographic interface projected from my watch, a white light was emitted, scanning the card. Immediately, a stream of new information appeared on my smartwatch. "So that's how it works." Seeing my reaction, she couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. "Haha, I can't believe you didn't know that." Watching her laugh, I scratched my head awkwardly. How was I supposed to know? I didn't belong to this world in the first place. Still, since she helped me, I naturally thanked her. "Thanks, that was a big help." "It's fine, I was happy to help. She paused, realizing she didn't know my name yet. "Ah, sorry, I haven't told you my name yet." I turned to her and introduced myself. "Frey Starlight, Class B9. The moment my name left my lips, I saw her expression shift, her face visibly paled. She took a step back, and I could see fear in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, Lord Starlight." Her voice trembled. It was so exaggerated that I was utterly confused. "Offend me? What are you talking about?" "I'm sorry." She practically screamed before turning around and running away. "Hey, wait." I reached out, calling after her, but she didn't stop. What was that? What just happened? It was the moment I told her my name. Was the name Frey really that famous? Damn it, this is going to be annoying. "Mother, your son is now scaring children." I sighed and fiddled with my smartwatch. Using the information I had just received from the card, I navigated my way forward. A few minutes later, I arrived at a new location. It was secluded from the rest of the buildings, more like a grand palace than a dormitory. The massive structure was adorned in white and gold, surrounded by a sprawling garden. Above the towering entrance, a massive sign confirmed that I was in the right place. Elite dormitory. I stepped forward but suddenly froze at the entrance. I tried to move, but my entire body trembled violently. What's happening? Why can't I move? There was nothing stopping me, no invisible force, no restraints. My body simply refused to obey me. What the hell is wrong with you, Frey? As I struggled to understand what was happening, my trembling intensified, and I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Just what the hell is going on? I turned my head at the sound of approaching footsteps, only to freeze in place. There, standing before me, was a girl with snow-white hair and crystal blue eyes. She wore casual black clothing, yet somehow they only enhanced her beauty. I immediately understood the reason for my reaction. I didn't need confirmation to know who she was. After all, I had spent hours drawing her image in my mind. One of the main heroines, Saris Moonlight. She was the most beautiful girl my foolish mind had ever imagined. And yet reality had far surpassed my imagination. I had stared too long. I knew it the moment she walked past me. She never even spared me a glance, simply moving forward as I stood there like an idiot. Once she disappeared from view, I forcibly steadied myself. Damn it. I slapped my own face hard, cursing under my breath. What the hell is wrong with this damn body? I had to admit it, I had been captivated by her, even if only for a moment. After all, beauty like that shouldn't exist. But this body, this reaction. Could it be that Frey's old emotions were still lingering inside me? If that was the case, then this was a disaster. I punched myself again, lecturing my own body. You bastard, what are we going to do if she becomes our opponent in the Victoriad? Are we just going to freeze in admiration while getting beaten to pulp? Get your shit together and leave this body to me. In a ridiculous scene, a seemingly deranged man stood at the entrance of the elite dormitory that day, punching himself. After half an hour of internal struggle, I finally managed to step inside. There's no difference between men and women. I'll crush anyone who stands in my way, even if she's the most beautiful girl in the world. That won't stop me from ing her face in. That was the right mindset, yes. At least that's what I thought, until I pictured her perfect face in my mind, with those mesmerizing features. Damn it, man, she's a man. If necessary, I'll cut her into pieces. Right, Balerion. I called for my dear sword, but it was still fast asleep. You traitorous bastard. Finally, I entered the dormitory. Inside, I found a girl who looked older than me, dressed in a white school uniform, waiting for me. You're finally here. Who are you? She gestured toward herself before announcing. Elite Class 6th Year, Emma Stone. Oh, may I ask why you were waiting for me? She looked at me with mild disdain before replying. Waiting for you? I'm not here for you, Starlight. I'm here for everyone. I'm part of the Elite Student Council, and we're here to guide new students like you. Now follow me. She walked ahead, and I followed with slight hesitation. By the way, you do realize you're the last to arrive, right? We stepped into a grand hall, its high ceilings adorned with luxurious decor. A central staircase led to the upper floors, while the ground floor itself was a massive waiting area. Emma Stone smirked before continuing. Everyone else is already here. Before me, 2 lines of students stood waiting, 10 on the right, Class A, 10 on the left, Class B. Including me. I froze for a moment before pushing myself forward, feeling the gazes of many. But they weren't ordinary students. Most of the main characters were here. And so it begins. Go to your class. I moved instinctively toward the group on the left, my steps almost mechanical. My eyes swept over them, my mind racing to match the faces before me with the characters I had spent countless hours imagining. I studied their features, their builds, every single detail. They were the masterpieces I had created. And now they stood before me. One by one, I recognized them, but then my gaze locked onto a particular figure. To my surprise, he was looking at me too. He stood at the front, his expression unreadable. A crisp white jacket contrasted with his black jeans, and his stark white hair gleamed, cleaner than my entire existence. His golden eyes shimmered under the light, sharp features sculpted with an effortless elegance that would make any girl weak at the knees. A guy so striking, he'd make even the top Korean idols cry in a corner. He was different, unique. Most of the main characters were inspired by my friends, their personalities mirroring their real-life counterparts. But not him. Snow, the protagonist, he was a character I had based on myself, or rather, the version of myself I wished I could be. Everything I had ever aspired to was embodied in the man standing before me. I couldn't stop staring. Of course, he was perceptive. He noticed immediately and responded instinctively to my lingering gaze. He must have taken it as some kind of challenge, because the next moment, a wave of aura washed over me, forcing my head to turn away. That bastard, he actually did it. I was about to respond when a crushing pressure suddenly descended upon me, originating from the girl standing at the front. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'd be grateful if you saved it for when class actually starts, all right. She was petite with white hair and delicate features, but the authority in her voice betrayed her youthful appearance. Recognizing her was easy. After all, she was the only one with such a distinct presence. Placing a hand elegantly over her chest, she introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ellen White, president of the Elite Student Council. A pleasure to meet you all. I fell silent instinctively. After all, I had no intention of provoking someone with both a volatile temper and overwhelming strength. Ha, a tiny girl like you is the president. What kind of joke is this? Ah, here we go. A towering young man stepped forward, broad-shouldered, long black hair cascading down his back, sharp features set into a scowl. His physique was built to perfection, exuding raw. I chuckled the moment I saw him. Ragnar Cloud, one of the most unhinged characters I had ever written. Striding forward, he raised his voice at the girl standing before him. Listen up, little lady. Step aside and quit the nonsense. If you're the president, then I'm the damn headmaster of this place. Ragnar shoved past her, scratching his head as he grumbled. Damn it, making me stand in line for some tiny girl. Are they messing with me? I held back a laugh, waiting for what was to come next. You really shouldn't have done that, Ragnar. I watched as irritation flickered across Ellen's face, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. She looked almost adorable, like a child whose candy had just been stolen. But appearances could be deceiving. Ellen's lips curled into a chilling smile before her voice rang out. First things first, kneel. A single command. A pulse of sound rippled through the air before minging into Ragnar just as he was about to ascend the stairs. I watched in awe. This was Wind's superior property, sound. Ragnar collapsed to his knees, his entire body crushed beneath an invisible force. His muscles strained, veins bulging as he fought against the pressure, but it was futile. Ellen approached him slowly, step by step, until she stood beside him. With him forced to his knees, she was finally taller. That seemed to satisfy her. She reached out, playfully stroking his cheek, her smirk widening. Look at this adorable little boy I found. Aren't you just precious, big sis? Will take good care of you, Tilda. Oh. Ragnar's was filled with rage, his forehead veins pulsing dangerously. His body erupted with a destructive aura, a desperate attempt to break free, but every word from Ellen only increased the crushing weight pressing down on him. It was as if he were being buried beneath a mountain. Is the little boy mad? Is he mad? Ellen chuckled, ruffling his hair as if he were a child. I'll give you some candy, so don't be upset, all right? You damn bitch. Ragnar bit down on his lip, so hard that a thin trickle of blood dripped from his chin. With sheer determination, he met his foot against the ground, pushing himself up onto one knee. Even Ellen raised an eyebrow at that. What did you just say? You bitch a child, I'll crush your tiny skull. The fact that he was resisting such overwhelming pressure was impressive. But the show was about to end. Ellen simply tapped his forehead and whispered, Sleep. A single word. A sonic wave pulsed into Ragnar's skull, like 100 war drums pounding beside his ears. He collapsed unconscious. These rude little brats. Ellen sighed. Despite her petite frame, she was already in her 6th year, 5 years older than the rest of us. And she had just taken down one of the strongest talents here with 2 words. Not surprising, she was earthful enough to leave the temple and carve a place for herself in this world. She was about to continue when a girl stepped forward. Could you let this one slide, Miss Ellen? Ellen turned her attention to the girl, and I did the same. Because I didn't recognize her. But I had a vague idea of who she was. She had wavy golden hair and luminous golden eyes. Stunningly beautiful, her pale skin flawless, her figure elegant. She stood before Ellen, defending Ragnar. He's part of my class, so I take responsibility. My apologies. Ellen's expression softened as a radiant smile spread across her lips. What are you saying? How could I ever be mad at my dear princess? All hostility vanished, replaced by warm affection, as she pulled the girl into a hug. But there was no doubt about it. This girl was the anomaly. The joker in the deck. The princess who was supposed to die, and yet here she was alive. I wondered how much damage that would do to the story. After exchanging a few words, the princess returned to her place. Ellen followed suit, while Ragna's unconscious body was dragged away. The rest of us simply watched in silence, too wary to speak. None of us wanted to be next. Atilda, sorry, please forget what you just saw. Ellen pet her hands together playfully before continuing, her smile cheerful as if nothing had happened. All right, a new year in the elite dormitory, but this year will be different, won't it? She paused before adding, You are the elite of the elite, the strongest talents in this world. Be proud of that. Ping her delicate hands together, she grinned. Typically, Class A is given priority over Class B, as you all know, but this year, things are different, and the reason is simple: step forward. Ellen motioned toward both Class A and Class B at her command. Two figures stepped forward, a young man and a young woman. The first was the princess from earlier. The second was a young man who mirrored her perfectly, golden hair, radiant golden eyes. The prince, Egon Valerian. And for the first time in years, we have members of the royal family in the elite class. An exception was made by order of the emperor himself. This time, Class A and Class B are equal. The talent has been evenly divided. Prince Egon Valerian will lead Class A, while Princess Sansa Valerian will lead Class B. Ellen's excitement was palpable as she declared, This is a war between classes. Compete, fight, and collect as many points as possible. The winning class will receive countless privileges, and the victor will take a decisive step toward the throne, so give it your all. Sansa Valerian nodded with a blank expression, while Egon mirrored her gesture with a friendly smile. As for me, I could only frown. Not long after barely escaping death, the Joker card was already interfering with my story. In this world, gender or age held no priority when it came to succession. Only the most capable would claim the throne. And now, it seemed they had dragged even the temple into their petty struggle. Main characters, who were supposed to be gathered in a single class, had been split into two. Class A, which should have been far superior to Class B, had somehow become its equal. Damn it. A headache pulsed at my temples. Chaos. My story had descended into utter chaos. What would happen next I had no idea, but for better or worse, we were heading into the unknown. Lost in my thoughts, I barely registered Ellen's voice as she continued speaking. Your rooms are ready. The building layout is in your card, so check it later. Your school uniforms are also inside your rooms, so take a look. Tilda. School uniform, great. Now they were going to force me into some high school outfit. After a few parting words, Ellen and her entourage left, finally allowing me to breathe. Around me, the others had already started forming groups, leaving me out of the picture. They were fast. In the distance, I spotted Adriana, the girl who had run away from me earlier. She flinched the moment our eyes met. I sighed. I'm not going to bite you, you know. At first, I assumed I'd be left alone, but unexpectedly, a familiar face approached with a playful smile. Hey there, cousin Tilda. Girl with white hair and black eyes, the unmistakable traits of the Starlight family. I frowned. Klana, what are you doing here? Instead of answering, she chuckled and pulled out a familiar black card. What am I doing here? Obviously, I came to my class. After all, I am part of the elite Tilda. Her name and rank gleamed in golden letters on the card. Klana Starlight, Class B5. She outranked me. But did a character like her even belong in the elite class? Did I ever write something like this? Tilting her head, she smirked. What's wrong? Did you think you'd be the only one to make it into the elite? Rather than being annoyed by how she had closed the distance between us, I decided to play along. Honestly, I'm surprised. After all, I don't see Emond anywhere. I expected her to be irritated. She did freeze for a second, but to my surprise, she simply laughed. My foolish brother ended up in the abyss. Looks like he wasn't quite elite material after all. That's a harsh way to talk about your twin brother. Almost makes me feel bad for him. She merely chuckled in amusement. Don't bother, Frey. I don't care about that family, so provoking me is pointless, Tilda. Oh, really hard to believe, considering your father tried to kill me, and your brother would love nothing more than to see me dead. Despite my pointed words, she leaned in closer. Relax, I'm not like my father or my foolish brother. There are very few things in this world that actually interest me, Tilda. She reached out, placing her slender hand on my chest. And it seems you've managed to catch my interest, Tilda. A slight shiver ran through me, but I kept my poker face intact. What are you even talking about? Are you messing with me? Not at all. How could I ignore someone who survived an entire year in the nightmare lands? That alone was enough to stir my little heart, Tilda. I instinctively took a few steps back. Wait, am I being cornered by a 17-year-old girl right now? Judging by her growing smirk, she was thoroughly enjoying this, but then, just as quickly, her expression shifted. Looks like our little chat ends here. After all, you have a rather important visitor, Tilda. Klana stepped aside, making way for someone else. What now? I tensed as I saw the Joker card approaching, Princess Sansa Valerian. Klana gave her a slight bow before leaving, abandoning me to face the princess alone. I had no idea how to react. Should I say something? I didn't know much about her, except for one thing: she was supposed to be Frey's childhood friend, the one fated to die by his hands. Sansa, however, ignored any formalities and greeted me casually. Hello, Frey. Was our relationship really that friendly? Trying to match her tone, I nodded. Hello. It's been a while. You've gotten much taller. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she stepped closer, so close that there was barely any space between us. I had no idea how to respond. At first, I assumed she shared a close bond with Frey, but her next move proved how naive I still was. Without warning, she grabbed my collar and pulled me down until our faces were nearly touching, so close that I could feel her warm breath against my skin. S erupted from the onlookers, but I remained frozen, waiting for her next move. With an unreadable expression, she leaned in and whispered coldly. I know everything, Frey. We're in the same class now, so remember this. I'm watching you. Don't even think about making a stupid move, or don't be surprised by what happens next. I locked eyes with her, Sansa Valerian. Was she threatening me? It seems my expression betrayed me when I laughed in her face. I wouldn't mind being watched by a beautiful girl like you, I said lightly, but don't get too close. As you said, we never know what might happen, right? Gently, I pried her hand off and stepped back. My hands are clean. I raised them slightly in mock surrender. Sansa's expression remained unreadable. I had no desire to engage in a cold war with the daughter of the strongest living human, so without hesitation, I turned and walked away. For now, I'd had enough of dealing with these damn main characters. As I left, I failed to notice the golden-eyed figure watching me intently from the shadows. Unbeknownst to me, I had already stepped into the spotlight. I let out a long sigh as I exited the building. Everything was a mess. Pulling up my smartwatch, I accessed the class database. A detailed list of Class A and Class B appeared before me. Class A. A1 Snow Lionheart. A2 Ghost Umbra. A3 Egon Valerian. A4 Dawn Polaris. A5 Scarite Sunlight. A6 Evans Sunlight. What? A10 Aaron Smith. Class B. B1 Saris Moonlight. B2 Sansa Valerian. B3 Ragna Cloud. B4 Danzo B5 Klana Starlight. What? B9 Frey Starlight. Everything has changed. The events are veering into the unknown. I clenched my fists, reminding myself why I was here. Calm down, I don't have to worry about what happens to this world. I just have to do what I must. With that, I walked away from the elite dormitory. For now, I needed to get as far away from these damn main characters as possible. With both hands tucked into my pockets, I wandered through the temple. In the past few hours, I had explored various parts of this vast place, from classrooms to training grounds and even shopping centers. Yet despite all that time, I had barely scratched the surface. The sheer size of this place was staggering. It didn't feel like I was walking through an academy. It felt like I was exploring an entire city. Checking my watch, I realized it was already midday. That's when it hit me. I hadn't eaten a single thing since morning. Should I find something to eat? If my memory was correct, there was a famous street within the temple, one dedicated solely to food, a place where restaurants lined the road, each offering cuisine from different cultures and races. After the Gate catastrophe and the rise of the Empire, the borders that once divided nations had vanished. Though humanity was now united under one rule, the diversity of origins remained evident from one region to another. The temple had taken this into account when constructing this street, the very one I now stood in. As I walked, I let my gaze wander over the many restaurants and food stalls that stretched along the road. Every kind of dish imaginable was here. Some establishments specialized in French cuisine, while others served Italian dishes that had drawn in a massive crowd of customers. Seafood, roasted meats, pastries, everything one could want was within reach. Students strolled about in groups, enjoying themselves after surviving the chaotic opening ceremony brought upon them by Director Bloodmeter. Yet for some reason, nothing appealed to me. Even foods I would normally be eager to eat now felt unappetizing. Ah, how I miss your cooking, and how I miss you. At this moment, I would have traded Balerian himself just for the chance to taste my mother's food again. How ironic, who would have thought that the simplest dishes could one day feel so priceless? I absent-mindedly rubbed my left hand, where the great serpent's tattoo lay, chuckling softly. Haha, sorry, my friend, I didn't mean it, don't be mad. As I toyed with my sword, my footsteps slowed. Something had caught my eye. A strange sight, or rather, a familiar one. Before me stood a massive tent, its shape reminiscent of a circus tent, adorned with old-fashioned, multicolored lanterns. At the entrance, an aged wooden sign hung above the flap. Traditional cuisine tent. I froze, staring at the isolated tent with a blank expression. Impossible. Before I even realized it, my feet had already started moving. After all, the empire was built atop what was once known as the European continent. The odds of finding this here should have been close to none. Stepping inside, I was immediately hit by the sharp, pungent scent of spices. The interior was a stark contrast to the modern restaurants outside. Everything here had a traditional charm. The tables and seating were so low to the ground that anyone unfamiliar with them would find it odd. But that wasn't what unsettled me the most. I had never written about a place like this in my story. I moved deeper inside, finding the space eerily empty. For a brief moment, I wondered if there was even anyone here. Then a raspy voice shattered the silence. "Oh, what do we have here? Did I finally get a customer?" A short old man stepped out from behind a simple curtain. His thick white beard framed sharp, weathered features. Despite his age, his body was packed with muscle that came not from careful training, but from years of grueling labor. He eyed me with suspicion. "What did you lose your way and come here looking for directions?" I smiled and took a seat on one of the low stools. "No, I came to eat." "Oh, really? You sure about that? Kid, you didn't just stumble in here by mistake?" I nodded, my gaze sweeping over the rustic surroundings. "Tell me, old man, does this place really serve traditional cuisine?" The old man stroked his beard, then gave a small nod. "That's right, kid. This place has been in my family for generations." "Generations? Indeed." He settled onto a stool across from me, placing a wooden menu on the table with an air of ease. I couldn't help but chuckle at his casual attitude. Is it really okay for you to just sit in front of your customer like that? "Don't worry about it, kid, you're my only customer." I picked up the wooden menu, then froze. My heart skipped a beat. This is real. Zalok shakshoka bisara. Dishes I had only ever seen in my past life, in the region where I once lived. I found myself reading the menu over and over again, unable to believe my eyes. Meanwhile, the old man spoke, his voice calm and steady. My roots trace back to one of the regions that have now become the southern nightmare lands. To be precise, my grandfather was one of the North African survivors. Most of that culture is gone now, but my grandfather made sure to pass down everything he knew to me. And so here I am, running this tent, serving food that no one truly appreciates anymore. Hey, you listening, kid? With a gaze full of longing, I nodded. "I'm listening." "Good, most young folks these days don't bother listening to old men like me." He paused, then asked, "So have you decided what to order?" Without hesitation, I pointed at the menu. "I'll have 2 of these." The old man leaned forward, glancing at my choice before letting out a small chuckle. "Zifidi ha, bold choice, kid, but are you sure you can handle 2 servings?" "Don't underestimate me, old man. I can handle it just fine." "Haha, we'll see about that." He stood, tying an apron around his waist. "This dish in particular is my favorite. It relies heavily on a variety of strong spices. That's what gives it its unique kick." He was talkative, but I didn't mind. Every word he spoke slowly pulled me back into memories of my past life. I remembered those nights when my friends and I would visit one of these tents. Just the thought of it was enough to make my hands tremble. "Old man, can I ask for your name?" He was kneading dough when I spoke. "What, you want to be my friend or something?" "Something like that." "Haha, don't get all shy, kid. I'm just messing with you. The name's Shaheen." A smile tugged at my lips. "And I'm Frey." "Frey, you mean like that infamous noble, Frey Starlight?" It seemed my reputation preceded me, no matter where I went. "That's right, looks like we happen to share the same name." For now, I would keep my identity hidden as long as I could. Shaheen didn't seem suspicious at all as he frowned. "HMPH, unlucky name, but oh well, kid, your food's ready." He placed 2 wooden bowls in front of me. "And don't forget this, the dish isn't complete without it." He poured a large glass of milk and sat back down. The scent hit me like a tidal wave. That sharp, spicy aroma I hadn't smelled in so long. It was right here. I grabbed the spoon, scooping up a large bite and stuffing it into my mouth. Slow down, kid, this stuff is. He stopped. Staring at me, his expression shifted. I had taken a bite of the food I had craved for so long, relishing the warmth I had yearned for. And without realizing it, a single tear slipped down my cheek. Shaheen jolted upright. Hey, are you crying? He shouted as he stood up, but I stopped him. Calm down, old man, I'm not crying. I covered my face with my right elbow when I failed to stop the stream of tears. They had fallen on their own, without my permission. Yet I was grateful, deeply grateful. Thank you, I can still cry. Since arriving in this world, since enduring everything within the Nightmare Lands and the Shadow Sect, since returning to the Starlight family and being forced to take a human life for the first time. At some point, I had become a killer. No matter how much I refused to accept it, I had begun to lose my sanity, little by little. I kept wondering, will I still be the same person when I returned to my world, to my family? Would they be happy to see what their son had become? As I slowly lost myself, something as simple as this came along, reminding me of who I used to be. Thank you, old man. In the end, I can still shed tears. I haven't lost myself yet. What are you going on about? Kid, was my food so bad that it made you cry? I saw the old man reaching out to take the dish from in front of me, but I stopped him. He looked at me in shock as I devoured the rest of my meal at an inhuman speed, not even giving myself a moment to breathe. Damn you, old man, this is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. In the end, he simply stood beside me, watching as I finished every last bite with unbelievable speed. The fiery spices burned my tongue, but I didn't stop. Even when my body trembled from the overwhelming heat, I continued eating until the bowl was empty. At that moment, Shaheen patted my back. I don't know what you've been through, kid, but this is the first time I've seen someone cry after eating my cooking. Stay here as long as you want. Thank you. There was no mirror for me to see myself at that moment, but for the first time in a long while, I smiled. A real smile. I grabbed the cup on the table and drank the milk in one go. Letting out a satisfied sigh, I made the cup down. Hey, old man, if you have a daughter, I'll marry her. Shaheen, who had been sitting across from me, scowled. You insolent brat, you ate my food without even paying, and now you want my daughter too over my old ass, you damn rascal. Haha, that kind of talk doesn't suit an old man like you, but you're right, I haven't paid yet. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a round gold coin, placing it on the table. Shaheen's eyes widened in shock. Kid, this. Take it, consider it payment for your troubles. You said your name was Frey, right? Do you even realize what you're doing? I nodded. His reaction was only natural. After all, the meal I had eaten was worth just a few copper coins, not even silver. 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. And in the same way, 1 gold coin was worth 100 silver ones. In other words, I had just handed Shaheen enough money to last him for months. He hesitated for only a second before quickly snatching the gold coin and slipping it into his pocket. Since you know what you're doing, I won't refuse. This old man never failed to make me laugh. I expected you to at least try to refuse it, but look at you, you took it immediately. Shaheen grinned, stroking his beard as he spoke. Listen, kid, life has taught us many lessons, and the first 2 are the most important. He raised 2 fingers. First, food, never hesitate to take what satisfies your hunger. Second, money, never be ashamed to take what lines your pockets. You're absolutely right, old man. Since I was the only customer, I ended up chatting with Shaheen for a while. By the time I finally left the tent, I felt completely satisfied. Old man, you've just gained a loyal customer. I waved at Shaheen and he waved back. Haha, that's great, bring your friends next time. Friends, huh? Sorry, but I don't have anything like that here. Making my way back to the elite dormitory, I let out a deep sigh, exhaling warm breath into the cool air. That was refreshing. I had regained enough energy to deal with the main characters once again, and so I found myself standing once again inside the massive waiting hall from earlier. The scene before me repeated itself, except for one major difference. I was the only person here this time. Did everyone already head to their rooms? I ascended the staircase leading to the first floor. For now, I'll check out my room. The elite dormitory consisted of 7 floors. Each floor accommodated a different academic year, so naturally, I was on the first floor since I was a first-year student. Upon reaching my destination, the path ahead split into two directions. Not knowing which way to go, I randomly chose the right. The place was enormous, featuring various facilities in addition to the students' rooms. The dormitory was co-ed, meaning it wasn't surprising to see male and female rooms adjacent to one another. That damn headmaster. He gave that terrifying speech about war and whatnot, yet reality turned out to be the complete opposite of his words. After all, humanity had been on the brink of extinction not too long ago, so it seemed they were subtly encouraging procreation among the elite. Lost in thought, I continued wandering until a female voice called out from the side. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I instinctively turned toward the voice, only to find a girl with fiery red hair, blazing eyes, and pale skin. She sat on a luxurious couch, her posture relaxed and casual. She looked at me with a haughty expression as she spoke. Weight, fiery red hair, and an arrogant demeanor. Could this be Scarite? I had no trouble recognizing the protagonists of my novel. This girl was none other than Scarite Sunlight, the daughter of the Lord of House Sunlight. And if that were the case, then I had just run into someone troublesome. "Hey, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me?" I turned to her with a smile. Loud and clear. "HMPH, if you can hear me, then get lost already." It seemed I had mistakenly wandered into the area designated for Class A, but her attitude was annoying, so I decided to stir things up a little. "Oh, and why should I leave? Are you stupid or what? This is Class A section. There's no place for someone like you here." Her words were as sharp as her attitude. "Sorry, but I don't recall seeing any rule that says I can't be here. Or did Lord Iris buy this place without me knowing?" The moment I mentioned her father's name, I noticed flames flicker to life around her body. "You bastard, what did you just say?" Hearing her hostile tone, I simply laughed. "I'm sure you heard me just fine. Looks like someone needs to be kicked out of here." She stood up and I chuckled. "Oh, and who's going to do that?" She scowled at my remark. "Am I not enough to catch your eye?" In response, I casually raised my hands. "The only thing I see is that oversized ass of yours, Tilda." Judging by the way her face turned red, I had definitely struck a nerve. The next thing I knew, a massive fireball was hurling toward me. Fortunately, I was quick enough to dodge with ease. The flames ate into the wall, but it seemed sturdy enough to withstand the impact. Hey, no need to get mad. Did I say something wrong?" "You bastard." I watched as Scarite charged at me. I knew she was impulsive, but I hadn't expected her to attack outright. She must have realized she couldn't unleash larger-scale attacks inside the dormitory without getting into trouble, so she coated her arms in flames and lunged at me. Going for close combat, a typical reckless move. She threw punches at me with fiery aggression, but her attacks were so predictable that I didn't even need to activate Hawk's Eye. "My dear, if you want me that badly, there's no need to rush. I'm not going anywhere, Tilda." I continued teasing her, and her face grew even redder, this time from sheer frustration. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even land a hit. "You're nothing but a cowardly dog who only knows how to dodge. What a filthy mouth you have." In a swift motion, I caught her flaming fist before making my move. "Sorry, but I'm not noble enough to hold back, especially not against a feisty girl like you, Tilda." With a single kick to her stomach, I sent her flying straight into the nearby wall. I casually slipped my hands into my pockets. "Thanks for the warm-up." I turned to leave, ignoring Scarite's coughing as she cursed at me. "You bastard, cough, where do you think you're going?" "Where else? To my room, of course. This isn't my section after all, and for the record, my name's Frey, not Bastard." I walked away, tuning out her irritated shouting, only to freeze when a blazing sword came in toward me at incredible speed. Hawk's Eye. Combining Hawk's Eye with Phantom Step, I barely dodged the attack that had nearly taken my head off. I reappeared a short distance away, turning my gaze to my assailant. There stood a boy around my age, with fiery red hair and burning crimson eyes, gripping a long sword in his hand. "Evan." Scarite's voice confirmed my suspicions about his identity. "Great, first the sister, now the brother. Looks like the Iris kids are lining up to mess with me." Evan Sunlight glanced at his sister, before his face twisted in anger. "How dare you do that to her? Would you believe me if I said she started it?" Judging by the look on his face, he didn't care for an explanation. Without hesitation, he charged at me, flames swirling violently around him. This time I had to take things seriously. My opponent was a swordsman, so I swiftly summoned a blade from my ring. A dark aura enveloped me as I dashed forward to meet him head-on. Within the elite dormitory, a crimson streak and a black blur clashed violently, only to be interrupted at the last moment. Just as our swords were about to collide, a bolt of lightning struck between us with pinpoint accuracy. Both of us instinctively pulled back, barely avoiding the electrifying strike. I turned toward the source of the attack and spotted a boy with golden hair and radiant eyes. "Would you two mind stopping this nonsense? This is a dormitory, not a training ground, you know." Although he was smiling, both Ivan and Scarate instantly stiffened. "Prince Egon Valerian." He strode toward me with that same composed smile. "Frey Starlight, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you." I raised an eyebrow. "You were looking for me." I immediately switched to a serious stance. The prince before me wasn't someone I wanted to take lightly. "Egon Valerian, what do you want from me?" Lightning crackled and burst around the boy standing before me. "Egon Valerian, what does he want from me? Let's end this meaningless dispute. After all, many eyes are watching us right now." He pet his hands together. His words carried undeniable weight. Scar and Evan, both of them, remained frozen, not daring to make a move. Egon Valerian, did he already manage to pull the Sunlight family to his side? Regardless, he was right. From the moment Scarate attacked, I had felt the presence of several Urfel figures observing from a distance. Perhaps they were upper-year students like us or individuals who worked here. If things escalated too far, they could intervene at any moment. Of course, I had been aware of this, which is why I made sure not to overdo anything. But I hadn't expected him to take notice of me, Prince Egon. He approached with a smile. I knew it was fake. "I've been looking for you, Frey Starlight." "Looking for me?" He nodded. I kept my composure, knowing exactly what kind of person I was dealing with. "How may I assist the prince?" "No need for formalities. Egon will do." He chuckled before motioning for me to follow. "Come, this isn't something we should discuss here." "Of course." I followed him cautiously. Before we left, he threw out a final command. "You may go, Scarate. Ivan, I'll handle things from here." They obeyed without question. Look at that, the wild Scarate actually following someone's orders, someone other than her father. I needed to be more careful around Egon than anyone else. Was he the strongest? No, his was formidable, but compared to monsters like Snow and Ghost, he was nothing. Was he the smartest? Again, no, there were plenty of people far more intelligent than him. Then why did I need to be wary of him? The answer was simple. This boy was a snake hiding in human skin. That smile, that demeanor, everything about him was an act. He only let people see what he wanted them to see. A shadow manipulating the game from behind the scenes. If you ever found yourself on his bad side, that would be the worst-case scenario. Because he wouldn't just aim to destroy you. He'd go after the things you loved, your family, your friends. He would do anything to watch his enemies suffer. That's why I was on high alert, though I couldn't help but pity Princess Sansa, who had to deal with him directly. I was the one who created him. More than anyone else, I knew what he was capable of. That's why I had a pretty good idea why he was looking for me. Eventually, we arrived at a secluded balcony, where a pristine table and 2 comfortable chairs had been arranged. A man in black servant attire stood nearby. "Everything has been prepared, my lord." The servant bowed, and Egon gave a satisfied smile. "Good work, Albert. Bring the usual for me and my esteemed guest." "As you wish." Albert left, leaving me alone with the prince. "Don't be shy, have a seat." Egon gestured toward the chair across from him as he sat down. I nodded and did as he said. Moments later, Albert returned, carrying 2 cups and an assortment of appetizers. They were placed elegantly on the table. The prince, he had planned this in advance, down to the smallest detail. "My apologies, I wasn't sure about your preferences, so I ordered what I usually drink." "It's fine, I can go with anything." I picked up the cup of tea placed before me. I hesitated for a moment before taking a sip, but realistically, there was no benefit for him in poisoning me. The taste was exquisite, as expected from the royal family. Egon swirled his cup before speaking. "Tell me, Frey Starlight, do you know why you're here?" I met his gaze, hesitating for a moment before deciding to be direct. There was no point in playing dumb before someone like him. "I assume it has something to do with your conflict with the princess." He nodded in satisfaction. "I'm glad you're not a complete idiot after all." "Excuse me. Did he just call me an idiot?" Egon didn't seem to care about my reaction as he idly played with his teacup. "You see, Frey, don't you think everyone has their own story?" What are you talking about? I didn't understand his point at first, but he continued anyway. I've always loved stories, you know. They were far more entertaining than those idiotic bedtime tales I was told as a child. He took another sip of tea before gesturing toward me. And yours, Lord Frey, your story in particular, intrigued me, Tilda. It started with a despised noble causing trouble here and there. I especially enjoyed hearing about how you tormented the maids. I leaned forward slightly, resting my arms on the table. So the prince has been watching me. Indeed, Tilda. He didn't even bother denying it. No need to worry, Frey, after all, I watch everyone. I must say that incident with the girl from the Moonlight family was my favorite. I still remember the commotion it caused. Egon laughed, but his words struck a nerve. I knew exactly which incident he was referring to, the one that made Frey Starlight infamous. It happened years ago when he dared to use a seduction skill on Saris Moonlight. I never wrote much detail about that event, even I didn't know exactly what had happened that day. All I knew was that Frey had barely escaped with his life, and when the incident leaked to the public, it caused an enormous uproar. That was how the world came to know Frey Starlight. The prince certainly knows a lot about me. I humored Egon, who finally set his cup down. Oh, I do, but you see, Frey, your story was boring. Just another third-rate villain, consumed by lust. It wasn't interesting in the slightest. Is that how you see me? In response, Egon chuckled. Not at all, because your story took a turn, one I never expected. A year ago, you vanished completely. Do you have any idea how unsettling it was when one of my precious pieces suddenly disappeared? I searched for you everywhere, but you were nowhere to be found. What an interesting way to phrase it. Pieces, is that how you see me, how you see everyone around you? That's right, Frey, I told you already. Everything is a story, and you, my precious pieces, are the ones who shape it. I let out a small laugh. Is it really wise to show your true colors so openly? Who would have thought the esteemed prince refers to everyone else as pieces? His confident smile never wavered. It's fine, after all, you're different, you're special, Tilda. Special? Yes, the young man who returned from death after an entire year in the Nightmare Lands, the one who caused Leonida's Starlight, the immortal lion, an endless headache. Isn't that fascinating? His words sent a chill through me. Just how far does Egon's reach extend to know about the affairs of House Starlight? Carefully, I played along, gathering as much information from him as I could. Do you really believe the story of my survival for an entire year in the Nightmare Lands? He nodded. I do. Don't underestimate me, Frey. There's nowhere to hide from me in this empire. That's terrifying, Your Highness. In response to my words, he continued laughing. No point in pretending to be scared. Now tell me, how did a young man survive in that hell for so long? Your story has truly become an obsession of mine. With a blank expression, I replied, I was lucky. Luck, huh? Egon idly played with his fingers. No matter, that mystery is what makes you so interesting, Frey. He picked up his cup before asking, Tell me, in your opinion, what's the most important thing in a story? I leaned back, considering my answer. Was he expecting something specific from me, or was he testing me? Either way, I simply spoke the first thing that came to mind. I don't know, your question has too many possible answers. After all, many factors determine whether a story succeeds or not. Egon chuckled at my response. An interesting answer, but you're wrong. For the first time, I found myself on high alert as his smile vanished completely, replaced by something unsettling. There is only one correct answer, Frey. He let the cup slip from his grasp. The porcelain shattered into dozens of fragments upon impact with the floor. The most important thing in a story is the ending. Egon met his fist against the table as he continued. The ending is all that matters, and my sister's story was supposed to end in death. Seeing his sudden shift in demeanor, I couldn't help but ask, What are you talking about? She was supposed to die, Frey, Sansa. Suddenly, the pieces started coming together, and I found myself instinctively rejecting the conclusion forming in my mind. Could it be? Ever since she was kidnapped along with her mother, they were both meant to die, but somehow she returned. She ruined the ending that was supposed to happen. For the first time, I felt true fear toward the person sitting across from me. Was Egon Valerian somehow involved in Sansa's abduction? And what was even more terrifying was the way he spoke about it so casually. As if he was telling me, even if you know the truth, it won't change anything. Completely unfazed by my silent turmoil, Egon continued speaking. She was supposed to die, yet she still lives. She returned to stand in my way. I knew they weren't full siblings, born from different mothers but sharing the same father. But to think that he would actually try to kill her. No, what am I thinking? This is Egon Valerian. He'll do anything to get what he wants. No matter, no matter. All I have to do now is create a new ending, a proper one. Egon's lips curled into a twisted smile as he extended a hand toward me. I will bring everything to its rightful conclusion, Frey, so join me. Join you. He nodded. Yes, I have a good eye, Frey Starlight. You're the most important piece in this puzzle, the one who will bring everything down, so swear your loyalty to me. I can give you anything you desire. At his last words, I laughed. It had become a habit of mine to laugh whenever I heard something absurd. Anything I desire, sorry, but you can't. After all, what I truly want is to return to my own world. Sorry, but I'd rather stay out of this succession war as much as possible. Even after hearing my rejection, he didn't seem bothered. Don't pretend, Frey, you're an opportunist. There's no such thing as a person who wants nothing in this world. Smiling, I shook my head. Then I'll have to take back my previous statement. I rose from my chair at that moment. Because you don't know me at all, Egon Valerian. He frowned slightly before quickly regaining his usual composure. Could it be that you've sworn allegiance to Sansa? You were childhood friends, after all? I shoved my hands into my pockets as I turned to leave. Not at all, even if she was my childhood friend. As I said, I want nothing to do with this succession war. Reaching the balcony door, I bid him farewell. Goodbye and thanks for the tea. I had just stepped outside when his voice stopped me. Then how about we become friends? I turned around instinctively, caught off guard by those words. Friends. Yes, after all, how many people have ever dared to speak to me the way you do? He laughed as he stood up. I like that arrogance of yours, Frey, that enigma that surrounds you. You're one of a kind, so be my friend. At that moment, my smile faltered slightly, unable to fully conceal my unease under Egon Valerian's piercing golden gaze. But somehow I managed to respond. It would be an honor. Excellent. He waved at me with one hand. Then I'll see you later, Tilda, my friend. I nodded before walking away from him. Damn it. I cursed under my breath as I reflected on what had just transpired. I've just gained the most dangerous friend possible. From someone with no friends to the friend of a mad prince who sees everything as mere pieces on a board. What a development. I sighed. I'd have to play along, at least for now. I was still deep in thought when my entire body screamed in warning. Everything happened in an instant. An eerie chill ran down my spine as I realized what had just occurred. Turning my head, I saw a pale-skinned boy with a slender frame and a gloomy demeanor walking past me. His jet-black hair contrasted starkly against his ghostly complexion. As he passed by, he lifted his sharp eyes to glance at me before continuing on his way. I stood still, watching him disappear into the distance. I felt nothing. From the moment he approached to the second, he was right next to me. I didn't feel a thing. If he had wanted to kill me just now, I would have struggled to even react. I let out a quiet chuckle before resuming my path. Naturally, I recognized him. One of the main characters, Ghost Umbra. The son of the most lethal assassin, Mist Umbra, the man with 1,000 faces. This won't be easy. I'd be a fool to think that Snow, the story's protagonist, was the only obstacle standing between me and victory in the Victoriad. After all, this place was filled with monsters. No matter, it doesn't matter who stands in my way. A prince or a hero, an assassin or anyone else. I will crush everything in my path. I think this is the right way. I finally managed to enter the section designated for Class B. It was already late, so I didn't find anyone around. After checking the room numbers, I finally reached my assigned room, 1YB9, indicating the year and class. So this is my new room. How ironic, it took me all this time to get here. Even though it was my first day inside the temple, it had already been eventful. The room's lock operated just like hotel locks in my world, so I swiped the card, and the door clicked open, revealing the interior. What I saw was a spacious living room with a few couches, furnished with most of the necessities I could need. The place had an aristocratic ambience, befitting its reputation as the best accommodation in the temple. A simple curtain separated the living room from the kitchen, while on the other side there was a connected bedroom and a bathroom. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight of it all. This isn't a room, it's a whole apartment. I could live the rest of my life here without worry. This level of accommodation was one of the reasons why some high rankers never left the temple. After all, not everyone belonged to a noble family. I quickly unpacked the few belongings stored in my ring. Previously, they had taken it from me during the temple's security check. My heart nearly sank at the time. My laptop was inside. Fortunately, they couldn't see it. Once everything was set, I sat at the desk prepared for me and played around with my laptop. Let's see what we have here. Today, I got involved with some dangerous people, like the prince. But I shoved those problems to the back of my mind. Something else had been bothering me for a while, the assassination attempt earlier. At that time, I had no defenses against the mage. His spell had worked directly on me. It's true that Urfel spells take time to chant, but that only applies to low-tier mages. After all, S-rank mages and above have an instant casting rate. If I ever found myself up against one, it would be a disaster. And ironically, the first major event in the temple would be caused by a mage. I need to do something about this. The solution was simple. I navigated to the bio section and started typing at random. Ability, magic immunity. User becomes inherently resistant to magic. Any spell that enters their domain is nullified instantly. I wrote down the ability I wanted and waited for the result. Cost 100,000 achievement points. System note, do you think it's that easy you'd have better luck counting the hairs on your ass before you gather that many points? A vein popped on my forehead as I read that. I understood why such a Urfel ability was expensive, but why the hell was this stupid system messing with me? I leaned closer to my laptop's camera, narrowing my eyes. This isn't something a system would say. Someone is talking to me from behind this damn screen, aren't they? Why don't you show yourself and say it to my face? After messing around for a bit, I gave up when no one responded. Anyway, back to important matters. 100,000 achievement points was far too much for me, but I wasn't giving up yet. There was always a loophole. I rewrote the ability with the same specifications, but this time I added an additional condition. In exchange for magic immunity, the user loses the ability to use any form of magic for life. What about this? This was a huge gamble. Magic in this world was limitless. If one mastered it, they could do virtually anything. It would have been an incredible asset for me, but I lacked knowledge about the world's magic system, let alone how it truly worked. It was the most complex aspect of this world. So I decided to give it up. After all, I had already chosen my path as a swordsman. I waited for the system's response. Cost 25,000 achievement points. System note, not bad, but you're still naive. A wide grin stretched across my face. Ignoring the system's snarky remark, it actually worked. The more restrictions I added, the lower the cost. This was valuable information for the future. After all, I had just reduced the original cost by 75. But even so, 25,000 achievement points was still too much for me at the moment. Current achievement points, 4,700. Damn it. Because of my past negligence, I had lost 2,000 points just to gain poison immunity. 4,700 was nowhere near enough. This isn't enough. I needed to do something else. I racked my brain for a solution. Eventually, I typed out my next idea. Restriction, magic immunity, only activates upon physical contact with the target. This put me at a huge disadvantage. Mages were long-range fighters, and getting close enough to touch one was almost impossible. But I had no choice. If used correctly, even with these drawbacks, the ability could still be extremely Urfel. I held my breath, waiting for the system's response. Cost 10,000 achievement points. System note, you're really stubborn. This is the last discount you're getting, even if you offer up your ass next time. I punched the laptop screen. Stupid system. Aside from the useless commentary, I had successfully reduced the cost to 10,000 points, much better than before. But I still didn't have enough to purchase it, which meant I had no other choice. Missions. I needed to complete some stupid missions. I opened the mission list, hoping the system wouldn't give me anything ridiculous. Since my days in the Shadow Sect, simple tasks like push-ups and running had vanished. Now the system had free rein to get creative. And here we go. Side missions. Confess to a girl from the elite class, 200 achievement points. Win a 1v1 against one of the following. Snow Lionheart, 1,000 points. Ghost Umbra, 750 points. Ceres Moonlight, 500 points. Slap Emperor Mikar Valerian's face, 10,000 achievement points. Walk naked in the elite dormitory, 500 achievement points. Main missions empty. Final mission, win the Victoriad. I stared at the screen for a long moment. Then I slowly placed my hand over my face. Are you serious? The missions were either absurd or suicidal. Confessing to a girl walking around naked. Was the system's creator a child, or did they just enjoy messing with me? And let's not even talk about slapping Mikar, the strongest living human at the moment. To top it off, the system conveniently offered exactly the amount of points I needed. Nice try, you damn system, but I'm not suicidal. On the other hand, facing the main characters and winning was difficult, but not impossible. Maybe I should try that. My head ached, so I shut my laptop and collapsed onto the bed. It wasn't as massive as the one in the sect, but it was good enough. Exhale. Dealing with main characters was harder than I thought. But it was necessary. I could pretend and stay away from the elite class. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. The main events revolved around this class. There were things I needed, and the only way to get them was to be involved. I won't be able to defeat the protagonist without them, after all. Absent-mindedly, I traced the serpent tattoo on my arm as thoughts of the protagonist filled my mind. You know, Balerion, you were never supposed to end up with me. Balerion, the sword Snow, wielded for a significant portion of the story. Taking it had already altered countless events. But who cares? He'll manage, after all. The protagonist I created isn't that weak. And I'm not his mother to clear the path for him. Lost in thought, I eventually drifted into unconsciousness. The next morning, I barely managed to wake up in time. Damn it. Waking up early and going to school, how long had it been since I last did this? After a long internal battle, I finally dragged myself out of bed and took a quick shower. As I stepped out, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Maybe I don't match Snow in looks, but I'm still one of the most handsome men in this world. Examining my features, I noticed how they had matured since I left the Nightmare Lands. My large, dark eyes and pale, almost ghostly skin. Damn, I was close to falling for myself. Watch out, ladies, or you'll lose your minds. After shamelessly flattering myself, I tied my long hair back and walked, still naked, to my wardrobe. Inside, a plastic bag held a pristine white academy uniform. Do I really have to wear this? With some reluctance, I put it on. After a final check in the mirror and tossing my laptop into my ring, I stepped out. Here we go, the beginning of my suffering. Checking my schedule, I noted my first class. The curriculum was a mix of theoretical and practical lessons, some optional and others mandatory. Each subject focused on a different discipline. The first class was titled Aura Fundamentals. A theory class, I made my way to class alone. Navigating the academy's massive halls felt like an endless maze. I nearly got lost. Glancing at the time, I realized I was already late. Standing before the classroom door, I hesitated briefly before pushing it open. Inside, the room was vast, structured like a tiered lecture hall stretching from the upper levels down to the front. A large battle arena occupied the lower section, and behind it stood a massive blackboard. Finally, you decided to grace us with your presence, student Frey Starlight. Every gaze in the room turned toward me. At the front stood a short old man with wild, unruly hair, almost as if he had been struck by lightning, instantly reminding me of Einstein. He wore round, spiral-patterned glasses and a long white lab coat over his formal attire. Shit, is this who I think it is? I quickly made my way to an empty seat, offering an apology. I got lost on the way. I'll let it slide this once, but this is your last warning, boy. Of course. I settled into a secluded corner, trying to avoid drawing more attention to myself. Professor Alexander Fleming. I had no intention of getting on his bad side. This crazy old man was an S-rank aura user with terrifying mastery over his abilities. As I mulled over this, I noticed someone waving at me. Is that Prince Egon? Looking around, I realized this was a joint class for sections A and B. Damn it, I hadn't wanted to encounter Egon this soon. Fortunately, he didn't approach me, despite claiming we were friends, which made things easier. After scanning the room and noting everyone's positions, I refocused on Professor Fleming. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he suddenly called out. I know you've just settled in, but would you all come down here? Hearing that, I knew exactly what was coming next. Section A, led by Prince Egon, moved first, followed by Section B, led by the princess. Blending in with the group, I avoided standing out, especially when I noticed Sansa watching me intently. She was serious about this, huh? Sighing, I made my way down. At that moment, I caught sight of a blondie-haired boy glaring at me with obvious disdain. Having grown accustomed to recognizing contemptuous looks ever since obtaining this body, I picked up on it instantly. But who the hell is that? I didn't recognize him, aside from the fact that he was in my class. Choosing to ignore him, I continued forward. When he realized I wasn't reacting, the boy scowled but refrained from doing anything reckless in class. So much for having a peaceful school life. Once everyone gathered on the platform, Professor Fleming placed a strange device in the center. Do you all know what this is? His gaze swept over us expectantly. A familiar face raised her hand, Adriana. He nodded for her to answer, and she spoke up eagerly. Seeing how this once-timid girl, who had previously run away from me, was now excited to answer, I could tell she was a bookworm. It's a elemental scanner. Correct. Professor Fleming grinned and continued his explanation with enthusiasm. I know most of you are already aware of your elements, but nothing is absolute. After all, many individuals awaken additional elements later in life. Patting the device, he elaborated further. That's why we'll conduct this simple test to verify your abilities. After his brief introduction, Professor Fleming stepped aside and gestured toward the device. Come forward in order and place your hands on the scanner. Everyone complied. The first to step up was the top-ranked student, Snow, naturally. A grin spread across my face. He was about to put on a show. Placing his hand on the scanner, Snow's golden eyes gleamed. Aura surged into the device, causing it to glow violently. The entire class eyed in astonishment. Even Professor Fleming couldn't mask his shock. The scanner emitted 3 distinct lights, red, green, and white. Impossible, a 3-element wielder. Fleming's voice rose in disbelief, momentarily forgetting his dignity as a professor. Fire, wind, and light. Ignoring the professor's outburst, Snow withdrew his hand and turned to him with a calm expression. Is this enough? Seeing his composed demeanor, Professor Fleming nodded repeatedly while the rest of the class murmured in admiration. But I could only sigh. Why are they so surprised? I glanced at Snow's hand. He was wearing a specific ring. Maybe he could fool everyone else, but not me. Snow could wield all 6 elements. Light, fire, wind, darkness, earth, and water. But for now, he had chosen to conceal his full abilities. That ring was something Headmaster Bloodmater had personally given him when he was brought here. It sealed 3 of his elements, leading to the current situation. I couldn't help but chuckle at the whole thing. What would happen when they found out he could use all 6? That was something I looked forward to. After the commotion caused by Snow, everything proceeded smoothly. One by one, everyone took the same test. Snow wasn't the only remarkable one. Several students possessed more than 1 element, but he was the only one who displayed 3. I wasn't particularly interested. As the author of this world, I knew everything. What truly caught my attention was the princess. She was the only mystery here. Like me, she was an anomaly, an extra who shouldn't exist in this world. After Saris Moonlight revealed her affinity for water, it was finally Princess Sansa's turn. Let's see what you've got, princess. Her father and brother both wielded fire, having even advanced to its superior form, lightning. Naturally, I assumed she would have something similar, or perhaps light, like her ancestors. That was my expectation. Reality, however, had other plans. The princess stepped forward, her wavy blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, and placed her delicate hand on the device. Instantly, an ink-black darkness spread, consuming the crystal in an abyssal void. From the side, Alexander Fleming made a brief remark. Dark affinity, very good. You may return to your seat. Sansa gave a slight nod before walking away. As for me, I was left utterly baffled. In House Valyrian's 300-year history, not a single child had ever been born with an affinity other than light or fire. Yet she defied everything, possessing darkness instead. I muttered under my breaths. Just like me. Frey Starlight was treated as a disgrace to his family. Perhaps the same fate awaited Sansa. Where the hell did this character even come from? I never liked dealing with the unknown. But now I had no choice. After the test, everyone returned to their seats as Professor Fleming began his lecture. He was animated, gesturing dramatically with every word, his passion for teaching undeniable. Even I found myself drawn into his explanation. Affinities, yes, the very elements we are all born with. He wrote 6 words across the massive blackboard before continuing. Humanity is still far from fully understanding the complexities of aura. It's like exploring the depths of the ocean. Rubbing his hands together, he posed a question. Now, can anyone tell me where these elements come from? Fleming's gaze swept across the room. No one spoke, but I noticed 2 students hesitating. They half-raised their hands before lowering them, uncertain of their answer. One was Adriana, unsurprisingly. The other was likely one of Class A's top students. Seeing their hesitation, Fleming smiled. It's fine if you don't answer. It's a complicated subject. He drew the outline of a human body, simple yet effective. Then he shaded the interior with a radiant white. Let's say this represents aura. Every one of us is born with this energy within our bodies, though its quantity varies from person to person tilde. Now, does an affinity naturally come with this aura? The answer is no. He picked up multiple colored chalks and drew small circles around the body, each color representing a different element. Elements aren't born within us, they come from nature itself. They are here, there, everywhere. He gestured randomly around the room. To be more specific, these atmospheric particles serve as the seeds that give birth to the elements you rely on so much. They are called zero. Fleming then drew arrows from the floating particles to the body. The key lies here. Our internal energy acts as a magnet. It naturally resonates with a specific type of zero in the atmosphere, drawing it in. Aura plus zero equals element. Simple, isn't it? He chuckled, but the students' reactions varied. Some nodded in understanding, others looked indifferent. And there were those who were completely lost, like the muscleheads Ragna and Danzo. Fleming continued, addressing an important point. I know what you're all thinking. This process isn't entirely random. Factors like heredity play a role. If one of your parents wields light, for example, your chances of developing that affinity increase. He paused before pointing at me and the princess. Of course, it's not absolute. We have Sansa Valerian and Frey Starlight as living proof. That bastard, was he deliberately drawing attention to how our affinities contradicted our family legacies? Fleming carried on as if nothing had happened. I wasn't particularly bothered by being singled out for possessing darkness. If anything, it was the reason I had mastered the 10,000 steps of shadow technique. But that didn't mean I enjoyed being toyed with. Alexander Fleming, messing with me is a terrible idea. Sansa, on the other hand, remained indifferent, her expression as apathetic as ever. The professor was about to continue when he noticed that class time had already ended. Well, it seems that's the end of our fascinating discussion. Next time, we'll talk about higher-tier elements, so look forward to it, Tilda. I didn't bother listening to his closing remarks. I was already out of the room. Checking my schedule, I found my next class, another lecture. Combat positions and fighting styles. I sighed. I hate school. I was making my way down the hall when I sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning, I saw a girl with white hair walking beside me. Hello, Frey Tilda. Klana, what do you want? With that same mischievous smile that always sent a shiver down my spine, she closed the distance, wrapping her arms around mine. We're family, so it's only natural for us to walk to class together, don't you think? I glanced at my arm, currently trapped between her chest. I don't mind, but are you sure you want to be this close? Why are you going to do something to me? I turned away with a neutral expression. Maybe. She must have been waiting for that answer, because she clung to me even tighter. Then go ahead, I don't mind, Tilda. What? I remained silent against her provocation. Expressionless, I kept walking, ignoring her grip. What's wrong? Frey changed your mind, Tilda. At that moment, I stopped. As you wish. I shoved her against the wall and leaned in. She was about to speak, but I grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at me. Wait, Frey, Don't speak. Her eyes widened as I brought my face closer. Klana, you're trembling. I felt her body shake. That teasing, playful demeanor disappeared, replaced by the expression of a startled girl. How cute. I was about to steal a kiss when she pushed against my chest, forcing me to step back. Seeing her reaction, I laughed. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted this? Why stop now? Her lips trembled as she lowered her head, stepping away. I didn't think you'd actually do it. Of course I would. Did you think I'd just stand there blushing like an idiot? At my words, she shrank even further. Raising my hands in surrender, I backed off. Luckily for you, I'm a gentleman, so I'll stop here, but don't expect others to do the same, so don't pull a stunt like that again." She merely nodded before hurrying away. Does go. That's the second time a girl has run away from me. Not that I cared. If the situation repeated itself, I'd do the same thing again. I mean, seriously. What kind of man just stands there doing nothing when a girl throws herself at him? As I made my way to class, I answered my own question. A castrated one. This time, I found my way to class without getting lost. The room was much smaller than the previous lecture hall, naturally, since this session was exclusive to Class B. I made my way inside, choosing the last seat in one of the rows, keeping my distance from everyone else. Klana was there too, but she didn't dare look at me. Good, hopefully this teaches her not to mess with me again. A few minutes passed, and soon, the rest of the students arrived, taking their seats as we waited for the professor. Then the door opened, and for the first time today, I found myself genuinely surprised. A woman entered. Long flowing violet hair, a mature, curvaceous figure, features so alluring they seemed almost unnatural. Her gaze swept across the entire room before she made her way to the desk. Wait, this is Professor Sophia. What the hell was she doing here? I quickly averted my eyes as realization dawned upon me. Sophia in the original story, she was Class A's main instructor. Yet somehow she was standing here now, teaching Class B instead. What the hell is going on? The room erupted in hushed whispers, especially among the boys. And honestly, who could them? Class B had its fair share of beauties, Saris, Sansa, and others, but Sophia was something else entirely. Saris was beautiful. Sophia was sexy. Not the same thing. She had a level of maturity that the other girls in class simply lacked, the kind of presence that made it hard to look away. The closest comparison would be Carmen. If I wasn't mistaken, she was in her late 20s, which, unfortunately for me, was very close to my mental age. Troublesome. Seated at her desk, Sophia casually tapped her fingers against the surface. A simple motion. Yet it sent a wave of pressure rippling through the room, silencing everyone in an instant. The elite class is quite lively this year. Her voice was smooth, rich, undeniably intoxicating, as she scanned the students once more. A glimmer flashed through her violet eyes. After a few moments, she smiled. Interesting, I see a few unpolished gems here. Some of you I can't even see through. She nodded, seemingly pleased, then stood up and moved to the front of the class. Let's skip the pointless introductions. My name is Sophia, in S-Class Awakener. From now on, I'll be in charge of this class. Turning to the board, she began writing. Today's lesson is about centers, starting with the swordsman's center. If this is your center, you'll learn a lot. If it's not, you'll still benefit, as understanding it may help you in future encounters. Then, flashing a playful smile, she added, So pay close attention, Tilda. And just like that, the lesson began. Naturally, my eyes were drawn to her. Damn you, Fleming, this is how professors should be. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Sophia wrapped up the lesson, she made an announcement. That's all for now. From this point forward, we'll be focusing on practical training. You have 1 hour to gather in the training grounds. See you there. With that, she left, leaving the classroom buzzing with conversation. Since I had no reason to stay, I stood up to leave. Only for a hand to against my desk. Looking up, I found myself face to face with the same blondie-haired bastard who had been glaring at me earlier. Well, if it isn't the famous Frey Starlight. Behind him stood 2 others. One was a hulking figure with sharp, rugged features and steel gray hair. The other was a lean young man with striking green hair and narrow eyes. What do you want? I asked, already out of patience. I knew exactly who they were. Fareth Earlett, B7. Kyle Walker, B8. Jan Dover, B10. I wasn't familiar with their backgrounds, but I knew enough. Fareth smirked. Why so hostile, Frey, aren't we friends? Friends? I frowned. So this blondie-haired bastard was Fareth Earlett. If this guy was supposedly Frey's old friend, then it wasn't hard to guess what kind of person he would be. That's right, we're friends, don't tell me you've forgotten me. At this point, it was obvious they hadn't come with good intentions. Deciding to humor them, I leaned back in my chair. Apologies, I have a terrible memory. Fareth sighed dramatically. How tragic, the fallen Lord Frey Starlight has forgotten me. Whatever shall I do? I raised an eyebrow. Fallen Lord. Oh, he must be referring to the fact that I lost my title to my sister. So that was why he was acting so arrogant. I let out a dry chuckle. Be careful with that fallen lord, my friend. Hearing my warning, Ferreth's expression darkened. He was about to say something, when a calm voice interrupted. Could you all stop this? We're still in the classroom. Zanzo. For a brief moment, Ferreth flinched upon meeting the princess's gaze. But he quickly regained his composure, puffing out his chest as he spoke. This isn't a fight. This is necessary for the sake of the class. Neither I nor Sansa had any idea what he was talking about. But he wasn't done. Pointing at me, he continued his grandstanding. If we want to defeat Class A, we need to unite as one, and to do that, we must eliminate all lies, starting with this guy. I scowled. What the hell was this idiot saying? Some students chuckled at his ridiculous proclamation, but Ferreth pressed on. Frey Starlight here claims to have survived for an entire year in the Nightmare Lands. Can you believe that? Oh, so that was it. He wanted to challenge my credibility. Naturally, his words drew attention. After all, the story of my survival in the Nightmare Lands was well known. To set things straight, we need to expose all the lies, starting with him. He pointed at me with exaggerated flair. How can I trust someone who spouts such nonsense in the first place? How could a weakling like him survive there personally? I think Frey should stand before the class, and Ferreth never got to finish that sentence. By then my fist, shrouded in black aura, was already flying toward his face. I was far faster than him. The impact sent him hurtling across the room, into the wall with a sickening. Blood dripped from his broken nose. He screamed, hands flying up to his face in shock. I barely spared him a glance. Don't. A single cold command. A wave of suffocating pressure surged from me, Ming into Kyle and Jan, who had been foolish enough to try ambushing me from behind. They froze in place. After surviving in the Nightmare Lands, after taking a life for the first time, the killing intent radiating from my body had sharpened into something terrifyingly real. Hands tucked into my pockets, I strode toward Ferreth, who was still sprawled on the ground. Sansa moved to intervene, but I stopped her with a few words. It's fine, I won't do anything reckless. She hesitated. That was all the opening I needed. By the time I reached Ferreth, he was glaring up at me, mouth opening to yell. I didn't let him. My boot came down hard against his face. Shut up, idiot. I pressed down, shoving his head further into the wall before stepping back. Then, with a slow gesture, I motioned for him to follow. You wanted to challenge me, didn't you? Come on then. Let's see if you can handle a real fight. I'll show you exactly how I survived a year in the Nightmare Lands. Luckily, the next session was a practical one, allowing us to settle things properly in the temple's dueling arena. Ferreth was just a child, and the best way to deal with a stupid child like him was to teach him his place before he got any ideas. I stepped into the arena, anticipation thrumming in my veins. By the end of today, everyone would know. Messing with me was a terrible mistake. How the hell did I end up in this mess? It was supposed to be a simple duel, an ordinary, straightforward match. So why the hell was the entire place packed? I stood in the tunnel leading to a training arena, its stands towering on both sides. Everything seemed normal, except for the fact that every seat was filled. Above me, the giant screens flared to life in a dramatic display, showing my face alongside Ferreth's. Frey Starlight versus Ferreth Erlet, Arena 2. They were probably broadcasting the same thing outside. Whatever, it doesn't change what I need to do. At the tunnel's exit, I grabbed one of the training swords provided and made my way forward. Running my fingers along the blade's edge, I confirmed what I already suspected. It wasn't sharp. Blunted training swords, huh? These weapons were meant to minimize injuries during duels, but that didn't really matter. The moment I infused my aura into it, this sword would become a weapon of destruction. Damn, I miss fighting with Balerion. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option right now. Just as I reached the exit, a familiar figure caught my eye. Sansa. She stood there, her wavy blonde hair glowing under the arena lights. So you showed up after all. Did you really think I'd run away? She shrugged. Well, you are that type of person, after all. I chuckled as I walked past her. Then I guess you don't know me very well, Princess Tilda. From behind, Sansa watched me closely. For some reason, the Frey she knew felt different. Are you sure about this? He's ranked higher than you, you know. I raised a hand, waving her off. Yeah, just sit back and enjoy the show. The deafening of the crowd filled the air as I stepped into the arena. I ignored them, my thoughts still lingering on Sansa. She saw the original owner of this body as her childhood friend, which explained her casual way of speaking to me. But I wasn't the Frey she once knew, making it difficult to interact with her naturally. I'd deal with that later. Right now, I had other things to focus on. Shifting my gaze, I turned my attention to the blonde-haired young man standing at the center of the arena. Ferrith Earlet. His long golden hair swayed slightly, his piercing blue eyes locked onto mine. A bandage covered his nose, probably from our last encounter. In his hand, he held a sword identical to mine. A swordsman, huh? His glare was intense. If looks could kill, I'd be dead 100 times over. That bandage on your nose suits you. At my smirk, Ferrith's grip on his sword tightened. He raised it, pointing the blade directly at me. Frey, you're going to regret this. We'll see about that. As we squared off, a tall, dark-skinned man entered the arena. His posture was straight as a spear, hands clasped behind his back. His presence alone reminded me of the warriors from my old world. He stepped between us, his sharp gaze commanding silence. I am Chupo Moing, overseer of the temple's arenas. I will be the referee for this duel. A surge of green energy erupted from his body, spreading across the arena and forming transparent barriers around us. Duel ends when one of you surrenders, is knocked unconscious, or is forced out of the ring. No lethal blows or excessive damage. If I see anything out of line, I will intervene immediately. Any objections? No. No. We both answered in unison. Goods then begin. With that, Chupo Moing vanished, leaving me alone with Ferrith in the ring.